Hello everyone, thanks for joining us today. We're going to be discussing porting our Unity games to the Windows Store. So let's do a quick little introduction so everybody knows who we are. First off, my name is Mickey MacDonald. I'm an indie game developer and a technical evangelist with Microsoft. It's a fancy way of saying I get to go out and talk to developers and show them all the cool tech that we've got and help them along with their projects. It's pretty cool. I also get to go around and give talks at different events and do cool stuff like this. And with me today we got Jamie.
Yep. So I'm Jaime Rodriguez. I'm also an evangelist. I focus on games. So I do a little bit less customer-facing stuff than Mickey does. I'm not on events as much, but I work with some of our top publishers in making sure they bring their games onto the Windows platforms. So when you see games that are Xbox Live or some of the major publishers like Disney or Zynga or Kabam or anybody else that's coming to Windows, most of the time they're held by somebody at Microsoft, and I tend to be one of those people. I've been working with Unity also in porting, in having the offering that we have as for you to port games for the last year or so. Since Unity 4 to RTM and we had support, I've been working with them, making sure we're working all those final kinks to make sure porting is easy. Awesome.
So I'm pretty sure most of you know what MVA is, considering you're watching an MVA right now. But just in case, I wanted to go over it a little bit. So the Microsoft Virtual Academy is a great little program that we've got that allows you to watch up-to-date training videos and course material on a variety of different topics. So there's stuff on there on big data. There's stuff on there about Internet of Things, gaming. If you can think of it, it's probably on MVA. So definitely a cool place to go and check it out. I use it a lot because I don't get a chance to really see stuff outside of the gaming community. So it's kind of nice to dive into other tech. So since you're watching this, you might as well earn some points. So if you go down here, if you see here at the bottom, we have a voucher code that if you go to that website and punch in the voucher code, you can actually earn 50 points for just watching this event. That's pretty cool.
And for every point you get, we get a puppy.
I don't know if my girlfriend wants me to bring that home, that many puppies.
My kids are watching. I was kidding. Daddy was kidding.
You get yourself in hot water already?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so today, what we're going to be talking about, Jaime, why don't you go through this real quick?
Yeah, so he's pointing at me because I created the roller coaster. So we have a full, I would say we have probably 4 to 5 hours worth of content. We're going to be very tight with regards to making sure we don't replicate things. We had a 2-day Unity event yesterday and the day before. So there's a lot of content that they already covered. Today, we're going to focus a lot more on people who are already Unity developers, who already have a game. So we assume that you know quite a bit more. And that you have a game and that you're ready to just bring it to Windows. We also will try to step away from the marketing, so we're not going to give you a lot of the, there's 100 or more than 100 million users waiting for your game to come. We're hoping that you already realize that and that you're watching this video because you want to get down to the nuts and bolts of putting your game. So with regards to our agenda, we do have kind of a roller coaster day where I feel like we have some sessions that are going to go very fast. And some sessions that are going to go very slow. And then we have some sessions that are going to go very deep. So I highly recommend if you have to come back or have to get in and out, just remember where you were and continue watching as a sequence, because jumping in and out throughout the day might be a little bit hard. Obviously, if you have things to do, just do your best to keep up or watch the offline version just to make sure that you're keeping up with everything, because we do build up quite a bit on some of the concepts we present in earlier sessions. Again, we're trying not to replicate a lot. So,
in about 2 to 3 weeks, the on-demand version.
The on-demand will be ready in 2 to 3 weeks. The PowerPoints, I'm sure we can make available earlier. And we made our PowerPoints a little bit verbose for what Mickey and I usually do. Mm-hmm. We've actually usually put one picture and then let people just figure it out from there. Like in this case, we would have just done like a roller coaster slide for us. We want to make sure, in this case, you have a reference, something that you can go back to and say, he said this, let me go remember that class, or let me go remember what we're doing here. With regards to our day, we will begin with kind of a getting started session that gives you the intro to our tooling and some of the stuff. Then we go into porting, which is the guts of everything that you know that's different. Those are hey, here's the 1 or 2 things that Windows does that's a little bit different from anything you've seen when you port to other platforms. And then after that, we talk about, hey, how do you do the native integration? At Microsoft, the buzzwords light up. Mm-hmm. So if you ever heard any evangelists like Mickey, he'll talk about
I've probably said it a few times, yes.
Yep. We have a copyright on no, we don't have a copyright, but we should have a copyright on the word. And we're going to go light on that because, again, there was 2 days MVA yesterday, and then they did a little bit of that pitch. So if you're watching these and you want to learn more about Light Up, we're going to get into the house, the deep technology pieces, and then they did a lot of the, hey, here's the APIs and everything like that yesterday's. So you should be able to watch that video and have those two synergize.
Yeah, they'll match up pretty well.
Yep. And then after that, we go into this kind of catch-all session that we called optimizing and troubleshooting. These were areas where we said, hey, let's put our tips and tricks into one place. And because it's really about optimizing and debugging and certain things, that's the title we gave it. But it's a catch-all tips and tricks session. And then, of course, we want you to port your game and make money. So we want to tell you about our store. We want to tell you how it works. Again, we're going to keep it high level where we want to make sure you understand, and we'll give you some tips on how to make money. What are the things that gamers tend to miss or that we want people to know so that you can be more successful. And then the last one is it's really a 5-minute session where we just tell you, hey, we have all these programs where you can get free stuff. So that's probably the most important session to watch. If you're watching now, you can go watch that just now. If you're watching offline, go watch it now. It's a 5-minute that tells you everything we're going to give you for free because we're looking for developers who want to bring in their porting or who want to port their games to Windows and bring them to our phone and our Windows store.
Yeah, there's some really good offers there.
Yep.
It's really cool stuff.
So
I guess we should just dive right in, right? Start our first module.
Yep.
We'll start with getting started.
Yep. So again, this is our tooling. This is our tooling module. Let me see if we can swap % in here.
You want to take over?
Yep. Are we? Yep, we're good now. So this is kind of our tooling. Here's what you're going to need to get started. Our introduction. This is the one that very much like a roller coaster. You always begin a little slow, and this is the slow module for today.
Building up to the thrills.
Yep. To get started with Windows, your Windows Phone, what you're going to need is Windows 8 or 8.1. For context, we shipped Windows 8 now a couple years ago, and 8.1 is a free update. So if you have a copy of a license of 8, you can just get a free update to Windows 8.1. You have to develop a Windows 8. If you have a copy of Windows 7, unfortunately, that's not going to do because the runtimes are different. And if you're developing for phone, you still need Windows 8. So you'll need a copy of Windows 8. You'll need a copy of Unity. I put right here 4.5 plus. Unity has supported Windows since 4.2. But to be honest, over the last year, there's been a lot of improvements as from where we began, it was very functional and you had a lot of the APIs there. But there were a few things missing, or there were optimizations that were missing. 4.5.3 is the one that I would highly recommend.
Yeah, that's the one I usually recommend.
Yep, you've seen all the improvements. We improved memory management on phone. So that's where we got to that optimization phase. Before that, we were catching up on the APIs. And then at 4.5.3 is where we began to...
And we brought in the legacy support as well to replace some of those missing classes.
Yep, exactly. So that's where we're at. So I recommend you start with 4.5.3. Unity can do side-by-side. So if you needed an older version for a different project, that should be fine.
I do that in my development environment. I have a few, and then I always have the beta running as well, just so I can keep up to date on what's going on.
Yep, and I get totally confused. Yesterday I was like, why is this failing to compile? And
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where we're at. You also need what we call the Windows SDK or the Windows Phone SDK. This is a free download. You can download it from our website. Just go do a search for Windows SDK or Windows Phone SDK. Obviously, it's two different ones depending on what you're targeting: Windows Store applications and Windows Phone or Windows Phone applications.
Now if you have Visual Studio Pro or up, like Premium and Ultimate, it already comes with the SDK installed, right?
Yep.
So if you're using that, you already have the SDK. But if you're going to be using Visual Studio Express, you'll have to actually go download the SDK.
Yep, and that's a good clarification from Mickey. So I didn't actually list Visual Studio because if you go in there and install, for example, the Phone SDK, that will download Visual Studio. It will download Visual Studio Express with you for free. So the piece that's missing in this account there, where I bundle Windows SDK and Visual Studio into kind of one line, it's definitely, if you have a Pro or a different version of Visual Studio, you can install that one and then just bring the SDKs on top of that. If you don't have it, then the SDK will install it for you. Again, we have an Express version that's free for Visual Studio. We actually have 3 different SKUs, so make sure you know which one you're downloading. We have one called Visual Studio Express for Desktop. That's not the one you want for this, because today we're going to talk about Windows Store application, which run on Windows, but they're a different application model than the desktop. So you want Visual Studio Express for Windows or Visual Studio Express for Windows Phone.
What I usually recommend too is if you don't have Visual Studio installed, to go out and get the Ultimate version and use like the free 90-day trial, I believe it is.
Yep.
And just test it out, right? Because the Ultimate comes with all the bells and whistles, so you've got everything there. So if you try that one and you find that you don't need a couple of things, maybe you just kind of like downgrade, basically go to the premium or go to the pro, right? I usually suggest that just so people have everything installed right off the bat. And It's a little easier that way.
And if you're a student, like to go back to your point, if you're a student or you're a startup, we have programs that we're going to talk about later in the day where you can use those nicer versions of the tools and keep them for free, right? We actually give you a lot of licenses of that for students and startups. So there is benefits that you can get if you just go apply to one of those programs. And then I listed a developer account as a prerequisite. In order to get started, just to kick the tire and to get your games going, you do not need to have a developer account. If you want to develop for phone, just having a Microsoft account, which used to be known as Live ID, is enough for you to be able to unlock your developer, unlock your phone, and actually install 2 applications at a time there. Mm-hmm. So you don't need a developer account. I listed it there because you will need it to submit your game onto the store. So that's kind of where I said, oh, might as well put it in there. Same thing for devices. If you're developing for phone, later today, you're going to see the phone emulator. So it's an optional thing to have a device, but I highly recommend.
I was going to point out, because when you hear the word emulator and mobile, you kind of cringe, right? Because there is other ones out there that aren't, up to snuff, I guess would be the term for it. But, our emulator is fantastic. In fact, most of the time, all I do is test in the emulator. And then when I'm doing like a final build or I'm doing a demo build, I'm going to take it out and show someone, then I'll put it on my device and actually test it out. Because you can do everything. We're going to see it a little bit later, but accelerometer input, it's all there. So very cool.
Yeah, so the emulator is very rich, and the simulator for Windows is also very rich, and they're really great developer tools where in some cases, if you have one screen, the simulator can help you on Windows. Same thing on phone. When we talk about it, there are big benefits. Like, for example, you'll have one device, but you need to test different resolutions or different memory configurations, and the simulator and the emulators will do that for you. So there's a lot of benefits for you to get there. So this is what you need. The way I look at it, it's easy. It's free to get started. If you look at this whole list, we have either a 90-day eval of everything or a free download of everything. So for you to just kick the tire, it's free. And even then, we have a special program that I want to encourage you to go to, wpdevcenteroffers.com. We have a program for people porting Unity games. And with that program, you actually get full Windows licenses, you get a developer account voucher, you get a device, like you can choose to have either a tablet, a Surface device, or you can choose to get a phone, so you can actually test on the device. So
that's awesome.
So very easy for you to get started. All you have to do is email them and exchange back and forth some details on your game and a version of your game, and then you're there. And with that, let's get down to showing you a little bit of tooling that you need to see so that you can get started. Again, I feel this is our slow session because if you're a Unity developer, you've spent all your time here, you're very familiar with this environment. And if you're a developer for, say, iOS, you usually just come here into build settings and say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and build for iOS, and that's what you get. Windows is not different. Windows Phone is not different. All I do here is I go in here and select. Notice that I didn't select PC. Again, we're talking the Windows Store. So I select Windows Store or Windows Phone. If you have any recent version of Unity, these are already there. If you have Unity Pro, the plugins for the Windows Store are free. Mm-hmm. So they already came with Unity Pro. They came with Unity Free. So pretty much you don't have to install anything extra. They should already be there. If you have an older version of Unity, like 4.0 or earlier, these wouldn't be there. Again, you need 4.2 or above. 4.5.3 recommended is where I would start. Mm-hmm. So what we do here is no different than what you've always done. I actually have Angry Bots. I always joke that all my demos, I tend to do Angry Bots because I want you to see that I didn't touch the code and I want you to be able to reproduce everything. The reality is I have zero creative and asset generation.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've seen some of the stuff you've done.
Unlike Mickey here, I'm not I love games. I'm an evangelist on games because I love to play, not because I love to create them. I have zero talent. My kids can tell you they can't even read my handwriting. So let's get going here. It's the exact same thing that you're familiar with. We will go back here and just select our platform. In this case, just for shortness, I'm going to select Windows Store. And then here I can select the version that I'm going to talk about, that I'm going to target. In this case, let's just select, for example, Windows 8.1. And then you know,
Can you explain a little bit more about what the different options are there?
Yeah, so there's a slide here that talks about version, and you'll see it. So we have different operating system versions here, and we have a slide that talks about version that gives you the better visualization on why. But these are actually different versions of the OS, and then we're going to introduce you to this whole, hey, we have a phone and something we call universal. Universal, if you come from the iOS world, is the exact same concept of a universal app where you can create one app that runs on the phone and on a tablet. You can choose not to do that on Windows, and in some cases, based on what version you're targeting of the OS, you will actually need to do that, where you create two different applications. Obviously, you know, if you're writing a Unity game, 90% of your logic, or actually more than 90% of your logic, is going to be here in the game. So the export and doing that last piece of integration is very tiny. Shipping two binaries is probably not going to hurt if that allows you to target a much broader market, which we're going to talk about when we get to the versionings. So these are the ones. Most of these slides, to go back to Mickey's point, we will have a reference. I'm giving you the demo, and then we'll go back to a reference where we talk about, hey, here's the different.
Get into the specifics of what everything does.
Yep, because we want to make sure you have something to remember. I just wanted you to see it working such that you were like, oh, I got the flow. It's the same flow.
Give them the quick overview.
Yep. So here we're in Unity, and I'm just going to click Build. Again, this is Angry Bots. I have pre-configured yesterday, so let's just go ahead and create a live folder here. And I'm just going to, I usually, when I export, because here you're going to be exporting for phone, for Windows, you can export Universal, etc. I usually just create a folder and I tell it the target that I had, just so I remember, otherwise I'll get lost. So that's what you're going to see me do throughout the day. Now here, this is going to take a minute to churn. It's actually going to process all the assets. I must have changed configuration from the last time. But it's no big deal. I have one over here that I can open, that I can show you a little bit of what's generating. So the first thing is, obviously, it's going to go in there and churn and create and output something to a solution. In this case, because we are using Visual Studio, you're going to get a Visual Studio project. Here's a sample of one that I exported. This one actually exports to Universal. But you'll see the exact same thing. All we do is we export a solution that then from within Visual Studio, you'll come here and say, compile and then debug. You can actually do build and run from within Unity, so there's no reason to, or you don't always have to do that step to come to Visual Studio, but realistically, you will want to come here to debug. You will want to come here to change some of your settings and things like that. You're going to see that as
and maybe to do some platform-specific stuff.
Yep, exactly. So you're definitely like, I'm not going to tell you, oh, build and run works for you every time. So you can see here, interesting. It says it's been modified. I thought I had a different folder. Did I not select that folder? Yeah. So here, C MVA Live Win81. It's where we created the output that we just told it to create. So I'm going to go ahead and click right here. Visual Studio works on this concept of solutions. A solution is an aggregation of multiple projects. So it's kind of like the container. If you want to have multiple projects where you have, I'll show you what a project is. A project would always be, your game will always be one project. But if you want to reference other assemblies and other things, you can actually include more than one project in there. So you'll see right here. In fact, this generated all the other assemblies, so you'll get a really good view of it.
Well, in the past, when I've built games and I've been doing multiplayer, I've had like servers and stuff. I'll include those in the project so I can work on them all and build them at once.
Exactly. So that's the reason why we do this. So here you'll see I double-click on the solution and I open this one project right here. And it says Angry Bots, and we're going to talk about the different folders as we go. But pretty much, it created this one page. We use SAML as a language to host our UI. If you come from iOS, this is kind of like the UI kit, where like this is the equivalent of you opening something in Xcode and then putting the container for your application. If you come from Android, SAML and AXML are going to look very, very similar.
It's just a markup language that describes the actual visual orientation of items on the screen.
Exactly, right? And so if you look at it there will be one element there that is always the kind of drawing surface that we use for our Unity. In this case, on the Windows side, as we get into platforms, we call it a swap chain panel. The reason for that is that's exactly what it is. It's this background panel that Unity writes into, and then we just swap it. Like we literally do a swap chain where we show that on the screen every frame. So that's what we.
The DirectX guy's ears just perked up.
Yep, exactly.
Swap chain.
Yeah, there's nightmares of 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Bit-leading certain things, etc. So yeah, so it's a swap chain. We were very creative with the name. In Windows Phone, they have a slightly more friendly name. They call it drawing surface background grid. And you'll be able to, as you go into Universal, you'll see that you can use a swap chain panel on both Windows and Windows Phone. So this is what we created, and we have our options here. If I just want to, for example, run this, let's just change it to master. We're going to talk about the different configurations here, and let's change it to x86 just because we're running it on this machine. Everything today is running out of this Surface. We remote desktop into there, and I'll do a lot of the demos on this side just because we had to configure it that way for the broadcast. But I can just come back here and say run it, and you will see a Windows Store application just run without us having to touch anything. Again, build and run would have been fine for this scenario.
Yeah, so this is basically, you just taken Angry Bots, you've just taken the default program, you haven't changed any code in it, and all you did was go up to the file, build settings, produced an outcome or a solution for the Windows Store, and we just fired it up, and there you go, you got the game.
Yep, exactly. And you'll see here, for example, mouse works. Again, we're remote desktop, so you might see frames jump around a little bit. We're remote desktop. If I saw these, if I was running these on the Surface 3 directly right here, the touch would actually work. In fact, actually, through remote desktop, the touch even works. You'll see right here, I'm doing it through my finger.
That's cool.
So all the support is there. Out of the box with Unity, the support for input, multiple input like mouse and touch are going to be there. And we're going to talk about that as we go throughout the day. So you'll see right there. That's pretty much how you export. And then we're going to walk through the settings and get into a little bit of the details. But the short answer there is this is no different than what you're doing for other platforms.
Exactly.
We have really great support for it. You're using Visual Studio. I'm a fanboy, so I'll give you the warning for the whole day. I'm a huge fanboy. You will hear me say today, Visual Studio is one of the best IDEs out there.
Yeah.
So apologies in advance. That's not marketing. That's just my my blueness coming out a little bit. So that's where we're at. That gives you kind of a good overview of the exporting. And now we're going to walk through a few of the settings and give you some of the details that you want to know. And this goes back to Mickey's version, or Mickey's, hey, let's walk through some of the settings. So let's walk you through a little bit of when you export, what happens. The first thing is when you export on our side, you're going to choose, you need to choose what OS you want to target. And in that case, I showed you Windows Store. But most people actually get started with Windows Phone. We see a lot more mobile games come through, and that's great because we have a lot of mobile users on Windows Phone. It's been around a little bit longer. So if you want to target Windows Phone, you can just go in there into Unity and say, choose the Windows Phone option, which I didn't choose the last time, and then say I'm going to target that. And with Windows Phone, you actually get to target, by default, you get to target the Windows Phone 08. That's the Windows Phone 8.0 OS. That's the one that's been around since the last 2 years or so. So that's going to be where most of our users are today.
And that's what I tell a lot of the developers when they're asking me, should I target 8 or should I target 8.1? I usually say to them, for now, it's best to target 8.
Exactly.
Because then you're getting all of the users. Anybody that's running 8.1 can still run the 8 apps.
Yep.
So that's kind of the best strategy at this point in time.
Yep. So yeah, if you target 8, that would automatically run on 8.1. And for context, I guess we're recording this are we in September? September
yes,
now.
September.
On Windows 8.1 RTM Windows Phone 8.1 RTM this summer. So the user base is just getting migrated onto Windows Phone 8.1. If you're starting today, highly recommend you start with 8. There's millions and millions of users running 8 that need to be upgraded onto 8.1. So I highly recommend you start with 8. You'll see the options when you can target. And again, if you target 8, that automatically carries all forward to 8.1. So you're covered. Equally, you can do the same on the Windows side if you're targeting tablets. You can start and target Windows 8 on the tablet, and that will automatically cover you for Windows 8.1. So that's still a pretty good choice if you want to do that. Windows 8 and 8.1, Windows 8.1 has been around longer. So we do see some people now that are saying, I'm only going to target 8.1, kind of like not test on an older configuration. I still recommend you do both because it's easy. But it's up to you.
There's not that much difference when it comes down to it,
exactly.
right? So it's if you're trying to target as many people as you can, and that's what I'm always telling indies, get it out everywhere, right? Push it out on the older ones. Let the every user get a chance to play around with it.
If you want to make money,
yes,
go for the broader audience. Is what I put it. So in Unity, you do have the option to target just 8.1. So there you do have a configuration where when you saw the drop down there we talk about platforms, they do have the option there to just target Windows 8.1. Again, I recommend 8, but you can do either one. And then we have something new that's really exciting, and this is the future. So we have this thing we call universal apps. And universal apps means you can target Windows Phone 8.1 or you can target Windows 8.1 with the exact same binary. This is the future. Again, like we're excited. We announced it this April, and it's where the Microsoft direction. It's the direction that Microsoft is taking. However, we have a large user base of Windows Phone 8, and we have a large user base of Windows 8 that I would say for the next 2 or 3 months, you probably don't want to drop out. So if you feel like, oh, there's enough difference on the APIs, I want to support only one, then highly recommend you start with Universal. We understand. But if you're thinking, hey, it's all about my game anyway, I can just export twice, then target different platforms and make sure you get the most out of the both platforms, most out of the users in both platforms.
That's actually a really good suggestion, right? If you've got something that's an API that's specific to something, maybe you just do 2 binaries, right, instead of going the universal app. But if you've got a game that's not calling a lot of specific APIs, or it's stuff you've rolled yourself, you might as well target the universal and just save yourself the extra work.
Yep. So and just for context, here's how Universal works, so you understand it, because you're going to see kind of multiple projects. So when we target Universal, here's what you get. You have what we call the Universal Windows App Template, which I showed you in that Visual Studio solution. And what it is actually we talk about solutions and projects. And so the Universal solution has one solution, and then it has 3 projects. One of them is something that says Windows Phone. One of them says Windows. And these are 2 actually, they're pretty much empty. All they have is the manifest and a little bit of configuration settings so that we know what you're targeting there. So you can configure what options you want to target. And then they point to the 3rd option, which has the shared folder. And that's where all of your game, that's where all of your logic is. And that's where like 99% of your logic is going to be, and we're going to be shared. So you do end up with 2 binaries in the end. So if you have one universal template, you will click build once, and it will build 2 binaries, and then you go and submit it to our stores, and it ends up being 2 binaries, and they can be connected in our store too. We're going to talk about that later, but it is 2 binaries. So we just want to make sure you understand like kind of how this whole thing flows. So you'll see right here, we have one template. Then we have a little bit of specific platform stuff, and we have a whole lot of shared code, and then we end up with 2 packages or 2 binaries, as we call it. So that's kind of where we're at with Universal. Now, going back to some of the settings, just giving you the walkthrough of that very short demo that I gave you earlier, here's some of the things that you need to know and understand. So here's the export for Universal apps, and you'll see right here that all I would have had to do is go into the SDK and select right here, target Universal 8.1, and that will have actually created the solution that targets both Windows and phone together.
A good point too at the top of the slides there is the Universal Apps is actually only supported in 4.5.3.
Yep, we already told you to install that one. So if you're not doing on that one, then you're on your own, right? Yeah, so it is there on 4.5.3, and obviously of going forward, like in 4.6 and in 5.0, the support is already there. Yeah. So if you're running one of the later betas, the support is already there. That's 4.5.3 is when it began. We had a beta before that, but that's when officially released, and then we go from there. We
have the SDKs. We also have project types. Yep. So what are the differences between the 2 project types there?
Yep. So here when you're looking at which one are you looking at? So
I'm looking at project types between the XAML C++ and XAML C#.
Yeah. So there's 2 types of projects. So first of all, XAML is going to be, again, the UI language that's just used to do that swap chain, like to host that. But it'll be relevant for you if you, for example, want to bring in some functionality that has more UI, show them some dialogues, show some purchasing dialogues or something outside of your application.
I've actually done the menu systems in XAML and then brought it back into Unity that way.
Yep. So XAML is a very rich UI language. We have a lot of controls, buttons, checkboxes, list boxes, everything that you would want. It's truly a control-based UI language. So you actually will be able to get a lot of functionality out of it if you want to use it. WebView is the one that everybody brings in. If you bring in, for example, Facebook or Twitter or a lot of integration into your app, often you need a WebView where you can go back and connect to the web and to log in somewhere or something like that. So that's one that comes with the model. So XAML is a UI language, and then we give you a language preference. You can code in C++ or you can code in C#. I highly recommend C#. Unity developers is obviously going to, C# is going to
This is where we're going to differ.
It's going to feel super natural. A lot of people argue that C++ is supposed to be more performant. I don't see the performance difference.
We'll take this offline.
Yep. So we'll battle it out during the break. I've done a lot of projects and testing, and there's not a huge performance difference. So C#, if it feels natural, I would go for that.
Yeah, go with whatever language is really best for you, right?
So, and then again, the SDKs, you have the different versions. Do notice that from here, there's one interesting thing that we want to highlight. If you were going to target Windows Phone 8.1, you would actually come here into Windows Store, which is counterintuitive, and then from here target Windows Phone 8.1. Because in Phone 8.1, we do have that universal platform. So we actually have another option to target Windows Phone 8, which we're going to cover later. But it will be one target where you can go back and say, oh, this is like for Phone 8.1, you can come in through Windows Store and use that universal application model. So that is the one thing that you're going to be looking at. The other 3 settings here, which you don't see the checkboxes, but debugging just means, hey, go ahead and enable debugging support so that the profiler can connect. So that's just a check mark, and that standard Unity thing. And then the last one that you see here is Universal C# project. What you saw when I exported that solution is that it generated extra project like Assembly C# or Assembly C# First Pass. If you're a Unity developer, you're familiar with that because that's where your game is, and that's what Unity does behind the scenes. When you're targeting Windows, we actually use our compiler, so you can actually say export the solutions and then go in and tweak your scripts and everything from within Visual Studio without having to re-export everything. So that's a very nice thing to do. It's something you'll see me do a few times today, and it's something you can get used to it, and it can obviously optimize your workflow.
Well, it goes back to the fanboy aspect, right? Like Visual Studio in the same way. Yeah. I try to do most of my coding in Visual Studio, right? So any of those little tricks that I can get my assembly inside of Visual Studio, I definitely use.
Yep. And just for the context of the rest of the day, universal apps, again, it's a new concept that we introduced, or a new term that we introduced as of April, and it's kind of what I would call a new application model for phone. But the reality is universal apps is the application model that we've been using for Windows since Windows 8. So throughout the day, you might hear me or you will read some slides from either one of us that says Windows, and wherever you read Windows, treat that as universal. And wherever you read phone, treat that as, that's the non-universal application model. So that's something we want to make sure you get now throughout the day. And you have an advantage because you heard that here, and we're not going to repeat it in every session. So that's kind of where we're at. Now, obviously, with settings, there's always player settings. Whenever you're exporting a project, there's always player settings. So that's one thing I wanted to show you a little bit of. Unity has slightly different levels of support for the player settings. In some cases, for example, on the Windows side, you see they have a lot of really great support where I can go into Unity player settings and configure my application name, my icons, my splash images, some of the capabilities we're going to talk about later. So there's a lot of things that I can configure, and very few things that I'll need to go back and tweak on my Windows application manifest. The project that was generated has a manifest. It's this little one XML file, which we're going to show you later, that it just says, in the Windows side, it's called package.apex manifest. And in Unity, on the Windows side, they do a lot of the work, so you can configure from within Unity. On the Windows Phone, they do a little bit less, so we'll walk you through some of the difference so you know why you might need to do that. And I'm not going to dive deep into this slide right here with Windows Phone settings, just because it's the exact same thing we just talked about. Windows Phone just has a few less options because on Windows Phone, you don't have the option to export the C# projects. That only comes with Phone 8.1. And so you pretty much get the development build. And
the difference because of that, just a little clarification, is when we're building for the Windows Store on Windows 8 and 8.1, we're actually using our own compiler.
Yep.
Right. Whereas when you're building for the phone, you're using Mono. So it's not the same process, and there's a couple extra little steps. That's why you don't have access to the assembly underneath.
Yep. And Module 2 is all about highlighting those differences and getting you into all those details. So we should be getting there. But it's good for you to understand why the options are there as you see the screen right here. Now, here's the one gotcha that you see. On the Windows Phone, the player prefs are a little bit more limited. They allow you to do name and orientation. And then obviously you can configure all your Unity preferences. But things like your splash imaging, your packaging, your capabilities are things that you configure on the manifest on the Windows Phone side. So just slightly different player settings options that they have. So there's a little bit more configuration. This is an XML file, by the way, that when you double click on it in Visual Studio, you're going to see, Visual Designer. You're not going to be hacking XML manually. So don't panic if you're looking at it thinking like, oh, how am I going to know what the XSD or the schema is for any of that? It's a graphic editor that you'll be able to go in there and tweak our manifest on. And I'll show it to you in a minute. I want to walk you through all of them, and then I'll go back and show you that option. So there is a little bit of extra work that you'll do on phone. And this is something that gets people all the time because they're like, well, when I export my project, I have the settings. How do I do this? And the advice is that I give people is set as many options as you can from Unity. If the options are available from Unity, which you have the list, just go set it in Unity, and that will always carry forward. And then during your development plan, definitely assume that at some point you're going to have having to merge the file. Its XML is very easy to read. So if you export it over and over, every now and then, at least for me, when I do like a long port, which is probably like 3 or 4 weeks or a month, sometimes I'm like, oh, I really want to rebuild all. Mm-hmm. And that's the one time where just comparing the files can be useful. It's very, very straightforward. So
I always suggest that to double check the files regardless, and because you can set them inside of Unity, but you can also set them inside of Visual Studio. So if you wanted to, maybe my advice, it's kind of different than what you say. I usually tell them to do it all in the app manifest. That way you don't have to worry about whether or not, did I do it for the phone or did I do it for the store? And trying to worry about that. So I usually just say, just export it, go in the app manifest. Like you said, it's very, very easy to use. It's very intuitive. So
yep, it comes down to whether you rebuild in the middle or not.
Exactly.
I tend to do I'm going to undo some things. Mickey is much better at coding from I know what I'm doing. Day one, no bugs, just ship it. He's like, I'm done. Don't even compile it, just let the interpreter take care of it. Last thing that we want, and this is where I'm going to go back and show you the projects. I want to show you a little bit of our emulators and our simulators here. So we can go back and show you a little bit of what this looks like so that you have an idea. Again, because I want people who don't have a phone. Everybody's going to need Windows 8. So anybody that's developing for tablet will have something that they need already. But people that don't have a phone, I want to make sure that they understand, here's what we have. So here's actually the phone project. This is a universal one, the one that we exported, or the one that I exported before. And I'm just going to set my Windows Phone as my startup project, and then I'm going to go back and tell it, show me one of the emulators, and I can just do master if I want. And you'll see our emulator runs on x86. Obviously, the device is running ARM, but this is seamless to you. And one of the things that I want to highlight here is, and this is why I'm doing this whole demo together, is for phone, we have different configurations. We're going to talk about some of these later, different resolutions, different memory configurations, etc. But you can see that we give you all the emulators, so you can you don't need to buy 4 phones to test. You can just buy one, or even test all along with the emulators. So here, I'm just going to have the Angry Boss project, and I'm just going to say run on the emulator. And every time you see me click build today, you're going to see me get a little nervous because we're a remote desktop, and there's a little bit of something.
That's why the nerves, right?
Yep. Cannot be fine. Let me just make sure. It must be up in somewhere. We must be running it somewhere. Nope, it's not running.
So I like the fact that we have that many different types of emulators. A funny little story back when I was first starting out developing, and I didn't have a lot of money like most indie developers, and I wanted to test on a bunch of different platforms. I walked into my local Best Buy and launched the game on every device they had in the store. I thought it was kind of humorous until they kicked me out, but it's something. At least now I don't have to do that. I have all these different emulators that can actually test it at home and not have to worry about getting kicked out of the local Best Buy.
All right, let me see here. It's acting like we're running it somewhere, but we're not. Let me just double check. Connect it here. I have 2 instances of Visual Studio running, but that shouldn't be a problem. It's acting like it was running somewhere.
Mm-hmm. This is why I usually do the cooked turkey demos.
Yep.
The magic turkey coming out of the oven already pre-cooked.
Yep.
Just because this does happen every once in a while.
Yeah, on the interest of time, I'm going to move to the next one and come back to this, because it's acting like somehow it's running.
Yeah, why don't we move on, and then when we start the next module, when we come back after a break, we'll come back and take a look at it.
So pretty much here, we'll show you all you have to do is click on run it on the emulator, and then I'll come back and see what this is locked, because this is actually acting like the file is locked by something. And we'll go back to it and show it to you in a minute, or as we begin the next module. You're going to see that throughout the day. And here's the steps. Again, we added a little bit this verbose slide. Some of these we're not even going to read. But we give you the steps by step on how to deploy and target each one of the platforms. So if you want to deploy to Windows Phone, you'll actually just come and follow these steps and go from there.
Kind of like a cheat sheet.
Yep. We also have a simulator, which you're going to see as we go again. And I'm going to do the same with that emulator, where I want to go back and look at the demo and see what's logged. But if you're running Windows, you will have a simulator. And the advantage, so when you're running Windows, you saw me running local machine, and that was full screen, and that will work. That's how you're going to run most of the time. The simulator is useful, very similar to the Windows Phone emulator because of configurations. If you want to run something at higher resolution, lower resolution, etc., the simulator is going to give you the options to configure those options, so you can go back.
And you can play like lower memory devices and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
So if you're targeting a tablet that doesn't have the memory or the power that you have on your desktop, because a lot of us develop on our high performance desktops, right? So you're not really going to get the performance feel. So it's really good to test it in the simulator.
Yep, exactly. So so that's why we're going to have it, and you're going to see it throughout the day. So if you're running a local machine, if you want to run in a local machine, you just start debugging. If you want to run in the simulator, you just select the simulator as your target, and you just start debugging. So it's going to be seamless for you. Simulator is actually useful also when I only have one monitor. Because Windows Store applications always run full screen. So when you're actually debugging your game, if you have two monitors, it's great. You can just have one monitor where you're running and then the other monitor where you're looking at Visual Studio and setting breakpoints and doing all of your development. If you only have one monitor, the simulator gives you that advantage where you can see everything. You can see two windows at once. So that's another advantage where I would use the simulator.
Well, it's good if you've got like local variables that you're trying to keep an eye on, right? And you want to see, is that variable changing as I'm playing and stuff like that. And if you don't have the dual monitors, right? If you're just a little indie startup guy in the basement with one laptop, having the simulator comes in handy.
Yep, exactly. Now, when Unity exported our project to Visual Studio, they give us kind of three configurations for us to target. Most of the time, everybody's familiar with having a debug configuration and a release configuration. Now, Unity for Windows and Windows Phone introduced a third option, which is what they call master. I wanted them to call him Jaime, but they call him master. Pretty equivalent. Master is actually the one that you're going to ship. So what you're looking at there is pretty simple. Debug is exactly what you're familiar with, right? You have debug, and it has all your debug information. It has profiler support and everything else that you're going to need. Release actually removes all that debug information, but it leaves the profiler support so that you can profile your release configuration. And then master takes everything out and just says, this is exactly like, this is pedal to the metal what you're going to run, and no profile.
Yeah, this one's bit me a couple of times. I'm not going to lie. When I was first starting out, I was putting the release, because intuitively you think release, well, that's what I'm going to release. I want to send that out. But it does make sense, right? Because you don't want the debug code in your profiler if you're running it, because you're not going to get a proper profile of it. The debug code will slow it down, and you're not going to get an accurate picture of what's going on. So it makes sense why they broke it up into the three.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, why they have it is very convenient to have that, because then I can go in there and have truly profile my release code, which is great. The name is funny because my first interpretation was like, oh, I thought this one drives both. Yeah. That's why I was joking about the name. But in the end, master is what you're going to ship, as long as you remember that. There's only 3 names, and master is a new one, so you'll remember it, and you'll be taken care of. Now, giving you a rundown of the folder structure and how Unity works as they export all the files, here's kind of the highest level how it works. So you saw me, it created a solution, and the solution is going to have multiple folders. One of the folders there is called players, and there's a lot of the Unity engine DLLs and stuff are there. So you're not going to see a lot, your game is not there. That's Unity stuff that you probably don't have to touch very much, or you'll never have to touch. And then in your project, they'll have this one folder called data. And that's where the magic happens. That's what every time you go from Unity and build, you'll override whatever is in there and just export a new one. So what happens here, if you think about it, here's what's going on with a typical configuration. You're going to export once from Unity, the very first time you do, and this is where we go back to Mickey's and our approach. You're going to export once, and then you're going to set your settings and do your project and maybe tweak, the app.xaml.cs or the main page XAML.cs if you want to do a little bit of extra initialization work or anything like that. And Unity will try not to touch those. Unity will say, oh, if that folder exists and those files exist, we're not going to overwrite them. Now, the data folder, Unity will overwrite every time. Unity will, and they'll actually blow it away and then just bring in the new DLLs every time you export your game. That's a common thing for Windows. That's a common gadget for Windows guys, because later on, we talk about samples. Some of our samples, like for example, our Windows Store samples, sometimes use a folder called data to put files there. So Unity will blow it away if you have that. So make sure you don't use the data folder in your project. If you're a Unity developer, you won't have that problem. If you're a Microsoft or .NET developer, you will have that problem.
I've had that problem before, so yeah.
With Windows Store, like with the the manifest, the proxy for the store, it's always because I'm so used to putting it on data, and then I get the error, and I'm like, what did it disappear? And that's what happens. So data is the one that they'll override, and that's the one that you shouldn't touch. And then there's, for example, plugins folders, and there's this extra folder called process and unprocessed, and we'll talk about what Unity does for those. But your game is in data. And that's kind of where we're going to be there. So that's it for just getting started. I mean, we talked about getting started.
Yeah.
It's the same Unity editor, so there's no differences there. You're going to be very comfortable. You're going to be doing a lot of your game development, all your configurations and stuff within the editor. So 90% of your time, you're going to be where you're at. And then Unity is going to export Visual Studio solutions and projects. You saw us run through a couple of those. And then you'll go in there and tweak your settings and do your thing. That's very minor work compared to like the true work that you have to do, which is your gameplay. And then you'll see that as we go through the day, you'll see full Visual Studio deployment, debugging support. You saw me deploy to local machine earlier. You'll see us use the emulator later today. So full Visual Studio support, debuggers, everything that you need, manifest editors, and everything that you need are going to be there.
That's awesome. No, it was a good rundown. It's what we needed to get started. Now we know exactly what we need to, get up and running. So it looks like this is probably a good time to take a break. So let's take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we'll dive into some more nuts and bolts.
Yep.
Oh, and as a side note, I am actually keeping an eye on chat. So if you have any questions and you'd like us to answer them, just feel free to throw it in chat, and I'll pick it up and throw it over to Jaime.
Yep. All right.
Thanks.
Back in 10.
Welcome back, everyone. So during the break, we had a question pop up in chat, and I believe the question was, how many tries generally can a Windows Phone handle? And when we're talking tries, we're talking triangles, which is a polygon form. It's about modeling. So, my basic general advice to this is you're building for a mobile platform, so keep that in mind, right? It's like any mobile platform. It's not going to be as performant as, say, a desktop or a laptop. So think about that. Ballparking at, I'd say, maybe 20,000 tries.
Well, yeah, it depends on the phone model, right?
Yeah.
We have, for example, the 1520 is a gorgeous phone model, a gorgeous 1080p phone with a very nice GPU. So you're not going to have a problem there. We also have what we call like a 520 or now 630, which are lower end phones that retail for something as simple as $49 unlocked. So you don't want to be throwing, 100,000 triangles into, such a device.
Yeah, you're going to see a bottleneck if you move to do something like that on that device.
Yep. And this is actually a great segue into part of the this session that we're getting into has two parts. One of them will talk about hardware, and we're going to give you the gotchas there. We port a lot of iOS and Android, and we compare a lot. So it's a mobile platform, so that will be the guidance where if you have a game in iOS and Android, we should be able to handle it. Again, we're going to get into the gotchas, and our biggest gotcha that I would tell you is going to be memory, not necessarily the GPU. We tend to not see a lot of issues, as many issues with.
Yeah, the CPU and GPUs on these devices are fantastic, right? So you're not going to see a lot of bottleneck there. You might see a bottleneck around memory.
Yep. So.
Okay, so let's jump into our next module. So our next module is going to be basically we're just going to talk about porting in general, right? So let's. Just give me a sec here. I'm having an issue with my laptop here. Just give me. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're just going to basically in this module, we're just going to run down the basic strategies behind porting. We're going to talk about specifics. We'll get in a little bit about hardware, basically the nuts and bolts of porting, right?
Yep.
So first up, we're going to talk a little bit about hardware and the GPU. So like we were just talking about, it's kind of, yeah, like you said, a good segue. We were talking about the different types of GPUs that are in the devices. So you're going to give us a little bit of overview on that?
Yeah, so again, to give you context into this module, we split it into 3 parts that we think everybody who's thinking about porting should actually be thinking about. And these are like, whenever I have an iOS game and I need to port it to Android, I have to go through the step of thinking about the hardware. What's my GPU is going to be? What's my memory going to be? What are all the other considerations that I have to do? And that's pretty standard. We're going to walk you through what's different on Windows. There's an interesting difference that we have on Windows, which is our runtimes are a little bit different. So we're going to kind of like take a little detour towards that as we go through this module. And then we're going to go back and say, oh, like, let's now talk about all the native integrations and the options to do native integration. Like, hey, how do I integrate with the store? How do I do certain things? So, so it's going to be a high level. Here's our tips. Here's the things that you need to know that are slightly different. And then the last thing that people always have to think about are like settings and like the polish. And we're not going to cover that as much today because I highlight as yes, it's one of the porting steps that you have to do. But again, we had an MVA session yesterday. They spent a good part of the day covering a lot of those polished details for Windows and Windows phones. So rather than us replicating 3 hours worth of content, we're just going to say, hey, go watch a little bit of that. But we want to make sure you know that is.
And the polishing topic in general can take an entire session for us. So
exactly. So now when we talk about porting, I always think about it from like at the top level, right? I see people that come say, oh, I want to port, and then we crack open their game and we see that they started, this is their first game, they're still like, and my first game was exactly like this, right? It was like, hey, I'll be happy if I get gameplay out of it. Mm-hmm. So I didn't think about portability to begin with, and that's going to be something that people have to think about on their own. People have to have the game in the right shape. So don't worry if it's not in the right shape. There's a lot of guidance out there, but I want to begin with hey, our porting recommendations are very generic at the top level. Like we begin with something that says, hey, make sure your game is cross-platform. Then the order that we recommend people to follow as they come to Windows is going to be, first of all, prepare your game so that it's cross-platform. And we're going to give you a couple tips there. There's nothing new under the sun. Well,
that's how you should be planning your game, right? We've talked about this a little bit before, too. The object here is to get your game on every platform you can at the end of the day, right? Get your name out there, get people playing it. So when you first start to develop your game, you should be thinking about cross-platform right then. You shouldn't be thinking about it as an after the effect, right? I know when you first start out, and I did the same thing, you build a game, and you're just, like you said, you're just trying to get the game to run. You don't really care about, is it going to be featured on, X platform or whatever it might be. But as you get further on in your career and you get a little bit better skill set, you need to start thinking that way. You need to start thinking like, I want this to run on all these different devices, and watch out, make sure you're not going and doing something that's only very platform specific in your port logic, right?
Yep, exactly. So that's just, I think anybody, one of Unity's biggest strengths, it's a great engine, it's so, RAD, meaning it's so rapid application oriented, development oriented. There's a lot of strengths, but obviously one of the strengths is the portability. So I think if you don't have that in mind when you begin, this is probably, as you port to Windows, it's probably going to be one of the better times for you to reconsider, and we're going to give you the tips there.
Unity's set up for cross-platform, right? So if you're using Unity to build your game right out of the box, you're already pretty much set up for doing this.
Right. And so the next thing that we're going to tell you is start porting your logic. So all of your gameplay, it's probably where you start because you want to see bits on the screen, right? It's much easier and much more exciting to keep working on a project where you're doing a port when you can see bits on the screen. So that's the next logical step. And what I'm highlighting here is that when you move to Windows, the one area that you're going to see is you might have some plugins that are missing, some plugins that you need to replace, etc. So I just leave the plugins till the end. I usually, when I begin a port, I create this, pound if no plugin. And I go through my source code and I literally, in some cases, disable some functionality, right? Like some people might have an analytics library or specific, like for example, Unity Every Play for sharing video or something like that. And that plugin might not yet exist on phone and you might need to replace it with something else. So, so I tell people, hey, get your gameplay going. And in some cases, if you have to take the plugins out, just use a pound preprocessor, so say pound if no plugins, and get all of that out a little bit, and then you'll be able to replace it as you go forward.
That's a really good tip. I'm actually going to take that into consideration when I start doing mine, because that's one thing I've always had a problem with, and when I go out and talk to developers, their number one issue is plugins, right? Does this plugin work? Does it support it? So yeah, using a preprocessor directive and saying, hey, by the way, if there's no plugin here, just cancel this out, and you can get something up and running, get the sprites moving around, get the main chunk of code ported over, and then go back and start worrying about like all the little plugins and extra functionality.
Yeah, and for context, just for those of you that are just getting started, like I'll give you some context. We at Microsoft, we run this thing. We call them either portathons or like we have different names. Sometimes it's the Unity Hackfest, but I call them portathons. And the whole principle behind this is that, for example, at Unite, we just did that 2 weeks ago. You were there, Mickey, and 50 people come to the room, they bring their games, and then literally we code for a day. We do installing the tools, like, the session that we covered earlier. Then we start just like saying, oh, let's see how portable your logic is. And usually by the end of the day, at 4 o'clock, we have a session that people that ported their game get up on stage and show their game. And obviously, number one, is really excited that very often, between 8 and 5 for a lot of games, you're able to get that, right? So at the end of you were there last week. We had 30 projects, and I think out of the 30 that we had at Unite, 29 ported really well. There was one that had a plugin, and again, it was one of the examples where
it was one of those rare plugins too that's
not
used unless it was in a specific situation, and yeah, it was one of those ones that just didn't.
They had DF GUI, and they just couldn't get 100% to run, but they had all the rest of their logic working. And then at our events, usually at the end of the day, when you do that, that's when we're like, okay, you're now in WP Dev Center offers, and they get your phone right there.
Yeah.
So that's why we do it that way. Now, I'm not gonna lie, at the end of that day, you're not done. You have to go to step 4, 5, and 6, right? Where you start looking at, what are my platform optimizations? What are the things that I want to do to make my game better, to make my game feel native, to make, to actually attract users and do everything that the users from this new platform expect. So you're going to have to do a little bit of that. And then the last thing you're going to have to do is obviously optimize for performance. This is standard. If I was going through any other platform, I would have something very similar. I think the only thing that we highlight there is the plugins, just because Windows Phone is a newer platform, and so not every possible plugin that's out there on iOS or Android is already ported.
Well, there's a lot of plugins out there that were specifically built for iOS or for Android. So if you see something that says something plugin, it's probably just for iOS, right?
Yep, exactly. And for context, we are always looking for plugins. So if you have one that doesn't work or you use and is not fully ported, feel free to drop me an email from the earlier slide. We reach out to plugin vendors all the time. We want to make sure we have as many as possible as we can. Whenever we reach out, everybody's very positive. Some people are like, oh, I didn't know this was an option. Let me go back and do it. And for most of them, it's pretty easy to get their plugins up and running. So we have great success where somebody emails me and says, hey, I would like to move to Windows, and you don't have this plugin. Can you help us out? And then we reach out. Microsoft reaches out to that developer, and then we connect, and everybody wins because usually the developer for the plugin gets a phone or a device as hey, we want you to support and test on our platform. The game developer gets the plugin that they want, and then we get 2 new friends and we get a new game out of it. So it works really well.
We should mention the Xamarin site as well. So I'll throw it up in chat in just a few minutes, but there's a site, scan.xamarin.com, that allows you to upload your binaries and actually see, are they running .NET, are they running Mono, and it tells you, are they compatible for Android, iOS, and Windows Phone.
Yep, exactly.
It's a great tool. I run all of my plugins through before I start a program.
Yep. So step 1, just preparing for cross-platform. This is most likely work you've already done. So if you have already done this, great. If you haven't, let me give you a little bit of things that I always ask people to think about as they prepare for how they're going to move. The first one is feature detection. I see a lot of code in my days where I see something that says, I'm looking at a game and it's a great game, but then I go look to the code and it says, if platform equals Android. And then they are like, or they say, if platform equals Android or iOS, then this must have touch, right? And then go in and say, if platform equals something else, then maybe it doesn't have touch. So that's one thing where I can tell you, if you want to have a portable game as new platform comes on every day, I highly recommend that you do feature detection. Unity, for example, has this class called System Info. And you can go in there and say, hey, can go in there and query System Info for properties, and there you get something like, does this device support accelerometer? Does it support, how much memory does it have? What kind of GPU, do I have? What kind of shaders should I use? So there's, System Info class in Unity will give you a lot of that information and code to that class rather than hard coding things that are platform specific, right? If you're coding to Android, if you're coding to a specific platform and hard coding an Android or a platform in there, you're not setting yourself up for the evolution of that hardware on its own, right? So just do feature detection rather than coding the platforms or hard coding values into anywhere in the platform. So
that's some really good advice, because I've seen the same thing, and I felt that when I first started it, I was doing the same thing. I was hard coding all these values and all these features in, and then I realized, like, they would do an update to the OS, and suddenly all my code was dead, and I have to go back in and redo it all. So yeah, pre-planning and doing it that way, and doing feature detection as opposed to just hard coding in the features that you want is a really good way of going about it.
Yep. Yeah. System info is a great class. The only thing that system info doesn't take care of, if you, at least for me, is multi-touch. If you want to detect if a hardware on Windows, remember you're talking tablets, and you can have a Surface tablet like this that has touch, or you can have an Asus or some other tablet or some other laptop on Windows where you're running Windows Store apps.
Even the display we're using in front of us has multi-touch as well, right?
Exactly. So system info does not have the multi-touch property. If you're looking for it, it's under input. Just go input.multi-touch enabled, and then you'll be able to detect, and then you can go from there. And our generic advice on Windows is going to be just write one binary that handles both types of input, and Unity was going to make it seamless, so you don't have to worry about it too much. But if you do want to detect, that's how you detect. It's in the input class. It's multi-touch enabled is the name of the property. Another one that I see sometimes with people is, especially if they're coming from iOS, they kind of, I don't think many people assume resolutions anymore, but they do assume aspect ratios. So if you're looking at iOS, or they have a specific aspect ratio and they scale it, but they don't necessarily get out of that aspect ratio. And if you get into Android, you see a little bit more of a variety of devices, and when you come to Windows, you see a little bit more of that.
Yeah.
So that's the other one that, as you prepare for cross-platform, just look into your game and see, hey, how am I handle dynamic screen sizes? In some cases on Windows, the screen size will actually change. We're going to show you that as we go. And how am I handling multiple resolutions, like whether it's the aspect ratio, whether it's actually high or low DPI. There's a few things there that you should just prepare for. And again, this is stuff that most likely you've done for your game.
Yeah. And it's general advice. Keep your code dynamic, right? Don't assume anything basically inside of your code, especially when it comes to screen sizes and resolutions. That's the number one don't do thing, right? So yeah, just make sure any code you write is dynamic and is future-proofing it, right? So that you're making sure that anything that comes out, your code could possibly support. There's going to be the odd case where things are going to happen and you're not going to have it already pre-supported, but if you look at it that way and write your code dynamically, chances are you're going to be better positioned when the change happens.
Yep. And then the last one is just making sure your scripts are portable, right? Again, sometimes you will need to write iOS. There's a plugin that maybe it's the I something plugin, and it's very specific to iOS. It does something that maybe only exists in that OS, etc. So there will be times when you truly say, oh, this is a platform-specific feature, and there you can use maybe platform defines is the way I usually do it. We're going to cover that when we get to plugins and certain techniques within Windows, where you're going to see all the the preprocessor that Unity uses, and you'll be able to reuse those and make sure that your scripts are clean, such that it's very easy for you to port. And in some cases, if you need a workaround, like for example, to get something to work on Windows, those preprocessors are going to be your friends. That's going to be your best ally to make sure that you can actually add that little extra code that might not be needed for other platforms. So this is high-level advice. Most people, there's a lot of people arrive to us, and all of this is taken care of. And these are the people that can come to that hackathon and arrive at 10, and then at 4 o'clock they're done, and they have some gameplay going. If you haven't done that, this is good, sanitizing work that you should be doing anyway. Now we're getting into the Windows-specific pieces, and we're going to take slight detour before. So we told you the higher level what what the things that you need to do. But before that, we have to take a slight detour here and talk to you about some runtime differences that we have on Windows and Windows Phone that you really need to understand. So I think out of the whole day, this is the meat of here's something that's different. The previous session, there was nothing different.
Yeah, this is a really good takeaway session.
So this is let me understand the differences, so then I can go work around and optimize. So and the differences kind of work like this. Most of the time, you are, if you come from iOS, Android, or any other platform, or any other mobile platform, you're gonna be, in the Unity editor, and you're gonna be actually just compiling on Mono and running on Mono. That's what everybody's used to. That's a very seamless workflow. That's a great transition. And when you come to Windows Phone, for example, it's slightly different. When you come to Windows Phone, Unity will actually use the Mono compiler. But then at runtime, because it's Windows Phone, and Mono is a subset of .NET. It's something that came out of the .NET world. At runtime, we actually use the .NET runtime in order for people to actually just run the games. So you will see a little bit of differences. We're going to walk through those differences as we go. So on the phone side, your compiler is still Mono, but the runtime is .NET, and you'll see the difference in a minute. And then on the tablet side, when you get into Windows Store, what we have is we have even a kind of a slightly different option where the compiler can be .NET. And then the runtime is actually .NET Core, which is yet another flavor of .NET. And I'm going to explain to you what the flavors are and what the differences are in a minute. So I want you to keep this in mind. The main thing to take away from this slide is that when you're running on phone or Windows, you're not running on Mono. When you're on the device, it's not Mono, so there will be difference. And let me show you what those differences are going to look like. And then, by the way, just at the bottom of the slides right here, I tell you what you'll be targeting with each one. So for example, on Windows Phone 8, if you're targeting Windows Phone 8, you'll be running on Mono and targeting .NET for Windows Phone. If you're targeting universal apps or Windows Phone 8.1 app that's universal, or Windows 8 or 8.1, you're going to be using this option where you have the .NET compiler with .NET Core. And this is the stuff we covered in the previous session. So if you're coming onto this session cold, make sure you watch session 1 so you understand the different targets and the definition of universal. Now let's talk about moving from Mono to .NET. And here's kind of how I think about it. It's an overgeneralization and nothing here's to scale. I have to tell you, because people are like, is it really that big? The way I think about it is this whole thing began, C# began with .NET, the CLR, and it was a desktop technology that's been around for 10 years or more now. And then Mono came out and they did this really cool thing where they said, oh, we're going to take a subset of .NET, that base class library, and port it to other platforms. And I think that's just really cool. So kudos, and they've done a great job, and Xamarin has done a great job today with their tooling and everything. So it's totally great there. And then Microsoft, as we ship Windows and Windows Phone, we started looking at the big .NET. And we started saying, well, for Windows Phone, you don't need the whole .NET. Like, why do you want ASP.NET? Or why do you want, something like a WCF or certain libraries that were maybe server-side or desktop-oriented? Like, why would you want those on Windows Phone?
Yeah, you're just going to bloat your code at that point.
Exactly. So we started kind of like subsetting .NET on the Microsoft side. And so we have this thing that we call .NET Core, which is like, oh, here's a core of .NET that we think we need. And this is very similar, like you're going to see a .NET for Windows Phone, which is that, hey, it's client-side version, and then you'll see that on Windows Store. And if you think about this model right now, just without adding any extra variables onto that equation, and you look at the slide that we have on the screen right now, we actually have a slight disconnect here for anybody that's coming from the Mono world. Right, we have this big .NET CLR desktop. That's why anybody that takes a Unity game from iOS or other platform brings it onto the Windows desktop has no problem at all, because .NET is the bigger guy, so it's the superset. So anybody can come into our world and not have a problem. Now, if you come into this world with .NET Core when you're targeting Windows Store, you'll see the slight disconnect right here, which is, oh, .NET Core and Mono don't 100% overlap. Right, so this little red area, which is usually small, so it's not proportional.
And getting smaller,
here.
Thankfully.
Yeah, it's getting small and getting smaller. That's where the trouble comes up, right? And the trouble comes up from two angles. The first one is there's some APIs that Microsoft, in their infinite wisdom, decided, oh, well, we have newer APIs that are better. And we thought, well, everybody that's using the new, everybody is going to use the new stuff. So as we shrink to a .NET Core, we decided, oh, we're going to take some of these APIs out from the .NET Core. And when Mono people come, like they're still using those APIs, especially people running on Unity, because Unity, has a specific version of Mono that they use. Mm-hmm. They're not necessarily keeping up with everything there. So that's where the trouble area is going to happen. And let's walk you through how we're going to deal with that. But just, I want you to understand there's going to be that little gap. And again, you're going to see the two instances of
That's the second thing that I bump into all the time. I usually, when a developer comes to me and they have a problem, it's usually around a specific plugin that may or may not support our platform, or it's around classes that they're trying to call that are available in Mono but aren't available in .NET Core.
Yep, exactly.
So,
right? And those are related in some cases because sometimes a plugin is using those classes.
Doing that,
and
yes.
it's a chicken and egg. So let's walk you through those so you understand it. And we're going to go slow to make sure that you kind of follow what are your options and everything. And before I go there, I want to introduce you something that you might not have heard of. You're coming from a different platform. Everybody's heard of .NET. Everybody gets that Monos is the opposite of .NET. But with Windows Phone, with Windows 8, and going forward, our whole universal platform is built, or is actually leveraging this new thing we call the Windows Runtime, or WinRT as we call it for short. And the Windows Runtime is kind of the new, like what I would call is the modern API surface. Where if you're familiar with Windows, we've always had Win32. It's 20-some years old, and it's great. And actually, Windows is built on Win32, so that will never, ever, ever go away. But we wanted to go back and expose all of the Win32. First of all, we wanted to do something similar. We wanted to subset and expose new ones and create new ones that had better patterns like asynchronous APIs, etc. So we created this thing called the .NET Runtime, and it was just designed for Windows Store apps. So that's when it begins, but it's now on Windows Phone 8.1. So you're going to be using that too as you think about developing for Windows Phone 8.1. It's a native, API model, so it's actually running on native code, even though you're going to be able to access it from C# or JavaScript or also C++. So it's kind of the next generation of Win32. That's how you should think about it. And the difference for most users is that the APIs are modern, so there will be new patterns that you can leverage, like, for example, asynchronous. Most of our APIs are designed to be asynchronous, and that's one thing that's new. And the other one is that, again, what WinRT is all about is just about making sure that we expose that API to all languages. We call that projecting. And what that means is like, hey, take an API, make sure that you can access it from any language. That's what it's about. To C# developers, it's going to be seamless. You're going to be looking at it thinking like, this is not different than .NET, it's just different APIs, and that's exactly how it's designed to be. So it's going to be seamless to you, but you have to make sure that you kind of understand the difference. With regards to giving you kind of just a high level, like, hey, here's what WinRT looks like for us. Here's what you have that you're going to think about. WinRT has all our UIs, so there's all the new UI model. We talked about swap chains earlier. All of that comes out of this WinRT UI layer that you're seeing. If you're looking at, for example, support for APIs, you're going to end up with, for example, files and local storages. You're going to end up with networking, right? All the communication, the networking APIs are there. Our streaming APIs, obviously there's lower level graphics APIs that you can use that are part of WinRT. So this is kind of like the Windows platform, the modern Windows platform. And for Unity developers, all you have to know is that this is available to you. And the reason you have to know that this is available is because in some cases you might want to access, say, an accelerometer or something, and that's going to be exposed to WinRT. You can access them through Unity if you want, or if you want to go and use the native APIs. For example, later when we talk about Light App, when we talk about something like sharing or settings or something like that, you'll be using these WinRT APIs. So I'm introducing them now so that when we talk about how do we plug in those differences between Mono and .NET, you know that you have these options. For example, I/O. Right? In Windows, we've replaced the whole system.io.file classes for these new asynchronous classes. So you're going to see that, and you're going to be like, oh, I got to make sure that I use the new APIs, and that's why we're introducing it.
Well, what I really like about this is it kind of like speaks to the more openness of Microsoft, right? This is our way of basically making it easier for developers to write for our platforms and use our APIs on other platforms.
Yep.
Right. So that sliver that we had there, by doing this, we're kind of reducing that sliver more and more every time, right? And like you said, it's more modern. It has better patterns as asynchronous. It's really the step forward. It's Microsoft putting its foot into the future and saying, this is how we're going to go forward. We want to be open. This is what we've got for you.
Yep, exactly. In short, WinRT, like a good way to think about it is WinRT gives access to the whole Windows platform to HTML developers. Same thing with C++. I've been in C++ developer for a long time, and I always thought like, oh, WPF, they have this really cool stuff, and I'm like in MFC or Win32 world, and things were either much harder or there were things I couldn't do. With WinRT, we no longer have the problem. If you choose to code in HTML or C++, well, that's fine. It's one API that, it's the exact same API that C# developers are getting. So you won't see the gaps.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
And going back to our picture where we talk about .NET Core and WinRT, here's kind of how I think about it. First of all, WinRT is very big, as you just saw from the last one. But what WinRT does is in our model right here, which is the one on the left that we need to look at, we were wondering that, hey, what are the difference between .NET and .NET Core, and how am I going to handle? And what WinRT does is it gives you a little bit more of that surface area. It gets you like 99% there. There will be a few things that we don't.
Yeah, there's still a slight sliver, but it's not too much.
Yep, exactly. And this slight sliver is here. So let's walk through what's missing and how you're going to get around it. And then again, for context, the way Microsoft thought we were being smart about this, and we're backtracking on some of this, so you'll see improvements on the Microsoft side, because we've definitely learned the lesson here, was that as we were shrinking .NET Core, we were looking for things that we thought nobody would use. For example, like .NET 1.0 had this thing called array list. And then later on, when we introduced generic, we thought, oh, well, why would anybody use an array list when they can go in there and use a generic list, right? It's more performant, it's stronger type, there's a lot of benefits. So we deprecated our array list from .NET Core, and then now we have all these Mono developers that are coming to us saying, I need hash table or array list or something.
Well, because they're still available in Mono.
Exactly.
Right? You still have hash table, you still have your array list. They're still available in Mono, so people writing plugins, writing code for them are thinking, okay, this is fine, and then they bring it over to our .NET Core, and suddenly, boom, it's not
exactly, working. Right? So now, what we've done is simple, and this was Unity did an awesome job with this, which I thought was like, because it's seamless, right? When we started, people were coming to us with, hey, I need hash table, I need array list, and
we were giving them some pretty crazy workarounds.
Yeah, we were like, just write it,
This is how you write a hash table class.
Exactly. But what Unity has done since then is they created this WinRT legacy DLL, and this is seamless, so you no longer run into this problem at all. And WinRT legacy includes a lot of those collection classes and includes other classes too. And when you're in Unity, they do some magic to actually reroute, like they call it reference rerouting. They do some magic where you can use your hash table, and even though it really doesn't exist on .NET for Windows Store, it's still going to be there. So that's a workaround. If you're looking for those collections, they're there. I highlighted just because you might still run into something where, like, for example, the array list implementation that's in WinRT legacy, or it might be missing a method or something like that. There was a method that didn't make sense, or it wasn't used much, and it was too hard. There might be a few that you're like, oh, this one's missing. And
like, actually, that's a good point, because I was going to say, if you are going to go ahead and roll your own classes, right? If there's something that's missing and you absolutely need it, and you start to write it down, write it in a way that you expected it to be in .NET. So that way, if later on down the road Unity changes it or we change it, your code will generally work, right? If you start adding different methods with different names and stuff like that, when we do release the fix for it or the update, suddenly your code won't work because you've got different method names. So try to keep it as close to the original as you possibly can if you write your own.
Yep. And if you're not familiar with .NET, there's two features that I would plug in there. First of all, we have class extensions. So we can actually, if you have a class and you don't even own the class definition, you can actually extend that class. That's a C# feature that you can take advantage of. And then the other one that we have is partial classes. So if you have a class where you wrote something, for your logic, and then out of the sudden you need to extend it and you want to keep that in a different file, you can do that. And those two features are very good for portability and for platform-specific code. So yeah, that's an area where you can take advantage of that in .NET. So another one that we are missing is system.io. So again, we swapped the I/O APIs. And what you're going to do there is you're going to use the Windows.Storage APIs on Windows Store. Unity has done some basic wrappers. So for example, if all you want to do, which most people just need the whole read string, write string from Unity. Unity has those APIs as part of the WinRT legacy. So they're giving you a little bit of those APIs. XML files in the same category. Unity implemented some of it. Is not all the implementations. So if you're doing something advanced, some of the features might not be there. But for basic XML document support, it's there.
Yeah, and that goes back to the partial class, right? If you do need something that's not in there, just write the partial class, add your own. You've got the functionality you need, and if it's changed, you can always roll it back.
Yep, exactly. Cryptography is there. Unity added WinRT legacy for basic coverage. So if you just want to encrypt something with a specific algorithm, is there. If you don't, then WinRT has very rich cryptography. We have every API that we had before. It's supported, but they're different class names, so you will have to do a little bit of swapping back and forth. System.net or the networking APIs are there, and this is mostly for sockets. If you're looking at HTTP, web requests, and stuff like that, there's very similar classes, and those are seamless. But if you're looking at networking classes for sockets in particular, you will see that we actually have new classes, and you will have to use the new WinRT networking APIs. Or you can use a library like Photon or somebody else that's already done the work for you, a plugin that's already done the work.
And that's what I've been really kind of telling people lately, and they'll come up to me and they say, like, what's going on with the .NET and the networking and everything like that. And I said, it's still in its infancy. They're working it out. We've switched over to using these new APIs and stuff like that. But if you really just want to skip all that headache and all that trouble of having to do it yourself, go check out Photon or something similar like that, right? It's already pre-packaged. It's ready to go. We've got chat rooms built into it and lobbies and everything else. So
yep, exactly. And then the last one is system.threading. We are missing some functionality. By default, because we have these new modern APIs, we design our APIs to be asynchronous to begin with, so we don't give you control of the threads. We manage the thread pools and everything else at the system level. This is more efficient, but if you have existing code, then you have to figure out how to get around it. Core routines is, if you're using Unity, core routine is a good way around. A lot of people already code core routines. If you decide, hey, no, I wanted some more controllable threading or thread APIs that I wanted, WinRT, you just look for the task class. That's actually the equivalent of, you can go in there, create tasks and run them, and that's the equivalent of creating threads and running threads and everything else. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Now, those are the differences, and we already told you how Unity makes that seamless. Now, there's one interesting thing that Unity does that we also want to explain, and this actually gives you the context of why Unity, why Mono is still used, for example, when you're compiling for Windows Phone. Unity has JavaScript support, and what Unity does with JavaScript is some magic where they turn JavaScript into intermediate language and then they run it as .NET.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what they do.
So on that side, that's why you compile on Mono. You can go in there and compile on Mono, get your JavaScript into something that we interpret as .NET. And when this does happen, there is some extra processing that Unity does throughout all of their objects and everything that it's magic. They're doing it for iOS and Android for so there's things that they're doing already. Now coming from .NET, you might not expect them. So this is why we're highlighting, hey, these things do exist. There's something that Unity does. And the processing that they do, just to give you context, they usually do three things to anything that you create. This is regardless whether it's a plugin or it's actually just one of your mono behaviors. They kind of do something that they call serialization weaving. They do reference rewriting, and then they do these final assembly converting. If you look at them, this is into serialization weaver is where they take your mono behaviors or your classes and they inject a little bit of serialization code. Just because if they do that, they can get much better performance without having to do reflection. And remember, if I look at the missing APIs, some of them reflection is one that we have alternate APIs, but it's not the exact same. Exactly. So when they introduced serialization weaver into a platform, literally performance went up a lot. Performance for serialization went up a lot, like 10x for serializing large objects.
That's pretty impressive.
So that's why it's needed there. And then the second one that they knew is they do this thing called reference rewriting. Remember, you can use hash table seamless, but it's not the same hash table. So Unity does this magic where they say, oh, look, they had this, here's their assembly and they reference something like hash table, and we have to rewrite the references and do all that stuff. And they do all that magic for you. This is all transparent, so you shouldn't have to worry about it or know about it, or you shouldn't have to.
And it brings me back to the point, that's why you can have classes with C# talking to a JavaScript mono behavior, right? And they can talk to each other because of this fact that they're doing serialization, they're doing the reference rewriting, and it allows the seamless integration between multiple different languages.
Yep. Now, 90% of the time, or actually 99.5% of the time, that's what you want. You don't want them, you want them to do their magic because that magic is required to get mono behaviors to run and everything.
Unity, right? You want
exactly.
Magic.
Now, every now and then, you have an assembly, you have some sort of custom logic, like maybe it's your own communication protocol or something that you're telling Unity, hey, we don't really want you to mess with this. These have nothing to do with Unity. You don't need to reference rewrite it or weave or anything like that. It's a plugin that you can actually, that we don't want you to do that. And for universal, for the Windows, when you target Windows, they give you the option to say, hey, they call it onProcess plugin. It's an option in player settings, and you can just go in there and add an element and say, do not do any of that magic processing to this assembly, to this plugin. Again, 99% of the time, this is something you actually wouldn't want to use, but that 1%, if you need it, the option is there. The rules that I tell people is if you're gonna go in and do this option, just make sure that you're to be safe, make sure that your plugin is not referencing Unity engine, because the magic that they use is for Unity to work. And if Unity is doing work, if you're like telling them, hey, don't do any of that work, then the magic might not happen. So you could be ruining the trick, and that's what happened. The option is there. Very, very seldomly you would need it. So don't worry, we're just giving you the, hey, here's how we're looking at it. Now, the next thing that you have to look at is now, so you have the option of, hey, I got this JavaScript, I'm running on .NET, so the next thing is, hey, can I mix and match? Angry Bots is a perfect example where half of the project is written in C#, half of it is written in JavaScript.
Yeah.
So how does it work when you mix and match? So the first thing, if you're on Windows Phone, remember it's monocompiler, so it just works. Like literally, like you don't have to do anything. If you're on Windows, right, targeting Universal or Windows Store, then there they give you the option. You can choose to do partial .NET Core support or .NET Core or none. And I spell it out right here where I tell you exactly what that means. So the default is using .NET Core. If you're targeting Windows Store, that's your default. That's the one that we want you to use. And what that would mean is that your C# is compiled using the Microsoft compiler, and you can call any Windows RT APIs from within your script. So that's a cool thing that you can just reference WinRT. You don't have to write everything with plugins if you want to. The caveat with that is because you're using the compiler, you don't have JavaScript classes, or your C# types are not visible to JavaScript classes.
Yeah.
Right now, .NET Core partially is your, hey, I got some JavaScript, how can I do that? And you'll see here the version of pseudocode in PowerPoint. If you have C# scripts that are in either your plugins folder or your standard assets folder, when you select .NET Core partially, those will be compiled with the monocompiler. They won't be able to call WinRT APIs, but those stats will actually be available, so that everybody else can see them.
So it depends on what you're doing. If you want to have it so that you can reference it from a JavaScript file, then you're going to want to go possibly with the .NET Core partial. Exactly. The only difference is you're not going to be able to call directly to the WinRT runtime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And if you were watching earlier Angry Bots, that's how we compile Angry Bots. So if you go download Angry Bots and you try to compile and target Windows Store, you'll get that error that says, oh, there's this class that's missing. And the reason for it is because you have a C# class that the JavaScript object doesn't find. Enable .NET Core partially, and you're unblocked.
Yeah.
And then the last option is mono. I honestly don't have a good reason why you would want to use the compilation option of none. That's where mono gets used throughout. I can't give you a very good reason, but it's there.
The only one I can really think of off the top of my head is if you have nothing that's touching anything .NET. Right, if you just have like very, very basic libraries, right? Maybe then you would even still like. But
in theory, it's just a compiler, right? Like in theory, you end up with the same.
Exactly.
So I don't have a valid like, oh, we must do this reason.
Yeah.
But
reach out to us and let us know if you actually have a valid reason why you would want to do that. We'd love to have it and then put it in the slides for later.
Yeah, ping us via the Q&A, and that's it. Now this is a two-part session, so the next session is going to be hardware, and we have a few minutes. So I'm actually, rather than moving to the cutting it short, I owed you a demo from last time. So in our last session, I wanted to show you the emulator, the Windows Phone emulator. So I'm going to take this extra couple minutes and give you the phone emulator demo. So here I have, this is the phone emulator. This is Angry Bots has been running for the last 15 minutes on the emulator. And all I did is I go back here, and let's just stop it, and hopefully it won't. This is probably going to get us into trouble again, because last time this demo failed, where we got a weird error that kind of looked like the file was being locked. All I did is exited everything, came back, and everything worked magically again. So again, we're remote desktop onto a machine, so a few of our demos are going to have a few kinks. Definitely the performance is nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to see some frame rate issues just because of that.
But here, all I'm showing you is this is the Windows Phone project, and I can go here and say debug on the emulator. And then I have full-blown emulator support. And the emulator, for example, right here, you can do rotation. So if I click on these buttons, you'll do rotation. This is the zoom button that I would use. Like, for example, here I'm running a low resolution. So normally I don't, like right now I'm zoomed into the emulator at 66%. You can actually target, in the simulator for Windows, you can target different screen sizes. You can simulate multi-touch right here. So this is what the phone emulator is going to do.
Can you show them the pullout that shows the accelerometer as well?
Yeah, so to go back to Mickey's point, if I click right here on the tools, You will see a whole lot of functionality here that's interesting to people. For example, you can fake location or simulate location. You can take screenshots. This is useful if, when you're trying to export your game and you're going to submit it to the store, you want to get cool screenshots out of it, and you can get them out of here. So you get screen captures. You can actually throttle your network, so you can throttle different network speeds. And then you were looking at sensors, so you can go back and actually enable or disable sensors, and we're going to talk later about capabilities and some of the things that you do there. So that's kind of some of the functionality that you have.
It's very feature rich, though. That's the one thing I wanted to point out, is like it does have a lot of the features, and you really don't need the phone in your hand in order to start doing these basic testing. Right?
Yep, and I'm going to push my luck and do it 1/3 time, and because you brought this up earlier, Mickey, so I'm going to stop debugging and I'll show you two things. The first one is the drop down right here. So obviously I got my device, which we can develop to, and then I have all of these configurations, and I actually only have the 8 ones. This is a very clean machine. All it has is Visual Studio Express. So this is like what a developer would download for free. That's what the machine that we're using today. And it only has the latest version of Visual Studio Express. And you see the emulator. It has multiple images for Windows Phone 8.1. You have the kind of like, the WBGA, which is the 480 by 800 resolution with 512. This is our lower end device.
That'd be the 530s.
Exactly, the 520s, the 630s. And then you end up with, for example, you have a 720p device. This is the equivalent of like the 1020, 1020 or 720p device.
It's 720.
That one has 2 gigabytes of memory. We have, for example, the 920, the Nokia 920 and 925, and some of those that are 720p devices. And then we have the 1080p devices, which are, for example, our new Nokia 930. Or the 1520.
The phablet.
So you get all of these configurations, and you can do that. And then the last one, again, to press my luck, I'm just going to click on it, and you'll see, to go back to Mickey's point earlier, you'll see how fast, like I clicked on it right there, here's the game up and running, I can go through my code, set breakpoints and everything. So to go back to don't panic, it's not an emulator. No, it doesn't take a minute to load up that simulator.
Yeah, you don't have to wait a half hour for your game.
As it does elsewhere. So that's where we're at. Obviously, breakpoints, you'll see here our debug window. There's a lot of first exceptions going on. I myself had C++ enabled earlier, so I have to go back and see what's going on here. But full, debugging support, breakpoints, editor, all of that stuff is available from within Visual Studio. And we have something similar with a Windows simulator where you can actually just simulate from within Windows. I can come back there and just simulate kind of a Windows desktop.
Is that one working right now? Can we show it?
Let's push our luck. There's a lot of inception going on here. This is funny. Well, let's try it. So I'm going to go here, select Windows, Angry Bots on Windows.
We're going to emulate it on a device that's already being...
Yeah, so we're going to... So the way our simulator works actually on Windows is that we remote desktop onto that same device. And that's probably what got us last time, so we're going to get in trouble with it. We remote desktop. When I'm running here on the Surface and I launch the simulator, it actually remotes desktop, creates a new session, remotes desktop onto itself. But we're already remote desktop from this machine onto it, so we got a double inception thing going on here. And it seems like it's coming up.
Yeah. And what's cool about that, too, is like because it's remote desktoping in, it's like having a full tablet. Like you have everything in there, all the programs that are installed that are on your device are in there. So if you want to maybe build something that talks to an external program or something like that, all that functionality is available to you. Yep,
exactly. So we simulate touch. We do the rotations. So we actually simulate rotations. We have support right here where you can change resolution, for example. And in this case, you don't even have to launch a new image. We literally on the fly change the resolution, rotate them, and do everything. As you rotate, this is all happening fine. Like the events to rotate are firing on the device just as you would. I was afraid of the refresh rate here. You see there's a little bit of a 1 second slight lag there. That's because we're doing all of these extra overhead. For context right now, if you look at these, this is a Surface device, and it's not the higher end one. It's actually one of the i5s. So, and it's got only, I think it's got 8 gigabyte of RAM. But right now I'm running the simulator, Visual Studio simulator, emulator for phone, all at once in parallel. You can see if I had a multiplayer game, I could probably play across the device right here with this thing. So, so very, very rich functionality. And to go back to your point, yes, We can simulate the screen. We actually have something where we simulate location. We can capture screenshots, very much like everything we showed you on the phone, toggle our networking. And to go back to Mickey's point, it's a full-blown remote desktop onto the machine. So if you want to see what's in this machine, which is a test machine from our lab, you see a few games installed there. You see some, a demo that we're going to use later. And I can literally interact. I can run my demo and interact, like launch settings and do everything else. We're going to see a little bit of that as we go. So our simulator for Windows and phone are very rich, very feature-rich, and we hope it makes it easy for you to actually troubleshoot and get through. And with that, I think we're...
Is this a good time for a break?
Part 1 and version 2, part 1 and module 2 is now done.
Okay.
And we'll come back and...
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, and then we'll move on to hardware. We'll talk a little bit more about specifics of the hardware and everything like that and continue on.
Yep.
Sound good?
Yep.
See everybody in 10. We've done a little bit of talking about general porting, we've done our general setup, and now we're going to move into hardware. But before we jump in, we had some really good questions from the Q&A section, so I thought we'd answer a few of them.
Yep.
The first one that I saw was about Visual Studio as a plugin. So the question was, they were watching the videos from yesterday and said that you needed Visual Studio Pro in order to use Visual Studio as a plugin. And just to give a little clarification around that, what I'm getting from that is you're actually talking about the visual or Unity VS, formerly known as Unity VS. It's now called Visual Studio Tools for Unity. And that's an actual plugin that will allow you to debug and code directly in Visual Studio instead of using MonoDevelop. We're going to highlight that a little bit later on and just kind of mention it and talk a little bit more about it. But that's generally what I think you're getting at. And in that case, yes, you do need to have Unity Pro in order to be able to use that plugin.
Well, you need... So to use when we had a slide, but we'll get ahead. It's the Unity BS was acquired by Microsoft. So Unity BS is this really great Unity editor plugin it was a plugin for the editor only, where you were allowed to integrate seamlessly so that you could use Visual Studio as your code editor and as your debugger, very much like you use MonoDevelop today. And it used to be like $80. It was a pretty popular plugin, so it was very handy. It was very effective for people. And then about 3 months ago, Microsoft acquired Unity BS, and we've done two things so far. We have renamed it. It's now called Visual Studio Tools for Unity, and then we have also made it free. So that's a great thing. Now, the part that you need there is because again we're still in the acquisition. Before, Unity BS was a feature that could only be used when you had Visual Studio Pro, because we have our different SKUs for Visual Studio. We have the Express SKUs, which does not allow you to have plugins in Visual Studio because it's free. And then the Pro SKUs and all the SKUs above that, like Ultimate and all the other ones, allow you to have plugins. So right now, we have acquired Unity VS. We have made it free. And unfortunately, because we're in the same release cycle and everything else, it's still Visual Studio Pro only. Mm-hmm. You mentioned earlier we do have a 90-day eval of Visual Studio, so feel free to just use the 90-day eval of Visual Studio Pro.
And we'll talk a little bit more about our BizSpark and our DreamSpark program for others to get it for free. But yeah, I highly recommend using Unity VS or Visual Studio Tools for Unity now. I've used it in the past. It's really speeds up my coding process. You get IntelliSense, you can debug right inside there. Visual Studio's got probably arguably one of the best debuggers on the market, right? Yep. So it's very, very powerful and very easy to use. So yes, definitely check it out if you're interested in coding inside of Visual Studio.
Yep.
Another one that we had was about an achievement system. They asked us to go a little bit deeper, and they were wondering if there's some things in the back end that we're doing. So I'm guessing they're interested in the achievement system. So back in the day when we had Windows Phone 7, you had Xbox Live achievements and stuff like that. Can you elaborate a little bit about what we have going there?
Yes, so today, first of all, Xbox Live as an API still exists. So if you have what I would call a really nice game, because Xbox Live is a program that you can join, studios can join and actually submit and publish through Microsoft Studios, and you get into a business relationship. So so the reality is that it's not available to everybody. If you're a student, this is your first game, etc., it's unlikely that you're going to get into Xbox Live, into the Xbox Live program. So the APIs for achievements are still there. And that's one thing that's available there. The other one is that there's third parties, vendors out there that have really great solutions. For example, KumaCore, they have a good solution that gives you achievements and leaderboards, etc. So pretty much any cloud service that gives you gaming services, you should be able to access from within Unity, because most of them are just using REST APIs. So KumaCore is one that I use often on our side. They're working their Unity plugin, and it's really easy to work. It's really easy to integrate, and people are successfully kind of creating the right functionality. The last thing that we've done also is obviously Microsoft has Azure, and unfortunately we don't have like high-level gaming services like we do with Xbox Live, where you get achievements and lobbies and all the higher-level stuff. But if you just want to throw a leaderboard together very quickly, we do have plugins that you can use to connect to Azure. You can get table storage and just literally drop everything to a table and effectively create a leaderboard. We even ship some.
That's how I've done all my leaderboards on all my, and it's cross-platform too, which is really nice because you're using Azure and you have the ability to use it on iOS and Android. So all of my leaderboards are all cross-platform, so you're competing across all the platforms. It's
Yep,
really nice.
exactly. And we need depending on how much usage, etc., it can be free or it can be very inexpensive. And we give you, we also give you samples. So a year and a half ago, and maybe when we go back, we'll send the link to Chris, who's going to post these videos and the sessions. But if not, just go look. Unity, Windows has samples. So if you go into the Windows samples in dev.windows.com, look for samples and you do a search for Azure Leaderboard. And 2 years ago, we had interns come in and write Azure Leaderboards.
I think I might have been one of those interns.
Yeah, so we had people write them, and the source code is out there. So it's a quick way to get started, up and running very quickly if you want leaderboard.
Yeah, and shameless plug, if you check out wootstudio.ca, not .com.ca, I actually got a couple blog posts on there on how I built mobile services for Android, iOS, and Windows Phone.
Yep. So yeah, great references. It's not that hard to do it all. So you can do all that if you want.
So basically, the answer there, and just we talked a little bit about there, going back. Basically, there is no high level like how it was on the Xbox. There's nothing like that. You don't have like the leaderboards and stuff like that. But you can roll your own again, and using things like Azure, and that actually opens it up. So it's not just for our platform; it's for every platform.
Yep. Yeah. And I would caveat it with today there is no high level.
Yes.
The Xbox Live exists. It's just it's a program that is not open to everybody, but it's clearly something we got to be looking at.
Yeah, definitely. And so one last question before we jump into hardware, and this one's kind of about hardware, so I thought it would kind of fit perfectly. We showed off how to use the sensors in the emulator. We have a question: can I test the move sensor? So I'm guessing they want to know: can you use the gyroscope inside of the emulator? Can you show that off?
Yeah, actually, it's coming up.
It's coming up.
You've been with me by 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah. During the break, he was trying to download a game that I had built previously that actually shows this.
Yep. So, and you're probably better at showing this because, for context, just so people understand it, a lot of the demos are on my side of the machine. In our setup, we tested this last Friday. Everything worked, 2 machines, everything. Today, we had a connectivity problem, so all our demos are here. And this is actually a game that you wrote, Mickey, and that we used for the last training, and so it's just coming up. Let me see if I can project. I just launched it, and come back
you're
here.
projecting now.
Yep.
So there is a little error there. This was written about a year ago, so the code might be a little bit dated.
Yep.
But basically, what happens is you can control the sumos by accelerometer. So if you were holding the device in your hand, you could actually move the sumo forward by moving them forward, and stuff like that.
So
it's going to be a little hard to demo it.
If I'm not timed.
Just hit clear and then hit it again. Just tap on the screen. There you go. So he's moving already because the accelerometer is giving him some input of -1 on the Y. So if you look down there, it says -1 Y.
Yep.
So you're already giving it negative input on the Y, and because of the way it's set up, Y is actually going to and from the camera because you've got it tilted. So you
can see here I'm tilting it. So to go back to the persons, I'm just not getting the timing right, but I'm tilting the accelerometer here, and the values are changing.
Yeah.
So if anybody's testing their game, you can do that.
Yeah, you can test all the accelerometer there. And what's a really cool feature about this is you don't have to actually do it all by hand. You can pre-record data and then play it back.
Yep.
So if you look at the recorded data there.
So I'm going to press play, and then I'm going to shake real quick, see if I get the timing right. Play and shake. See? Oh, there you go. They danced.
You moved a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they danced a little bit. So I can go back there. You'll see it right here if I'm fast enough. This is actually a shake gesture that has been pre-recorded, and these actually
there's a few in there. Yeah.
The emulator comes with with a pre-recorded gesture, and you can record your own if you want to. And again, if I'm moving these around right here, I would be able to do it. I just haven't managed to get the right balance there. But I'll go back here, and I'll go there, and I'll shake it very quickly, and you see how they dance a little bit.
Yeah, you did a little jitter there. Yeah.
Yep. So that's yeah, there's a lot of power with regards to the accelerometer and sensors. Same thing for network throttling. There's a lot of knobs that you can
play around with. So that's really cool. That's some really cool stuff.
Yep. And by the way, this is github.com/scruffyfern.
Yeah, so that's my general dump spot for all my code. So any demos that you see or you hear us talk about, if you're looking for code, that's a good place to head over.
Yep.
Constantly updating it and taking feedback. So if you see anything, if there's an issue with something, or you see a feature that I should have added, just reach out, let me know, and we'll get it in there.
Yep. This has all the features like light up features that today we're going to cover here's how you go really under the engine and do light up. Because yesterday at the MBA yesterday, they cover a lot of here's how you share, here's how you do something specific. Mm-hmm. But I know your game, if you're looking for source code, this game has it all, so you can just go download.
Yeah, so in that one, we actually set it up so that when you get a high score and you beat your previous high score, it automatically uses the share charm to share it out via whatever you have enabled, right? Twitter, Facebook, whatever. So the code's all there. It's very easy to use and all very well documented for the most part.
Yep. So go download it. We'll make sure we include a link so that you can get it. And if you're on Twitter or the Q&A, just
I'll post in the Q&A later as well. Yeah, definitely. Good. So let's move on to hardware.
Yep.
Let's talk about the.
Well, that was hardware.
That was hardware, kind of. Yes, very true.
So.
So I guess the first thing we want to talk about is the Windows Phone hardware.
Yeah. So again, if you're porting your game across platforms, you gotta understand what you can expect. And I think on Windows Phone we had we began with a very interesting philosophy, and as we've seen demand, as we've listened to customers, it's changed a little bit, but it's still the core philosophy was there. And here's kind of how we started. With Windows Phone, we wanted to make sure that we didn't create this over-fragmented space where there was all kinds of hardware, all kinds of really crazy configurations that made it impossible for developers to target Windows. So what we've done is we have this concept. We began with this concept called a chassis, where we said, we're going to have these hardware specifications, and every OEM or every phone manufacturer is going to adhere to it, and that way developers have some sort of consistency. And obviously, as we've gone over time and hardware has evolved and people want, variety or more choices, it's evolved and it's getting a little bit broader. But in the end, the principle there is that our hardware is very consistent. This happens on Windows. On Windows, we have probably not millions, but we probably have thousands of different models from many different OEMs, etc. But in the end, the APIs abstract all that hardware. We make sure it's all DirectX. We make sure it's all the same multi-touch and everything. So you end up with a nice abstraction. And here's what you can get out of phone, or what you should expect out of phone, I guess. So first of all of our phones have a Snapdragon CPU, or dual core. That's the minimum bar. Obviously, there's faster ones.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. What we're talking about here is the minimum requirements in order for it to be considered a Windows Phone.
Yep, exactly.
You are guaranteed pretty much to have this.
Yep, exactly. You're guaranteed. So when the ones that have only one option, this is your min bar, and then there's obviously a few that have multiple options. So you're guaranteed to have DirectX level 9.3. So if you're a graphics, somebody asked earlier, how many triangles can I get out of this? We have DirectX level 9.3 capable hardware. For context, if you want to put it into context, that's Xbox 360.
Yeah, it basically, you can say it runs the same shader languages and versions as the Xbox 360.
Exactly. So it's you should be able to do a lot with it, and you see people doing a lot with it. On memory, we have today we have 3 different configurations. We do have a lower end phone that has 512 meg of memory. We have 1 gigabyte, which is kind of mid-range, and then lately, or over the last 6 months, we started seeing phones with 2 gigabyte of memory. The 1020, which has that 41 megapixel camera, has 2 gigabytes of memory because it needs it for, or it can take advantage of it for the pictures when you're getting, that huge picture in there. It's easy for us to process the memory. 1520, 930. They're all starting to come out with 2 gigabytes. So we will continue.
There's one thing I want to mention there, though, because you see 512 and you're thinking, well, that's not that bad. 512 is pretty good. But you're not getting access to the full 512, right?
Yep, exactly. And we'll cover that. We have memory is going to be our,
hey,
here's everything here that you have to learn. So,
okay, so we'll come back to that. But
so we'll get there. And then on resolutions, mostly what you should expect, like you see a myriad of resolutions, but the one trend that you can get out of here is if you looked at it, it's 16 by 9 or 16 by 10. So that is the one thing, whereas the aspect ratio, what we find out is the aspect ratio is more interesting to people than the resolution.
Yeah.
So on that side, the lower end devices are 800 by 480, and that's also our older devices. That's where we started. But now we're all the way to 1080p. Mm-hmm. So with regards to sensors, actually, all of the Windows phones will have an accelerometer, a light sensor, and a proximity sensor, and then optional for the higher end ones, which is most of the phones, like anything that's in the mid-range or high range, will have gyro or a magnetometer.
So one thing I'll point out there is if you're going to use something like gyro or magnetometer, make sure you're checking that they're
Yep, exactly.
And we're going to get into the capabilities in a second. But what's cool about it is if I have a game that requires me to have a gyro and I put that in as my capabilities, it's only going to target the people that have that phone. We're only going to be able to see it. So I'm not going to end up with people that can't use my game downloading it, right? So that's one really cool feature.
Yep. Which is, so here's the capabilities light. And what we do here is very similar to other platforms, right? This is something, a configuration option in Visual Studio. It's not even an option, it's something you should go configure in Visual Studio. And what it is you declare what capabilities you want for your application. And capabilities can be software or hardware driven. So for example, if you want access to the contacts database or if you want access to camera, these are both capabilities. And you can just go in there and declare them. And this is a really nice thing because let's say I go download his Sumo blocks and I see that he's wanting access to my contacts database. Looking at Mickey, I'll be like, no way, right? So, so that's where the user can come in and say, here's what, I understand the capabilities, I know how these map, and then you as a developer should just declare them and go do that. A good tip, I think Mickey was highlighting this, if you don't declare the capability, the API is just going to fail.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll be like, oh, why is the camera not coming up? And you forgot to turn on the capability. You don't get it depends on which capability you're turning on, but in some cases they just fail, and if you don't
you'll spend a bunch of time debugging it, and you'll realize that you didn't have the capability set. But yeah, back to the point that I was making there, though, is like, I've seen this on different stores, I won't name stores, but I've seen this where you'll go and download a game, and you'll go to run it on your device, and it won't work. Right, and it's maybe because it had a capability or something set, and then all of a sudden you start reading the reviews, and people are just trashing the games. Well, the good thing is here, if my game requires the gyroscope, and I set gyroscopes, only people that have that enabled on their device are actually going to be able to see my game and download it. So they're not going to trash me in the store because they downloaded a game that doesn't work on their device. So that's a huge plus.
Yep. And later, when we talk about store, we'll talk about trial, which is another way to get around those kinds of problems. Because even, in some cases, you do require capability, or you expect specific performance in some games or something like that. And even though you don't have a capability to require, in some cases, some people might not like your game. They'll feel like it lags too much on my lower-end device, etc. So trials would be a good best practice. That's after lunch, so stick around for that one. Come back after lunch, and we'll get there.
Awesome. So I guess we're going to move on to the back button?
Yep. So Windows Phone has a back button. All Windows phones have a back button. And this is something that everybody that's targeting Windows Phone should be aware of because it is one of our certification requirements that you handle the back button. There's a very specific set of rules that say, look, if you're on the main in your landing page for your game, somebody clicks the button, the application should exit. And if you are somewhere else where you have a modal dialog or something, the application should just dismiss it. The nice thing about this is that Unity handles it for you. If Android has a back button, and the way Unity handle it on Android is you listen for key code escape, and then you.
It's the exact equivalent of listening for the keyboard escape key.
Yep.
And to your point there, like the general rules are, if you're in a menu system, like at the very beginning of the game, you fire up your menu and you hit the back button, exit the game. Now, if I'm actually in a dialogue, so I'm talking to an NPC and walking around the world, I hit the back button, it shouldn't exit the game. It should just exit that dialogue and go back to a previous dialogue.
Yep.
And same thing as traversing menu systems. If I'm on the main menu, I click settings, I'm in settings, I click the back button, it shouldn't exit the game. It shouldn't go anywhere but back to the main menu, right? So make sure that it's you're following the stack, so to speak, and making sure that you back up on the stack the proper way.
Exactly. And again, this is a certification check, so make sure you do it, otherwise you'll fail certification the first time. If you want to look at code, there's nothing exciting in the code, but it does show you actually, if I look at this code, it does show you one point that we often like to make. It shows you how things are connected, right? So our host application is, we talked about this XAML earlier, and it's this page that hosts that swap chain panel that we talked about earlier. And you can see how Unity actually writes all the code for you, where Unity listens for the back key press event, and then when that happens, they communicate back onto their framework, and then to you, this shows up as in your update loop. You just check for get key down and with escape, and then if you want to exit, you can go ahead and say application.quit. If you need to dismiss a menu or something like that, you handle it there, and that's how you handle the back buttons.
Yeah, and that's pretty much anybody that's ever done any event-driven handling understands what that is. It's basically just an event handler that's waiting. Did I press the back button? Yes. If so, call this code.
Yep, exactly. The next one that you have to look at is keyboard. And Unity, starting with 4.5, they've added some really good keyboard support. This was one of the features that was harder for them to get through, so it came a little bit later. Again, if you're using 4.5.3, you're ready for it. And what Unity has is seamless keyboard support if you're using GUI. This is the old GUI system, not their new UI system that's coming in 4.6. If you were using that before, the support is already there. Obviously, as a new UI system comes up in 4.6, they're going to have support. If you want programmatic access, then use the touchscreen keyboard class. And I highlighted two things that we've shifted back and forth. So the first one is touchscreen keyboard class has a bunch of properties. One of them is the area, so that you know what area is being covered. And on Windows, they don't get the right size for the area, so it just doesn't work or is not supported. You get 0, if you try to figure out the area. Just assume you can check if the keyboard is showing, and then assume that you're partially obscured if the keyboard is showing. And then there used to be a setting where in phone or in Windows where we used to have set keyboard door active after we instantiated touchscreen keyboard. That's no longer required as a 4.5.3. They fixed that bug. But I used to have a line that says this is required, so now we're just telling people, hey, you no longer need that line. Moving on to memory, as Mickey already said, this is one of those areas where people come into Windows. We want to make sure you're super careful, and we want to make sure you do great support. The first thing is you should understand, like for example, 520, the Nokia 520 was one of the best-selling phones on any platform for many months last year. Like they were selling, in countries they were selling more than Android. So it was one of the best-selling phones out there. $49, contract unlocked outside of the US. That's a really big deal. Like a lot of people in some developing countries are using it.
Well, I picked one up for development purposes, right? Being a lower end device.
Yep, exactly. So and what happens there is that one has 512 meg of memory. And here's how Microsoft or Windows handles the memory. If you're running on Windows Phone 8, actually it doesn't make that big of a difference on 8.1, but so pretty much when it's a 512 meg device, we give your application 180 meg. So we are like, okay, we want to make sure you don't go over 180, because if you go over 180, then the operating system starts to suffer, or maybe we don't pick up a call, or there's other tasks that need to happen that you might care about. So we kind of make sure we limit your memory there. And that's what the operating system gives you to make sure that we're always running as a good phone. So you need to make sure of that, because when you hit 180, the operating system is going to shut you down. Mm-hmm. Like, well, you'll get out of memory exceptions, and then you're likely going to
if you throw an out of memory exception, you're pretty much dead in the water there.
You're not going to be able to recover. If you manage to recover from a few of those, and the memory keeps going, at some point it just automatically shuts you down. So it's something that you need to know. Now, some people might not be able to have their game fit on their, in 180. And there what we do is we give you manifest settings such that you can say, oh, here's how I want to handle. For example, these ID func cap extend memory pretty much sets, hey, I want to be in the 180 range. That's kind of the default that you're going to run into. Now, if you can go in there and say ID rec memory 300, you can put this on your manifest. And again, there's a visual editor for the manifest, so you don't have to remember all this manually. And then what that's going to do is it's going to actually opt out of those low memory devices. So that means if Mickey goes to our store in his 512 Nokia 520, he won't see your game because you opted out of that. So that's a good thing because Mickey's not going to download it and have a bad experience, but it's a bad thing because you just left a very large number of users out of your market. So we highly, highly recommend that you make 512 megabyte support work, and that's why we're probably going to spend the next 10 minutes talking about tips
how to
and
get
tricks
that
to
happen,
do that.
yeah.
Now, those were the settings and the manifest settings for Windows Phone 8. On Windows Phone 8.1, as we move to Universal, we actually changed it to be a little bit more, intuitive. Min device memory is a new setting, so do a search for any of these or click on the link that we have on the PowerPoint and you'll be able to see that. So that's kind of what you need to know with regards to memory. Now, some memory tips and tricks that we have. The first one is always test on low memory devices. Many times I've been called by somebody who said, I don't get it. My game is not that advanced and I'm taking 180 megabytes of memory. And then I asked them, what are you running on? They said 1520. And I'm like, you know what? The garbage collector is sleeping because the garbage collector will only run if you need it to run. Mm-hmm. So if our garbage collector will not collect anything until it has to. So if you're testing on a high memory device and you're measuring memory, we might not run and you'll be getting the wrong measure. It could be that you're not using that much, we're just not collecting it. So I always test on low memory devices. Some of you are going to tell me, well, I don't want to buy one of those. Great, use the emulator. Right? That's why we give you the emulator. The emulator has the configuration, so use that. If you want to get an idea on your memory, the Unity Profiler is a really easy way for you to just keep an eye on memory.
Yeah, it's very powerful too.
The Profiler is very powerful, and it's the easiest, one of the easiest, the one that people coming from different platforms are going to be most familiar with. Later on, we'll talk about the Windows tools, because once you're in the Windows world, you get the power of Access or Xperf or other Visual Studio tools we're going to show you in the optimization section. So there will be more tools than that, but if you want to, then it's just easy enough. I loved it. Tabidas from Unity did a session at Unite, and he called it the low budget, option for profile in Unity, and then he showed Xperf and some of those tools in there because the profiler is a Unity Pro feature. So if you don't have that, you can definitely go use the Xperf tools. The two of the common gotchas that we see with memory are texture compression. So definitely if you're going to target low memory devices, just make sure that your textures are being compressed. And for that, you can go into, whenever you have a texture, go into the advanced settings, click on in the settings, click on advanced, and then go in there and change texture compression.
I'd go one step further and say always compress your textures. It doesn't matter what device you're running on, really.
Yeah, you should, because that that helps with size. It helps with a couple other things regardless, right? Because download size.
I was going to say download size matters. Yeah.
So, but just make sure that you're compressed there. And then the last one, which this one is slight shift from the way we do Unity games a lot. If you want to save a little bit of memory on audio, then just do the stream from disk, which again, like a lot of the times for my Unity games, for certain things that are like long-running background sounds, etc., sometimes we're like, compressing or stream from disk is a good option. Some things like like little sprites,
like a jump sound or something. You're not going to.
We were like, do I really keep it in memory or not? So that was an option that in some cases in Unity you have. On our side, just go back and look at your audio and see which one makes sense. Streaming from disk does save on memory. If you're trying to squeeze that 1 megabyte, that at the end, that's usually one that you can look at. Here's the option on texture compression, just so you see it. It's just go into any textures, look at texture type, click advanced, and then from there you'll see the compression as one of the options.
Yeah, and the big part here is the alpha channel, right? Depending on what you're doing there. If you need full alpha support, then you want to go DXT5. If not, then you can get away with DXT1. Yep. It really depends on what the image is, right, and what the sprite is.
Yep. And you'll see, with DXT1 you get 8x compression often. With DXT5 you get half of that. So both of them are pretty significant, and you usually don't suffer much from going DXT5. We have some great blog post by Chuck that I pointed to earlier that talks about textures and compressions. So you can map it. The one thing that you'll run into too is we kind of renamed it. We went from DXTs, which was the old way of calling it in the old DirectX 9 world, and then we moved to BCs. So DXT1 became BC1, and then DXT5 is kind of a BC3 equivalent. So as you look at block compression, this blog post will walk you through it, and you'll be able to get the most out of it. If you're doing runtime stuff and you want to check, hey, how much memory am I using? Like just so you know, like for example, in some cases, we're working on a game right now where we need to take some screenshots, and there, in some cases you can be at a place where, like, if you run the tutorial and you finish 3 races or whatever, like, we might need to save a little bit of memory, and us giving you the option to not take a screenshot at a specific point can save us 5 megabytes to make sure we never go over. We give you runtime APIs. These are runtime APIs, not debugging APIs that you can use within your app to make sure number 1 is how much total memory you have. Number 2, how much your current memory use is, so that you kind of plan again, and then you get your peak memory usage too. So these are runtime APIs you can use to keep an eye and enable.
Yeah, like if you're worried and you're hitting that point where you're almost always going over, it might be a good idea to put some catches in there for that, right? And check and like, oh, I am running out of memory. Maybe I should delete X or
Yep, exactly. With regards to memory tooling, you're running on Windows, debugging on Windows, so all of the Windows technologies are going to start to apply. These ones, again, you're going to see them on the tooling section in the afternoon after lunch. A few of them you're going to see. But if you're running a Windows Store app, Task Manager, right? Control-Alt-Delete, see how much memory you have. Memory is not a problem on Windows Store at all. We don't limit it, we don't throttle it, we don't have a problem there. So for Windows, you shouldn't have to. But in some cases, like for example, I do these a lot. I write universal games, and then what I do is I troubleshoot memory on Windows just because it's easier. I have great tooling with Xperf and a few other things like Visual Studio Diagnostics. That one you can use on phone too. But I just, I find it more convenient to troubleshoot some of those things there, or to validate my compression on certain things there, and then just move back and forth. And again, the Unity Profiler, it can support phone and Windows. If you have Unity Pro, it's there, and you should be able to do that. If you're dealing with memory, something you also need to know is asset bundles. Asset bundle is kind of a double-edged sword. In some cases, we use asset bundles, or people use asset bundles to keep their assets clean, organized, etc. That's the best practice there. On Windows Phone, if you're trying to use asset bundles to squeeze some memory, maybe doing multiple resolution packages where you have one bundle for high res, one bundle for low res, it can happen. It can help you, and that way it saves you a little bit of memory, saves you performance from having to uncompress too big of a bundle, etc.
Yeah, I've used it on the PC side of things more, where I'd have like the low, medium, high settings for my graphics. Exactly. And that's how I was doing that. I was using asset bundles to create like low-level graphics that I would display if it was a lower graphics card or whatever, and then I would just move up. It's a great way to save memory, and it does organize your programs a lot better. Yep.
And the caveat with Unity on Windows Phone is that once you chunk into asset bundles, the bundles cannot be unloaded. Once you load it, there's no, like, the API to unload the bundle just is a no-op. It doesn't truly unload it. And this has to do with the way we manage device context. And if you're in a scene where you can call asset bundle unload, but if we know that we still needed assets from there because it's loaded in a device context, it just becomes a no-op. So make sure you plan with, here's how my bundles are going to be. Make sure you chunk them the right way. And if you're looking for memory, you can go back and make sure that that's working seamlessly for you. Audio, and this goes beyond memory. And by the way, we emphasize 512 meg a lot because we want you to support 512. And also, I think I emphasize it a lot because I tend to work on the highest end games on the store. So I'm used to people that are like, they come from iOS and they had memory problems on iOS. And then when they come to Windows, they're like, the memory of the 180 limit, it's a little bit more harsh. So that's why we emphasize it. But 90% of the people watching this will probably never have a memory problem. So we're giving you all the details, but don't panic. Make sure you go measure first. Because you'll be surprised like how much fits. Unity is very effective, and they do a lot of texture loading and unloading. They do a lot of optimizations behind the scenes where you might not need it. We're just telling you, hey, watch out for these, and we're giving you all the tools because that 5% or whatever it is that needs it, we want to make sure that you're armed with the right tools. That 95% might not need it, and don't panic. So moving away from memory a little bit onto audio, one of the things that we have going on, and this is a gotcha that we actually like, it's just something we've learned to accept. With Unity, with the way they profile, with the way they inject code into the development builds, when you play your game in a phone, most likely you're running debug. you have 50-50 chance that your audio is going to just crackle. It's going to be like, it's not going to sound good. And you're going to be like, what happened? Right? Like, this is great audio. I know it works. I know the format support, etc. So when you're running in Unity and if you have an audio, if your audio is not sounding right, make sure you retry master. And it might be something where like literally you're going to be like turning the volume down on your game because you need to be on debug, but the audio is not sounding great, but you know that it sounds great on master. It just has to do with how much work they're doing to debug, how they're tracking, and all the other stuff. And it's just something we've kind of learned.
Yeah, when you're doing all the debug steps and you got the processing of the audio on top of that, all of a sudden you kind of start to run out of room, right? And you will get little things. I've had it happen very infrequently, though. It's not too often that I actually see it come up.
Yep. And test on devices, it's the next one, right? The emulator is not representative of your audio. So if it doesn't sound right, again, just make sure you test on devices. If you want to look at the codecs we support, which we would support most of what you expect, and Unity abstracts a little bit of that for you. There's a link here where you can go back and say, oh, here's what we're looking at. Now, we're not going to dive deep into touch, Microsoft, gyro, webcam, and location. And the reason we are not going to do that is only because that works seamless the way you would expect, like, touch and microphone and gyro are, exactly what you expect out of Unity. You shouldn't have to touch your games and make changes to be able to
if you've got input.accelerometer for your iOS build, it's going to work for the Windows build.
Exactly. Right. So we're not going to dive in, but they work, they're supported, and everything else. So just giving you the full thing there. Aspect ratios, we already hinted at this as we talked about earlier in the phone slide. We have mostly a 16:9 or 16:9 and sometimes a 16:10 aspect ratio. Most of our apps are full screen, or actually phone and Windows apps by default kind of run full screens. There's sometimes when phone apps get obscured. But you'll have events to handle that and you wouldn't have to do anything there. So for the most part, if your game was designed to be portable, you're not going to have any problems dealing with a resolution. It
goes back to the plan ahead, right? If you're building in Unity, you pretty much know you're going cross-platform, so start thinking about that at the beginning, and then you won't have these headaches as you get down the road, right?
Yep, exactly. With regards to input, I always show both on screen because I want you to think about universal app and talk about input as you go both ways. So with regards to input, on the phone, you'll have the transparent touch, accelerometer, you'll have camera, microphone, and obviously you still have the back button, which I consider part of input because it kind of drives your navigation. Mm-hmm. And then I highlight that, hey, there's overlap with Windows Store. In some cases, Windows Store might have touch, keyboard, etc. So if you think about universal app, think of them cohesively. If you want to optimize for one or the other, maybe, for example, add controller onto Windows, that's great. You can do that, no problem. Again, Unity abstracts a lot of these, so you shouldn't have a problem.
I was going to say, Unity does a really good job with their input processing, and the fact that, I've done it numerous times where I'll build a Windows Phone game, and I know I'm going to bring it to Windows Store, so I just write in the keyboard and mouse code anyway. I know it's going to work, and then exactly. I have no problems there. They've done a really good job with the input system.
Yep, and that's what we would recommend. Just write one universal game that handles both, and you'll be okay. Moving on to the hardware on Windows, we're going to run fairly fast through a lot of the same options, so you kind of see some of what we have and what you need to know. On the graphics side, these Windows actually goes down to DirectX level 9.1. Oh, okay. And the reason we do that is for the Surface RT devices. So those tend to be 9.1. So you will see a little bit of the 9.1 devices there. It's a small market share, but it's one that you should look at. For the most part, 9.1 and 9.3 are fairly close. So you shouldn't have a lot of
not too many differences there.
Right. Now Windows takes it all the way to DirectX 11. So that's one area where you will see performance optimizations, you will see improvements, you will see Unity taking advantage of certain things. For the most part, this should be transparent, but we just want to make sure you know that, Windows has the whole gamut of devices. Obviously, Windows is still the largest desktop operating system out there. There's millions of devices, thousands of models, etc. So we have the whole gamut.
Yeah, and if you're looking to see what the specific levels are, in the break we'll get a post up there from MSDN that actually explains what each level has.
Yep. For you. So there's definitely we have a nice table that walks you through every. For context, the way I always look at it is you're looking at the minimum bar across the board is shader model 2, because that's
pretty fair to say.
Yep. On Windows, with regards to resolution, we can be all over the place. Number one is there's too much hardware out there, and number two, Windows supports in screen resizing and multitasking, so your game can be resized to resolution as low as 320 by 768.
Yeah, that's basically what I always say is expect that the lowest you're ever going to go down to is 320 by 768. And if you have something there that supports that, if your graphics are able to support that, then you're fine, right?
Yep. So and we'll talk about that. And then input with Windows, you have to think about the myriad of input, right? We have input, we have mouse, we have touch, we have your Xbox controller. So there's a lot more options there. Some things for people to know, mouse and touch is transparent. Windows at the platform level, we do something where we merge mouse and touch for you. So this is a platform level feature where you should not have to code for one over the other. But if you want to, like if you're coded to touch and the user is using mouse, that will work seamless.
Yeah, basically it's the single touch. Like if you're only doing like a single touch on something like on a menu or something like that, you can basically handle it like a mouse input. It's when you get into the multi-touch that you need to start doing some extra stuff.
Yep. And then one thing to look at Windows, obviously there's a lot of tablet devices out there. So the way I think about it is that sensors are optional. If you look at, for example, a Surface RT, you'll have a light sensor, accelerometer, gyro, and compass. But obviously, if you have Asus tablet or a Lenovo tablet or a Lenovo laptop or something, you'll be running the Windows Store app and you won't have all of those. So keyboard and mouse will matter more. So it's just something for you to look at and think about. Windows has the exact same concept of capabilities. We discussed this on Windows Phone, so I'm not going to dive into it too much. With regards to aspect ratio and resolution, on Windows, plan for any aspect ratio. That is something you got to look at. For example, portrait. If you have a game that's designed for mobile or phone, it's portrait only. You got to think about the fact that certain laptops are going to have to like they will be on landscape, most of the time, or they cannot turn around to portrait. So just make sure you plan for your game. Maybe put the two pillars on the side and make sure that you're
the old arcade cabinet style with some cool graphics down the side. Yeah.
Yep. So with regards to screen resizing, again, we already mentioned it. We go down to 320 by 768. So the one piece of feedback that I give you is passing your game is okay. You can decide that, hey, my game is going to resize down to, the way I think about it, if I was to give you the advice to be a really great game, figure out if you can resize down to 500 by 768. 500 is what we use in Windows 8.1. That's kind of a magic number where people can still share, like have 3 screens or 3 different applications on their Windows desktop and still see something at 500. If you cannot, just pass your game. It's okay, right? But that's that break point where I would say you can fit into 500. Some games do. And that's great. You will always be full pillar, at least for now, and as of 8.1, you're always kind of full pillar. So you always have 768, the minimum resolution on the height, and obviously, like if I'm running 1080p, that becomes 320 by, like the equivalent of 320 by 1080.
Yeah. Why don't you actually show them the desktop? Just show them what you're talking about when you're actually resizing.
Yeah. So,
and while you're doing that, I'm just going to mention one thing that I usually tell developers, because they're always saying to me like, well, pausing my game's okay, that's fine, but is there anything else I could do in that experience? So I've seen a couple of games do some really cool stuff where if they get resized to that small pillar there, they'll actually change like a mini game, right? So it's like a game within a game, or like if you have an RPG, maybe when you get resized like that, all of a sudden you just put the quest log, or something along those lines. There's a lot of things you can do to really give that cool feeling and not just pause the game. And if you do pause the game, when you resize it back to normal, allow the user some sort of input to unpause it.
Yep.
Don't just unpause it when it comes back to the full size. I've seen a lot of people do that, and it's quite annoying, right? When you resize it and maybe you're driving off a cliff because you didn't have a chance to get any input in there. So make sure you give them a little bit of a break so that they can actually have some sort of input before you go right back in.
Yeah, so here, for example, to go back and show you, here we have, kind of a Unity game. It's Mini Motor Racing. It's one that I knew I had installed in this box. And this game is right here. It's obviously right now taking the full screen. We're low resolution. We're 1366 by 768 in order to project. And you can see here with multitasking, I can, for example, bring a window, and then they get split on half and half. I can actually do this multiple times. That's why the 500 matters, because Windows has that. If there's not 500, then you can no longer multitask. So if I look at it on 1080p, I can have 4 kind of blocks of applications. And you can see here how they're taking the full height of the screen. And you can see here, I can get down onto a specific time. And this is probably a bad example because I wasn't playing to begin with. But you can see here, like at some point, they'll just start resizing, and then I just let it go. And then
The thing there, though, like that I noticed is when you're resizing it, this is actually a good example of what you don't want to have happen. As you resize it, you're having your menu not fill properly, right? So as you resize it, you should do a check to actually put the buttons in the right spot in that aspect ratio.
Yep. So they probably do it right if once I start. Let's see. But I wasn't set up to. This is one of our lab machines. I'm running threshold on my day job, so I lost my mouse somehow. I lost cursor. So yeah, doing this over remote.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky.
Just because I can't get to the edges.
But you've given them the general idea of what we're talking about. I just wanted people, because a lot of people might not have experienced that changing the screen sizes and stuff, especially when it comes to video games. Generally, you're not grabbing a video game and resizing it every few minutes, but we want to let you know you need to support that, you need to accept that, and make sure that you're doing it in a way that fits your game.
Yep. And the one thing you need to know, Windows, obviously with Windows, with phone it's easy because it's full screen, and like when you get obscure is that a call came in and you were obscure for a minute, and there's not much you can do. With Windows, obviously with the Windows resizing so much, we do give you an event. Unity has this little wrapper actually where in Unity Engine, WSA is the namespace that they use, and they have an application Windows Eyes event that from within Unity you can actually just listen to that event, and that way as the windows getting resized, you would be called. Much
like the way we have the back button set up. So you would put your call in your XAML code, your front end code, and then you would have this this code written in your actual game code, and it just fires off the event handler whenever it gets resized.
Yep, exactly. And here, my game controller would be passed if I go under 500, and that was the minimum size I was supporting. So very, very straightforward for you to just handle, screen sizing, but it's definitely something you should do. So that's kind of where we're at with regards to screen sizing.
I would go as far as to saying it's a must. If you don't have it, it's good. The experience is so jarring when you don't have it that it can really, really harm your game.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Input is the exact same slide. Think about input broadly. Unity does a lot to abstract it, so it makes it really easy for you to manage to do that. And the one thing that I often look at is some games, like I'm still a PC gamer, so literally like 90, I wouldn't say 90%, but every now and then, like I install a game, and the very first thing I do is, like pick up the controller, and then I'm like, what's going on here? So if you have a game where you think controller might be a nice differentiator, a nice, better experience, adding controller with Unity is so trivial that I highly recommend you make sure you try it. It's just one of those things where PC gaming is still huge. Windows Store, if you're switching to the Windows Store, it's obviously a growing market.
He's part of the PC master race, so.
Yeah, I'm like,
I'm on the console side more than the PC side. Right?
Like we can debate that one during the break, but it's funny. If I want to go play a game like Titanfall or something, where like, first of all, there's 16-year-old kids that come and kill me and humiliate me. Like, heck, my 10-year-old does that already. But if I can get back on the PC, I can bust some doors that way.
Yeah, nice.
So it's a cheat for the old folks like me. So that's kind of where we're at. So that's it with regards to porting. I mean, it's a two-part, and that's everything you need to know. Obviously, we're going to talk about light up and other stuff, and we're going to talk about monetizing later. But when I talk to people that say, hey, what is it that I need to know that I must know? This is it. This is exactly like those two parts is everything you need to know. We have a different runtime, and then we have to understand the hardware. The hardware is something you do everywhere, so it's not that different. The runtime is the one thing where we throw you a loop, and then you have a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, and once you walk through the runtime stuff, and like you said, the platform stuff, if you're building for other platforms, you're running into this anyway, so it's not like it's crazy. It's just the runtime stuff that you have to kind of watch out for. Check your plugins, run it through that Xamarin scanner. That's a really cool thing to do. Just pre-plan. That's basically what we're trying to get at is if you pre-plan for this process will be very painless, and in fact, you'll be able to do it like we do at the porting labs, where you'll come in at 11 o'clock and you'll be done at 4, and you'll have your game ready to go.
Yep. So good. I think lunch.
Yeah, I think that now would be a good time to take a meal break. I'm getting a little hungry. I can hear my stomach kind of growling. You guys might be picking that up on the camera now. Yeah. Yep. So we'll take about an hour break. I think that would be good. That'll give me some time to get some food into my system, and we'll come back and we'll keep going on. We're going to be talking some monetization as well as some light up.
Yep.
Very cool. All right. See you guys in an hour.
See you in an hour.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you got your fill, your stomach's a little more full, and you're ready to tackle some more porting. I know that was a good break for us. We got to relax a little bit, and he was cramming in some extra demo stuff. Hopefully we'll get to show off that, but no, it was good. So before we jump right back in, we had some really good questions from the Q&A, so I thought we'd take a couple seconds to answer some of those.
Yep.
The first one's actually a pretty easy one. Do you need Unity Pro to use Unity VS? The answer is no. I actually misspoke. Sorry about that earlier. I meant to say that Visual Studio Pro is what you need in order to use Unity VS. You can use either the free version or the Pro version for Unity as well. Another good one is there's a question here about having more access to the Windows hardware, for example, haptic feedback. In Unity, apparently it only has one setting, and it's super strong and long vibrate. Can we access the core? So the answer is yes.
Yeah, so it is on. This is on, right? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so that's what we're going to cover actually in this section, where we're going to talk about native integration and how you can bridge down onto the native platform. So if you really wanted to, for calling specific platform APIs, you can do that.
Okay.
So we'll talk a little bit about those.
Go a little bit more in depth on it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, this one's a little difficult. I don't know if I necessarily have the answer for this one, but there's a gentleman here, I believe, that's using a high-performance simulations. They're using native GPU and CPU support for signal and image processing, and they've done a bunch of work to port some already needed functions like Atlas, BLAS, FFTW. Are those going to be supported in Unity 4.5?
So I don't know 100%. My gut tells me no. I'm 99% sure no. Actually, yeah, I would have heard of them. There were new features that went into.
That's what I was going to say too. I haven't heard anything about it, so chances are probably not. But if you email either myself or Jaime directly, we can do a little digging and see if we can't find out for sure for you.
Yep.
And the last one before we move on, I got one here. It says, I'm using Unity video ads, to monetize my game. It's working better than the static ads. But right now, Unity does not support video ads for Windows Phone. So they're asking, how can they create a video ad unit inside of Microsoft Hub Center and integrate it into Unity?
Yep. So I guess there's two parts to the answer. The first one is Pub Center today does not broadly support the video format. I'm not going to tell you they don't support it, because you can go see like Xbox Lives and what we call tier 1 customers for Pub Center who have been running video, and they're actually I wouldn't say like it's kind of like we're in the beta process, but the beta is kind of close where we selected a few partners to do it. So right now, Pub Center does not have broad video format. That said, there's there's another two parts to that answer. Is the first one is Pub Center. You would have to be a top publisher, talk to Pub Center, and see if they let you in now. Otherwise, I think it's on the roadmap. They've already publicly announced that it's on the roadmap to be broadly available this fall. That's one part. The second one is you don't have to use Pub Center. If you look at, for example, MediaBricks, they're one of the partners that supports our platform, and they do have video format. And some of what we're going to talk about in this section, we'll talk a little bit about how do we integrate, because obviously MediaBricks would have to have a Unity plugin, which I don't think they have for Windows or Windows Phone. So you would have to do a little bit of the integration to do it yourself if you brought in their SDK. Okay. And that's one that we're going to cover a little bit on that section. Good way to, or a good time to kind of plug in services.windowsstore.com. If you're looking for services like, what are the options in advertisement? Like, you don't have to use Pub Center. You can use MediaBricks, InMovie, AdMob, all kinds of different ones. So services.windowsstore.com is where we post a lot of our partners, and it's a good way to go find who has what.
Very cool.
So
the answer basically is not right yet. You're not going to have access to that directly through Pub Center. But go look at some of the other third parties that are supporting our platform, and you'll probably have a path there. Yep.
Yeah, MediaBricks, definitely, that's their business, right? They do video ads. Yeah. It's kind of a hero moment video ad, but they do have it. And then there might be others that I don't know, because I don't check that list as often as I could.
Yeah, it's really good. That's good advice to check that list, too. That's a really good source. Okay, so let's move on. Let's start talking a little bit about native integration.
Yep.
And hopefully the demo is ready to go now.
I was setting up. This is extra parts to the demo. So again, we're still dealing with this whole we shifted machines, and I was just trying to see if this. Yeah, this isn't for. All right, we're good. It was just whether I could project my phone directly onto using USB projection.
Yeah, you don't really want to be holding up the phone. You'd like to be able to actually see it on the screen there.
Yep. So we're good. Let's talk about integration, and we'll show you the Windows demo as we originally planned. Anyway, so this is not. These were just stuff we're adding.
Do you want to start off with the demo then?
Yep. So we're starting with Windows integration. So if you've seen actually the Windows UI, if you see it right here, here's what we call our start screen, and this is a fairly typical. Again, this machine is pretty clean, so it doesn't have a huge number of apps, but this is a fairly typical splash screen. And one of the most iconic features that I think Windows 8 and Windows Phone 8 have is the whole concept of a tile, right? And if you've been to any Microsoft event, you've heard people talk about live tiles and push notifications and all kinds of things where, for example, right here, again, this machine is fairly clean, but you see right here, my email is coming back with, emails that are arriving. You'll see here the people application is actually flipping their tile, telling me whose birthdays are today's. How many of my friends have birthdays today. You see my calendar. You see the weather. It's 85 in Washington, D.C. We're in Redmond, Washington, so it doesn't help us that much. But you see this whole concept of live tiles, and this is a really great way to bring customers back onto your application, right? For example, if you play a game and you reach level 3 or something, or if a person hasn't come back to play your game for 3 days, you can give them a notification. You can give them a live tile. That says, hey, come back, level 3 is waiting. Or if you have a sale or something like that, it's a really great way. You see it right here through our store application where they're flipping around telling you, hey, here's a star pick, here's some things that you should be aware of. Very inviting, very effective way. We've actually run A/B testing and ran some, kind of like tryouts. We tried a few features and we found out, hey, this really works. So that's one of the things that you can see that it's one of those features that everybody should implement.
Live tiles are great, right? Because like you just said, they really they engage the user without them actually having to open up your game, right? So, I like the points you were saying about the high scores and stuff, right? So, Johnny beats my high score. I get a notification on a live tile. It tells me I'm more likely to jump back in the game and play it because I know it's giving me constant feedback and constant updates, right? And I totally agree. Live tiles is probably one of the number one things that you definitely want to support on the platform.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's other things like, for example, here, if you go back to my screen, for example, settings is another one that's very important, right? When you have any game running, you want to have some sort of setting there where you can go back and say, give them your privacy settings, give them permissions, give them things that they might need to implement, give them control over some of the features and stuff like that, options. So these are another ones where people should integrate with the platform because these are native APIs that you need to integrate with. In order for you to actually do, give them the option to do settings and everything else. Sharing is another one, right? So
what would be your advice, though, say if you had settings internally, so you had a menu setting that actually had settings, would you keep that in there and have the settings on the charm as well, or?
So that's a good. He's trying to get me there. It's a good question. So I like the way I put it is so initially the Microsoft guidance is that everybody should use the settings. We used to call it the settings charm, which is this one thing right here. When I press Windows C, these things is the charms, and it comes up, and you can go into the settings charms here and kind of see whatever the options were for a specific game, that was the initial guidance from Microsoft. They said, oh, people should do that. And there was two kind of different arguments against that story. The main one that I ran into a lot was obviously I spent all my time porting games. So people were like, well, we already have the gameplay. We need to make sure that we are consistent with our game elsewhere. If somebody is actually playing it elsewhere, we need to make sure that that's a consistent experience. So a lot of people kept kind of one settings button that's in their app, right? The other point that was interesting was that in some cases, like for example, for me, being a Microsoft employee and trying to help external partners, the logical compromise was like, well, can you just have your button or can you just do both? And there, sometimes we run into kind of, I wouldn't say a race condition, but sometimes you run into scenarios where like, if the user can get into settings from anywhere, now your business logic becomes a little bit more complicated because you need to know when you can refresh a screen, when you can do certain things. Like, for example, there's places where in a game, there might be a place where if somebody changes a specific setting, you have to like reload the whole screen. And Windows has that where, because they have it on the setting charms, if you expose it there, you might have that extra logic that you have to write. The advice that I give people is, first of all, some people will look for on the settings charm, so you should do your absolute best to have it on the settings charm. I don't tell people to remove the button. I think, obviously it's a duplication in some cases, but if you have a game and you want to be consistent and you see people finding it on the right place, it's okay to keep it there. Try to keep those two settings in sync is the best advice that I can give people. The last one that we go back and forth a lot around is whether if you have a settings button like a gear, the canonical gear, is whether your button should launch your in-menu settings or you should launch the settings pane. And that one, it just comes down to whatever works for your game. So I would say do the right thing, but I do want to make sure people know that there's people like me who instinctively now just press Windows C and try to go into settings. And sometimes like I'm playing a game and I'm not seeing the settings and I'm not seeing them where I expect them. So I would recommend try to do both.
Yeah, no, that's really good advice, and I like what you said there about the fact that you're used to looking for it there. So as users are getting more and more comfortable with Windows 8, they're expecting that sort of feel, and it's almost a must to have that included, right? But I like your point where you're not going to tell the person who's porting their game, who spent all that time, no, you got to undo that and put it in the settings, right? Just do whatever works best for you, really.
Yep, exactly. So that's it, and though it's, you had a really great question, somebody saying, I want this really low-level API that obviously Unity does not expose and I won't have access to, so what do I do there? In some cases, there might be new hardware APIs and certain things that, and this is what this module is about. So that gives you kind of context. I just gave you a little bit of tiles and settings and a few things that I would say, hey, these are the reasons where you have to integrate. And what we're going to spend our time in this module is going to be more spent going even under the hood. Yesterday, at the MBA training from yesterday, the folks did a really good job at walking you through, here's how you implement Splash, or here's how you implement Share, or something like that. I actually want to take it even down a level and say, let's talk about how you write your own plugins. And let's talk about, first of all, we're going to go down and explain people how to do the underlying code, the under the hood code. And then we're going to raise it up a notch and say, okay, you don't have to go do all that. Now that you know how to do it, you can decide if you want to do it or not. But you definitely want to know about these vendors and these offers that we have.
Well, yeah, because if you're going to go out and purchase a plugin to do that low-level stuff, you kind of want to know what it's doing, right? So
exactly.
you know what to expect and if it's broken or not, right?
Yep, exactly. So you want to know how to troubleshoot it is the way I think about it. Yeah. So let's start from the top down, and then hopefully we'll get there quickly enough. So here's what I always talk to people about, the communication chains that we have to go through. If you think about what we have running, this is the same on Windows and Windows Phone. It kind of always looks like this. You have a host, which is kind of the executable, the thing that Windows or the OS is launching. And then we already talked about it. We always have a page in there, and then we have this swap chain, right? No matter what you do, it might be a core window instead of a page, but you always have this swap chain that Unity is running against. And then your Unity game is kind of this Unity player DLL. And so you're kind of abstracted from, within Unity, you're kind of abstracted from directly accessing the system in some cases. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of where, there's all these platform services like tiles and notifications and certain things that you're like, how do I get there? And here's at the high level how things work. First of all, in some cases, Unity is already listening to some of the events, the key press or the back button event.
Or screen resolution change and stuff.
Yeah,
well, it's not listening, but you can put that in there.
Exactly. So, Unity is listening because they're listening on your behalf. Yeah. Or when you connect and say, I want to listen, they go connect it on your behalf too. So there's that kind of level of integration. And that one's pretty straightforward. And then Unity can give you some callbacks where they're coming onto your game and calling you back or letting you connect, interhook into the process. And then if you want to do your own and talk to the platform services, you can use just Unity plugins to actually communicate to the WinRT APIs or the lower level platform services. Mm-hmm. So we're going to cover this kind of like number 2 and number 3, because number 1 is kind of a freebie that we don't have to look at. If you look at where, what kind of listening and what kind of APIs Unity does for you, which is the kind of number 1 level. So the first thing on phone, they have a Unity app class, and here they have some methods that are very, very, very useful. And most of these methods actually have to do with the lifecycle management for a Windows Phone app. If you think about Windows Phone, your app can go into the foreground and be the app that's on the front, and then the user will press this Windows button, or maybe a call will come in and they'll go switch into the phone application, and your app goes into the background. And you need to know how to manage all these things. So for example, like they give you an obscure event where when a call comes in, they automatically give you a method that you can call into that says, oh, a call is coming in, my application is partially blocked, so I should pass my game. If the user picks up the call, then Unity automatically translates us onto pause, right? So Unity gives you all these higher level events that you can use and higher level APIs that you can use to communicate back and forth. The other one that you need to communicate back and forth is these begin invokes that they have, right? Where this is what you're using to communicate from the Unity thread onto our UI thread. So if you're on XAML UI thread, or if you, for example, are in Unity and you out of the sudden want to show a message box for whatever reason, or if you want to show a web view or something like that, you want to communicate back and forth. Unity has their own UI thread, and then XAML or Windows has their own UI thread, and you need to make sure that not only do you have a way to call back, but you call onto the right thread.
Yeah. Well, a good example is the shares and the search and all the charms that we use. We use callbacks, the begin invokes, and stuff like that in order to be able to hook the two of them together.
Yep, exactly. So this is what these APIs do, and these are the higher level ones that you need to do. The one that they don't give you is, and at least, and this is not necessary because it would be duplicate, is that if you want to call onto the XAML UI thread, we have a function that's in the platform that's called dispatcher.beginInvoke. So if you look at the from the slides, that's kind of what the one that you would call that Unity doesn't give you. But pretty much the APIs that you need are there for you to be able to call back and forth. On what I call winner T in this slide, but it should be Windows and Universal, they have something equivalent, right? They give you invoke and kind of an invoke an app thread so that you can call onto the application thread. They give you an invoke an UI thread, and then Windows does not have the exact same event. So, for example, they don't have the concept of obscure. Because on Windows your application resizes, but you're either the foreground app, or you're in the foreground, or you're not. There's no like partially obscured event in there. And then they also give you some Unity, some useful methods like a check whether you're running on the UI thread. That way you don't have to dispatch back and forth. So these are the callbacks that Unity does for you at the system level. Another thing that Unity does on Windows and Universal, which is really nice, is that for certain pieces of the native integration, they already provide you the functionality. So if you go to look at Unity engine.wsa, they actually have all these classes, like, for example, tile. Right? Tiles are those icons, the launch icons that we have that we just showed that said, hey, these have to be live. And they give you some really rich functionality. Like, for example, a lot of the things we're going to talk about today on updating tiles, etc. It's already in there, and it's a Unity API. So you don't have to do any work. It's seamless. You don't have to write a plugin. You don't have to do any work.
And it calls it on the proper thread and everything.
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about invoking it.
Yep, it does all the right threading and everything. Toast notifications, another one. If you want to do basic license information, is another one. So Unity Engine.wsa has a lot of that functionality. It doesn't know absolutely everything. In some cases, it does things like, for example, license information. You can check with this trial, but you don't have full kind of store integration, which we're going to talk about later. And with that, we kind of, if those things that I just mentioned are not enough, and that means you want to go lower level, you want to write your settings, you want to do something else, then the option is to write a plugin. And that's what we're going to show you how to do in this section. To recap, before we talk about writing a plugin or integration strategies, it's good to go back to the earlier things where we said, we talked about on Windows Phone, you have monocompiler and .NET for Windows Phone. On Windows 8, you have .NET compiler on both. So in some cases, if you look at the options, because of how you're running, you have a little bit more options on Windows 8 and Universal, where if I want to just call directly into the tile APIs, and remember we talked about .NET and having full .NET support or having .NET partial core, and when I say, look, if you're in a Universal app, you can have, and you choose to do full .NET, .NET Core support and compile with that switch, then you can actually inline apply for code. So you can literally from there just call the tile API and not have to do anything. Now, on Windows Phone, because you're using the monocompiler, you don't have that option at all. So on Windows Phone, the only way to call onto platform code is to first write a plugin so that you can abstract, because the Mono compiler cannot link against our Windows APIs, our WinRT or our .NET Core APIs. It just doesn't know how to get that in there. So for the most part, for phone, you'll always have to write plugins because you can't inline. On Windows and Universal, you have the option, and you can use either one. But we're going to cover plugins so that people know how.
But my question, and I actually don't even know the answer to this one. I'm actually going to ask you is, if I do the .NET Core and I don't have access to my JavaScript, and I have another plugin that uses JavaScript, am I still going to be able to use that, or would I have to recompile it?
Yeah, so kind of like if you go back to when we said that's why I laughed, because I said, oh, here's my PowerPoint or logic, where it was a complex sentence, and I literally the way we worded it was we put an or in the middle and we put it in parentheses. So when you do .NET Partial Core, right? .NET Partial Core, what that does is it goes back and said, oh, the scripts on these folders specifically, like the plugins folder and the asset folders, those are going to be compiled with Mono. All the other scripts are not going to be compiled with Mono. So the other scripts can still access WinRT APIs, and then the scripts that are in that folder can be accessed from JavaScript, and then you create a little bit of spaghetti code. So I don't recommend you go there. What you see here is writing a plugin is not that hard. It's a good architecture pattern. So I'm going to walk you through it, and I'm going to give you probably the more pure, there's ways to write plugins that are simpler than the ones we're going to walk you through. But we're going to give you the most architecturally sound, hey, here's how I would do it. And there's a little bit of simplifications we can discuss. But to go back to your point, I think at that point, if you're mixing, I would just write a plugin and abstract it. The advantage you mentioned earlier too is the advantage of writing a plugin is that you can at some point decide, oh, I'm going to swap this for something else, or oh, this goes away because the platform now supports it. So it's a nice abstraction and encapsulation that you're already building if you just write the.
It goes back to my point about dynamic code, right? If you're writing the code, you should be writing it dynamically, where you can swap in and out things as you go.
Yep. So cool. So again, I'm using here. This is the one area on our demos today where. Because I have to walk you through the whole concept of plugins, I'm going to use two IDEs because I wanted to use the free ones. Normally, for me in my day job, I just have Visual Studio Pro and I use one IDE for both. But this is one that I'll show you. And before we go there, let me recap really quickly the concept of a plugin and what we're going to try to do here. So the idea here is a plugin is a binary. It's literally a binary that I'm going to be calling from my C#. Now, in order for us to do that, remember we talked about the editor runs Mono, and then the runtime is a different version. So we kind of end up having to, at some point, we might need to swap a DLL, because within the editor, it's not going to know anything about WinRT. And this is an architecture that Unity already has and supports. So this is not new. I'm just recapping in case somebody has just been purchasing plugins and not writing their own. And then I'm going to show you here's how we write it for Windows. And this is going to feel natural from a pure, hey, you're just using Visual Studio to create all the right things. You're already coding in Visual Studio. So we'll walk you through that a little bit. So I'm going to start here, and I'll code it from scratch. I have one written, but I'll just code it from scratch.
This is brave.
So we can
live coding.
We'll do the absolutely smallest one that we can do. So I'm going to launch, this is a good example. I'm going to launch Visual Studio Express 2013 for desktop. And the reason for it is because the free versions, Express is the one that we target desktop, and you'll target .NET DLLs. And then Windows, Visual BS Express for Windows is the one that will target Windows Store. And remember, the first thing that we have to do is create a plugin for the editor. So this is what Mono is going to be loading within the editor. So I'm going to go in and create a desktop DLL. That's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to go right here and say File, New Project, and I'll do a class library, and let me just create a new folder. So let's just call it MVA, and I'm going to use the MP for my plugin. And then here, let's just call it sample plugin. And I usually like to name it where I say this is .editor, because I will just tell me that this is the editor version of the DLL. Ironically, we're going to revert by the name in a minute, so you'll see how this works. So I'm just going to say sample plugin in .editor, and I'll just go and click OK. I'm horrible at talking and coding in parallel. So, Now, so here I have the editor, the plugin that I'm going to use in the editor. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that .editor extension that I just added so that I had a project that I could identify easily.
And this way, everything's in the same namespace.
Yep, exactly. So I can go back here under project settings, and I'm going to say, look, the assembly name is actually going to be sample plugin. We're going to end up with 2 assemblies that have the exact same name. Sorry.
Can you extend the font a little bit just so they can see it a little easier?
Oh, any more than that?
Not on this one. Actually, in the code, I think this is okay. This is pretty.
Yeah, the code I can zoom in. I'm already 1363 by 768. I feel like I'm handicapped already. So I'll walk through everything as we go. So here, I'm just going to say default namespace to be sample plugin. This is optional stuff. And then I'll show you some of the tips. Again, these are the tips and tricks that I follow every time. So I just make sure that the assembly name is something that's going to be shared, and I did the namespace so that it'll be shared too. And then I'm going to build, and this is my editor. Now, Unity has all these preprocessors within their Unity code and their Unity script that they use, and one of them is Unity Editor. So I like to do it where this is my editor DLL, so I go ahead and define it. So I'm just going to say my conditional symbol right here is already going to be Unity Editor, right? And this is just my personal way where I can go back and code, and you'll see in a minute why we like to do that, right? So I'm just going to go there. Define it that way, and then actually let's go here.
And the reason you built that was just to make sure that the change went through, so that when you tried to call it, it actually existed.
No, the reason I used the preprocessor.
No, why did you build it after you did that?
Oh no, I just I'm nervous. I get nervous when I'm coding on stage. When I'm not very good at targeting coding.
Yeah, no worries.
So I'm just like, okay. So let's just say let's just say we had this class 1, and let's just say public static string platform, right? Actually, let's just make it a method to keep it simple for people who are coming from different platforms and all that. Just call it like that, right? So let's just call it, let me make it a method. And this is just going to return the platform that we're getting called from. Now, remember, this is the editor. This is the code that's going to be run in the editor. So what I normally do for my plugins is I just go in there and said, if Unity editor, right? And I'll just go like that. I'm just going to say return editor, right?
So the preprocessor directive there is what you've written, the if and end if. And that's basically saying any of the code in between those 2 lines will only be ran if I'm inside the editor. If I'm on the phone, or if I'm in the store, or if I'm working on any other platform, that code's not going to run.
Exactly. And you'll see in a minute why. You'll see in a minute why, because this is probably more, in my mind, is more complicated and to understand at the beginning, but more sustainable in the long run. So you'll see in a minute why we do it this way. This is optional. You could, because this is my editor DLL, I could get rid of, I could not define Unity Editor. I could make sure that I'm not doing anything. And as long as I kept my code separate, I would be okay.
Yeah.
You'll see in a minute why I do it this way. So that's it. I'm just, Unity Editor, and I'm just going to keep it like that and be okay. I'm just going to leave it with class 1, and I'm just going to build. Again, mostly because I don't like to move on to the next one. Now, this is the plugin that's going to go in the editor. 2 things that we got to remember. We call it sample plugin. We're going to need this for our next one because we're going to write one for Windows. And it'll be the exact same process to run it for Windows or to Windows Phone. So I'll show you. So here I'm going to go into Visual Studio project, and I'm just going to go into that same folder, if I remember where I put it.
And this time around, you're using Visual Studio Express for Windows, not Windows Desktop.
Right, and again, if you had Visual Studio Pro, you would be able to do it all in one solution. Yeah. But here we're just going to go about it.
Showing them the free way of doing it all.
Yep, the free way. And for the record, I found that out last night at 11 when I swapped machines. I was like, oh, I'm going to run into these, and I'll just go there. So C, MVA. All right, so we have, I'm just going to go in and put it on the same folder. Then we did it, and I'm just going to call this one sample plugin. And this is all optional. You don't have to follow my naming convention. I'm just giving you the, hey, here's how we do it, and then I'll walk you through why we do it the way we do it.
I like it that way, though. At least it's organized, because if you don't have that naming convention, you're going to start writing code in different parts of the plugin. You won't realize that you're doing it.
Exactly. So here I select Windows apps, because these are Windows one. I could do universal. It'll be the exact same, because it's the same class library, right? And then I'm just going to say OK. And then I'll do the exact same thing that I did earlier, where it's going to create a DLL. Now, a couple things that we're going to, here's where things will start making sense, and you'll be like, either you'll say, this is pretty cool, or you're going to be like, hey, you overkilled it. I'm okay either way. I like my way. So I'm going to go here, project settings, like we did earlier. And we're going to say, oh, we want this to be called sample plugin. Is our assembly name. They have to have the same assembly name. This is a Windows requirement, Unity requirement. And our namespace is going to be sample plugin like we did earlier, right? So we're good there. And now here's the interesting part. The whole principle here is that we're going to swap the plugins. So we got to do two things. The first one is that we got to tell Unity, the editor, here's all the methods we want to call. You have to have all the right signatures. The second one is we're going to swap the implementations, right? That's the whole trick around everything.
So we're basically making a stubbed class to put inside the editor, so the editor knows when we say my sample plugin dot whatever, it'll know where to look. Otherwise, you'll throw a bunch of errors, right?
Yep, exactly. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back and do the Unity underscore metro, because these are the preprocessors that they use for Windows. It'll be Unity underscore WPF, do WP8 if it was for Windows Phone, or I can do Unity underscore WinRT. These are preprocessors in Unity, and I'm just defining them because I want to keep my code consistent, such that I could, later on, I could swap my JavaScript, my C# script from here and put it inside Unity if I really wanted to.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I'm keeping things a little bit on.
You're building a really solid foundation.
Yeah, that's I'm an over engineer, and so that's what we have. So now you see what I'm doing here. I'm setting up my own total different plugin. It's got the right preprocessors, and here's where you're going to see why we did it the way we did it. Now I'm going to go here. Now I'm going to blow away that class 1 that I have here. Now here, earlier I did the if Unity editor return editor. I could have kept that code 100% separate from this one, but then I would have had to make sure that my signatures are matching.
Well, you'd have to work on both every time.
Exactly. So what I'm going to do is slightly different. I'm going to go right here and I'm going to say add existing item. And now I'm going to go there, find the class 1C as I had, and add it as a link. So now I'm sharing that same file, right? And this is why I added the preprocessor. Because remember here, Unity editor is not going to be defined on this project, but it's defined on the other. So now I can go back here and say, for example, right now, if I just add that and I try to compile it, this should fail. And it's going to come back and says, hey, you're not returning anything. What's up? Right? And so what I do here is I'm just going to say else if Unity metro, and I'm just going to say return Windows. And obviously, if this was phone, I would do return, and obviously I'm doing the very basic return.
Yeah.
But here is where I would be doing like, oh, let me go in there, do tiles, or do settings, or do whatever I need to do. So this is my lower level integration that we would have to do. So now I'm there and I'm compiled. And you see now, if you look at it, I have 2 plugins called sample plugin, and I got to go back and put them into a Unity project and then do the magic, right? So I'm going to go here to Unity. And I'm just going to, now obviously, if I wanted to do phone, I would do a third one. I'm not going to repeat the work. Rinse and repeat.
It'd be the exact same thing, only you're just using a different preprocessor directive.
Yep. We did that rinse and repeat on our hair too much, and we lost it, so we're not doing it today. Right? So I'm going to go here and say new project. Just create something totally empty. And I would see MVA MP. So we call it, you don't have to do all in the same folder and all that. Some people don't like the word harness. That's the word I use for test. For everything I do, so there you go. It's there. It's an empty project, just created. And here's a typical Unity project. And what we do here, let me just change my layout. Either one is fine, but I'm thinking these might be a little
easier to see a little bit. Yeah.
A little easier for people to see. So I'm going to go here into the assets folder, and then in assets you have to create a folder called plugins. This is a Unity requirement. Like they follow a very specific project structure or folder hierarchy. And then because we were doing one for Unity for Windows 8, I'm just going to go back and create a folder called WP8 or actually we're going to call it Metro because this is Windows 8. Unity got ahead of us when we renamed the Windows 8 Metro thingy. They were too far along. So now I have this project, these 2 folders right here, and what I can do here is go back to Explorer, right, and come back to the projects that I created.
Did you build both those projects?
Yeah. Okay. So I built them too many times, I think. I hope. Let's see. So sample plugin.editor being debug, and see I got my sample plugin DLL, and that one goes into the plugins folder, so at the root level here.
Because that's our stub.
Because that's our stub one that's going to be used within the editor, right? And then I can go back onto my other one, sample plugin.windows, right? And that one I'm going to put inside the Metro folder. Make sense?
Makes sense.
And now, for example, here, I guess now I just need a really quick, I'm just going to add...
Put a quick script in there?
Yep. I can't create a script without putting a scripts folder. I'm allergic to. Sorry.
All your code's really easy to read, those.
I don't think it is, but anyway, let's just call it caller. Whatever. And here, all I can do there is I'm just going to open these up. And in this case, it's going to be using mono-develop because, again, this is vanilla, what everybody gets with free downloads and all that. And then here, I'm just going to do, I just do here, just debug.log, sample plugin dot class one, oops, dot get platform. Right, so as vanilla, as easy as we could ever get, that's going to be it. And I'll build it here again, mostly because of demo paranoia. And then I'll come back here and export it. Actually, like you could see it right here. If we're going to the main camera now, and we just add that component, right? And we add it there, and I just run these main scenes. This is the one area where Unity people make fun of me. I'm old enough to call it main. That's how old I am here. So here I have a default scene. I have I attach the script to the camera. So technically, fingers crossed, I ran it and it says editor, right? So now I know that hey, that's code that's running inside the editor and all that. If I go back here real quick and just say export.
I was gonna say, let's build it out for the phone or for Windows and see if it.
Yep. So he doesn't trust me. Okay, I get it. I get my money. You gotta get your money's worth. I'm just gonna make it the simple one. Yeah. Let's enable that just in case, but I don't think we need it. And so I'm gonna create an out. This is another one where like I have to have an out and it has to say platform specific. We need one. And this is actually a good tip. Like something that you might be seeing is that I keep coding for Win8.1, and I keep saying it's Win8. If you download the Visual Studio 2013 Express, that targets Win8.1. If you need to target Win8, you need the Visual Studio 2012 Express.
Okay.
Both of them work fine side by side. It's just going to take an extra, probably 1 gigabyte of space extra. That's just something that people who are watching might want to know about.
But again, if you have Visual Studio Pro or Premium,
yeah, if you have another
that's already
one,
included.
it's all there. It's all there. So I'm going to go here and launch that harness we just created. Now, so what happened there, if you want to know what happened, is obviously we gave Unity these two plugin folders, right? So Unity, when it built, it automatically knows, I'm going to use this one to do static references and kind of resolve symbols. But then it copies the other sample plugin, the Windows 8 one, the Metro one right here, onto the output folder, and that's the one that we're linking against.
Oh, very cool.
So it does magic for you.
So it has to. So just to clarify, that folder has to be called Metro.
Yep.
And if I do a Windows Phone version, it's WP8.
It's WP8. Yeah, and it'll be a slide that has here's the folders and everything else. So we're good there. And let me go back here, and it was harness. And Windows 8.1, so we're good there, just build. And I debug log. One of the nice things about Visual Studio is debug log from within Unity gets automatically brought up as into our output window for Visual Studio.
Very handy.
So you're just going to see a whole lot of things, but one of them should be the one that we're looking for. So I'm just going to say x86. And assuming everything worked, if it didn't work, we should have gotten a compilation error. So I run there.
It'll just be a blue screen right now.
Yep. Control-Alt-O. So somewhere along the way, in between all these stuff, should be a Windows. Oh, there's too
I
many.
was going to say that's going to be quite the search term there.
All right. All right, this is going to be, I screwed that one up. But obviously, it would have not compiled if we had had a problem. So I think it's just something we got to find there. Somewhere in there, it's got to be there. All right, I'm not going to find it if I continue looking this way. I should have chosen a better name.
I was going to say, like, I put a lot of default words, and they're like, if I'm looking for something to fire off with the word moo,
Yep.
something like that, just so it's easy to find right when you're searching for it.
Yep. But that's so that's how we did. Like that's how we do it. Where we go back and we add it, and it's it's like now that's going to be calling onto our plugin. And if I wanted to do one for Windows Phone, I would have done the exact same thing where I would just created an extra DLL and I would have done WP8.
Very cool.
I'll come back and find it in a little bit. I just don't want to waste 5 minutes going in there to find it just because I chose the wrong.
Where's Waldo with our debug code?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like finding a hidden object, man. I was actually going back and make sure that I told it to do Windows. But I'm pretty sure that's a string I used, so I used the wrong string in making it up on the fly. But that's how you go back, and that's how you'll be there.
Yeah.
So that's how plugins work.
That's a good intro to how a plugin's set up, right? I like your method. I've used different ways of doing it in the past, but this way seems to be keeping it very strict, very solid. So you've got a good foundation to build off of. I like that.
Yeah. So for me, like linked files makes it a lot easier for me to get the signatures right because I tend to get off sync. I started the other way, and I tend to get off sync a lot. Having the same namespace is the right thing. So you see right here every possible option like. Is one solution with 3 projects, same assembly name, same namespaces. These are requirements in order for all this to link. You can use different preprocessor directories. Again, that's optional. If you want to do it with shared code base via link files, that's great. That's why you need the different preprocessors. And then obviously you just put them into the right folders within Unity, and you're there. Here's the preprocessors we just talked about. So Unity editor is what they use in the editor. Unity WP8 for Windows Phone 8. Unity Metro and Metro 8.1 for the, if you use Metro, that will apply to 8.1. If you use 8.1, that's only 8.1. Unity WP8 8.1 is actually the one that we use if you're coding for universal apps in targeting the Windows Phone 8.1.
Okay.
So there's no, Unity by itself does not target Windows Phone 8.1. I'm going to talk about that in a minute because I'll show you the workarounds there. And then the last one, Unity WinRT is the equivalent of Unity WP8 or WinRT.
So if I was writing for multiple platforms, say I was writing for Android, and I had some code in there that I only wanted to run on Windows platforms, I could use the Windows_WinRT, and I would actually say Windows Phone and any other Windows device.
Yeah, if you want to say, hey, exclude Windows, you say, if not, Unity WinRT, and that includes all the Windows Mobile, which is phone and tablet.
Very cool.
Yep. So that's kind of what you do. Again, when you create the plugins manually, like I did, you define the preprocessors. I use the same naming convention as they did because it makes it convenient for me. Again, the principle there is I can then copy that file onto Unity later. Like that same file we created, I could very quickly just move it into inline, and it would have been the exact same thing if I was.
It's kind of like the theme of the day: dynamic code.
Yep. So that's it. With regards to the folders, here's the folders that we looked at. So there's assets, plugins. You got WPA, you got Windows Phone 8.1 if you're doing Universal Windows Phone, Metro or Metro/Win80, and Metro/Win80 if you're doing Win81 if you're doing Win81. So here's all the folders, the folder structure that you have to follow. Now, that's for hardcore people who need to do something extra. The reality is most people watching this should just go buy a plugin. It's so much easier. It's
it's going to save you a lot of time.
Exactly. If most plugins are somewhere between $20 and $99 for the more expensive ones, and you just saw me spend 2 hours and I spent 20 minutes and I barely wrote 2 lines of code. In some cases, it's worth the value. And the one thing that we have is Microsoft has partnered with Prime31, which is one of the leading plugin vendors, to provide you the plugins that we think are essential for your applications. So they have something called Essentials, which has tile support, notifications. I'm going to show it to you in a minute. And then they have support for the store. They have support for ads with Pub Center. And then they have Azure support. So pretty much the ones that we thought, this is really critical. We partnered with Prime31, and they're going to be free for the whole year.
Nice.
That started in June, May 15. I can't remember if we went live May 15 or June first, but we have about 9 more months of what are free. So if you looked at it, this is like $400+. If you get every possible plugin for all platforms, that's $400 that you no longer have to pay.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I've actually used these in a few of my games, and they're really intuitive. They're really easy to use. The documentation is really tight around them. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, so they ship with good samples and they do the right thing. They were some of the most popular. So, and Mike's the guy that does it is very responsive. So, and with that, let me show you their one of their demos real quick. This one I'm just going to show you.
Well, he's pulling up the demo. I'm going to mention, we talked a little bit earlier about the Sumo blocks code that I had, and we'll get that up in chat and make sure that you have access to it. But in there, I actually have a plugin that I built for ad revenue. So if you wanted to have an ad system inside of your game. So it's pretty cool because basically what I did is I did it the same way that Jaime did it. I broke it down that way. And you can kind of rip apart the code and see how a plugin is put together. And it's fully functional and easy to look through. So if you're interested in seeing a little bit more of a deeper code base, check that out.
Yep. So here I'm just opening, I'm going to open both solutions so you don't see me type anything. I created them essential out, we need one. And I'll just show you both. Like there's nothing interesting to see actually on the C# solution. On the Unity side, it's pretty simple, right? You just go into assets, import package, custom package, and then navigate onto the package that you get from
I'd say 95% of the people that have used Unity have done this before.
Everybody here has done it. If you look at the code, actually, this is an interesting thing. Shows you how powerful some of the platform is. If you look at the code, in some cases, most of the items that we're going to look, for example, updating a tile batch is one line of code. Tile update batch, attention. Right? Or in some cases, like showing share UI, which I'm going to show you in a minute. Here's like 3 lines of code where he's actually showing some share UI and he's putting the string and says, this is cool stuff. And you'll see in a minute what share can look like. Right? So there's a lot showing settings panes, 1 line. So there's a lot of kind of like productivity here that you're going to get with your integration. Most of them are a few lines of code and you're getting a lot of functionality.
Yeah, coming from a guy who's built a lot of plugins lately, that's very, very handy, and it's nice. You don't have to dig through all that code just to get something up and running.
Yep,
really
and this is their sample that comes out of the box, so I didn't touch any code, and you'll see it right here. So for example, their sample right here is going to have a bunch of buttons just to demonstrate tiles and notifications and a few things. So for example, right here you have, let's see, show share UI, right? This is the one where it's already ready to share. So for example, here, if I want to send it to OneNote or Twitter or Facebook, it would already be ready to share. For example, here, I'm not going to click on any of this because it'll show up on my email and stuff like that, but you'll see it. It's passing that string onto... and
you define the string there. Can you click on it just again for a second?
Yep.
So you see there at the top, it says share this cool stuff, and then this is a link to the Prime 31 site. You actually set that when you call the share.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, that was the options where I show you the 3 lines of code for share, because that was one. If, for example, I want to show a toast, I just click on it. That one should have worked. Maybe it doesn't work because I'm remote.
It might be because you're remote.
All right, let's see. I tested all these yesterday, though.
I hit the schedule toast for 30 seconds, and then
let's see which one.
Yeah.
I'm clicking all of them now. I'm
one of them will
updating
pop up.
So I'm going to update the lab tile too, so you can see it. Some of the notifications one are not. I tested them locally before we remote desktop. Here's the live tile ones. So you can see their title gets updated. This is the P31 Metro Essential. So somehow our notifications are not carried through.
Can you show them another update? Just update a tile with something else just so they can see.
Well, it's always the same ones though. So let's see if we can update batch. Let's see what the tile looks like now. So right there, and update batch. And see right there, the batch just came on. Usually I'd even come on right as we were coming through. So you see now the icon there for the batch has been updated. My guess is the notification one is because we're remote desktop. Like there might be something there where the notification might be on the
It might be sitting there. We just can't see it. Yeah.
We're just not seeing it. But that gives you an idea. This is, it takes 2 minutes for you to download it and try it, and it's free.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the way to do plugins if you don't have some very specific custom thing that you want to do.
And if you want to, like we were talking about earlier, doing the high score tables and stuff like that, getting some access to Azure, they have a really good plugin for Azure for the Windows Store, and I think they're in the process of bringing one over to the phone.
Yep. Yeah, they have one. It's just with 4.5.3, we have break and change that needs to be fixed on Unity, and as soon as that happens, they'll have the Prime 31 Azure plugin. Now, there's an alternative that, so I just show you that, hey, here's how I do plugins. Or what I think is the more complicated but potentially sustainable way. There's an alternative to native integration that it's interesting that we can use, which is if you saw, like all we were doing there is we have to create a little plugin, and then we pretty much can go link against code, and we have to swap code as we come in. There's an alternative approach that we talk about on the important white paper that we wrote, where I call bridge or gateways. And the idea there is pretty simple: is if I'm in Unity, I can code against an interface, and then because all of this stuff integrates back and forth seamlessly as we link everything together in Visual Studio, I can actually make sure that I set the implementation of that interface on my code for later, right? So I can go back and say, look, on Unity, I'm going to code an interface called I do work or whatever, like for example, ice cream capture. And then, I'm just coding against that interface. And then I have a method that says set, implementation. And then from my SAML C# code or from my C# code on Windows or phone, I can just say, oh, here's the implementation for that interface. And then I don't even have to write plugins at all. I'm literally just putting an interface on the Unity side. And then I'm putting, a bridge or a gateway as a column. And then I'm putting the implementation on the Windows side or the phone side, and everything gets connected when the linker just magically says, oh, here's your implementation of these.
Oh, very cool. That's good for like lightweight stuff then, right? If you don't have anything that's too in-depth or maybe calling third-party APIs from inside the plugin, that might be a good way of going.
Yep. Yeah, and it's also good, and the reason I brought it up or I'm mentioning, I won't walk you through a full demo because I know we're running short on time, is that the one time when that's really interesting is right now Unity, they can compile for Windows Phone 8, right? But they don't compile for Windows Phone 8.1. So if you try to use, an API that's Windows Phone 8.1, you need to make sure that you have a pure abstraction where, you're actually including something that they know how to compile. Because remember, Unity will process my DLLs. So if I give it a plugin DLL that's referencing Windows Phone 8.1, it's going to come back and say that API does not exist. So Unity, as part of their processing on phone, they check that you have all valid APIs that they know on Windows Phone 8. So you use this bridge interface to fully abstract yourself, and then you have the implementation totally separate from the interface, and then you can go ahead and target a different platform.
That's really cool.
If you go look at the porting white paper, there's a gateway there that we use. We use it for eventing.
I did the same thing as Sumo blocks too. I use that to do a lot.
Yep. So that's kind of where we're at. If you're getting third-party plugins, if you're not writing them yourself, this is where things get interesting for people, right? Some plugins like NGUI or 2D Toolkit or some just ship as code, so it's going to be pretty easy when you bring them onto our platform. If you run into that, .NET Core to Mono thing that we have, you're just going to get a few compiler errors, and it'll be easy enough for you to fix and get it over with. Sometimes people just get a binary, and when you buy a binary from somebody, that you don't have control over the source. The compiler cannot, you're no longer compiling, so now we don't know whether that's compatible or not. And I think you mentioned this earlier. So what you do there is go to scan.xamarin.com, upload your DLL. Actually, it's a kind of a Silverlight app that runs in the browser, and it's running client-side. So when you dump your DLL there, it's not going to upload it to Xamarin, and they're going to have access to your code. It's server-side, it's client-side, it's scanning, and then it tells you how compatible that plugin is. And if you have any invalid APIs, it's going to tell you. If you have invalid APIs, most likely when those APIs get called on phone or Windows, it's just going to crash. So that's how you tell if you have third-party plugins.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I run all of my plugins through it because it is an awesome tool, and at the end of the day, it's going to save me a lot of headaches I don't have to worry about later on down the road. If I built my entire game around this certain plugin and suddenly I find out the plugin doesn't support the platforms, So definitely a good idea to run it through there first.
Yep. And then the last, so that's you check it there and that's it. And from a summary, I just left you all the directories and the preprocessors that that we expect to do for anybody to use as we go through it. So this is kind of your reference that you can use for you creating your own plugin and doing everything else. Now, take what you learned here with how to integrate at the lower level. Match it against what we did on yesterday's MBA, where we talk about tiles and sharing and all that stuff. and go look at, connect those two APIs, and you have everything you need.
Yeah.
For people who want to do it themselves, if you're hardcore and you want to do it themselves, the last thing that I would share is go to dev.windows.com, click on the samples, and there Microsoft has a sample for every possible light up feature, whether it's toast notification or tiles or settings or screen capture or anything you could want to do. We have a sample there for, there's probably 300 samples that you download every time if you want to download the whole package, and just look for the one, copy and paste the code. Just make sure your threading is right. In some cases, you need to make sure you're calling things on the UI thread. Use those methods that we told you earlier on Unity, where it's got the invoke app on UI thread and invoke.
Well, a good example of that is if you're using the share. For instance, that has to be invoked on the UI thread. It can't be ran on the Unity thread, right?
Yep. So that's it. And again, Prime 31 plugins. There's other plugins out there, so I don't want to say, hey, use these ones over everybody else's. But I can tell you that ours are free, or actually the Prime 31s are free right now. And then over time, Microsoft and Unity should have a lot of that functionality more integrated on the platform, so you can do.
And if you write a really cool one, right? If you come up with something really neat that you think would be really beneficial to the community, let us know. We'll be more than glad to evangelize it and let everyone know about it, and give you some tips and tricks on how to improve it.
If you didn't read that, he just asked you for a free one. He's going to say, hey, if you write one, send it to me, and then I'll evangelize it. That's how I get all the free stuff.
Exactly.
No, actually, if you have one that we should know about, let us know. Go to services.windowsstore.com. We can always, put some there if you have the right service. And then if you have one that you need that's broken, feel free to drop me an email. And again, there's people in my team who are constantly doing reach to developers that were like, oh, this plugin is something that people are asking for, and we go out there and try to help them port. And the work is not that much, so we have a good success in trying to get those to come.
Yeah, we're here to help you, so we'll help find the solution that's best going to fit your needs.
Yep.
Very cool. So that kind of wraps up the plugins and then some of the native integration.
Yep.
So I think it's kind of a good time to take a break.
Yep.
So we'll take a 10-minute break, and then when we come back, let's talk some optimizations.
Yep.
Sound good?
Good.
All right, see you in 10. Welcome back, everyone. So in our next section, we're going to be talking about optimization, but we got some really good questions from the Q&A, so I thought I'd take a few minutes to just kind of go through those. So the first one up is, does scan.xamarin work for other platforms? Simple answer, yes. It'll scan and tell you if it's .NET compatible, and it'll actually let you know if it's compatible for Android as well, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the definition of other platform is broad.
It's a pretty broad definition, yes, but
right.
It does tell you, I think it does tell you for most of the mobile platforms if it's supported or not.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, that's mono, so it'll tell you. But now, actually, that's a good point that might be worth highlighting. Remember, the implementation that Xamarin has and the implementation that Unity has is not the same.
No, they're two different things.
So you could actually run into a scenario where you go to scan.xamarin, they flag nothing, and then you bring that onto Unity, and Unity catches certain things because Xamarin has done a really great job at keeping up with C# features, some of which are not in Unity.
Yeah, and the reason for that is Mono is open source. So what's happened is Xamarin's taken Mono and they've retooled it, re-engineered it for their purposes, and Unity did the same thing. And because there's been that fork, you're not really 100% sure if what's available on A is going to be available on B.
Exactly. And ironically, if that happens, Windows will probably be okay if you're using the .NET compiler.
Yeah.
For example, I can think of like async support, right? That's a keyword that Xamarin now supports, Windows supports, but Unity has no concept of async. So that's the one gotcha that whatever you're getting out of Xamarin would probably be good for capturing older stuff. But if you get a brand new DLL, now that likely wouldn't be a Unity plugin because nobody's going to go write the Unity plugin in newer Xamarin APIs. So yeah, I would say it works for other platforms.
And that kind of brings me to my next question. So can a plugin be written in .NET, which we covered, and yes, that's true, but also for Android and iOS if using Xamarin?
So, and that one I'm not 100% sure. You mentioned during break, but I would say no because, well, for example, definitely on the iOS side where I have more experience on the plugins, the answer there is no. On the Android side, I
I'm not 100% sure on that.
I don't have a 100% answer there. Yeah. But on the iOS side, because Unity goes on to native integration and it's Unity is doing AOT, etc. It's that definition of the mono that's on Unity and the mono that's on Submarine is not the same. So no.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very cool. And then the last one before we move on. Basically, I'll just paraphrase this. Can you use Flash inside of Unity on the Windows Phone? So basically, like a web view using Flash on the Windows Phone.
All right, let me make sure I reword that. Windows Phone, Windows Phone does not support Flash. iOS doesn't support Flash. Windows Phone doesn't support Flash. So on that side, the short answer is no. There's no way you could do Windows Phone by itself. If somebody came to me and said, hey, I have a Unity game that used to compile to Flash, because that's what, Unity used to support Flash. I think they still support it, but it's now officially deprecated. What I would tell them is, well, you should re-export the game and target Windows, very much like we're talking about doing today. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the short answer. We don't support Flash by default. You could probably re-export it. Looking forward, probably farther, like very far forward, Unity 5 has announced, or Unity has announced that Unity 5 will have WebGL support.
Yes.
And that's kind of why, here's where the people that were using Flash on
the answer to the missing Flash. Yeah.
And Windows Phone today are WebGL support. We have WebGL support in the browser, but in order for Unity to get WebGL to work, they need Asm.js and some things that we don't yet support. So we're working on that and seeing what we can do and what's the time frame.
Okay, very cool. All right, awesome. So let's dive back in and we'll start talking about a little bit about optimizations.
Yep. And again, we have to go back to say optimization is probably a misnomer. This is the catch-all. It's here's how we optimize, clean up, and do everything else that we have to do for this section. But we'll talk about optimizations for the most part.
Optimization is always that part, right? When you're almost done the project. You're ready to press the button to release it, and then you sit back and you go, I need to optimize this a little bit, right? And I want to get that little bit of extra polish in it. And it can be a really time-consuming endeavor, right? But at the end of the day, if you do optimize it, your users are going to notice. People are going to, take note and enjoy the fact that you took that extra little bit of time to go ahead and optimize.
Yep. What's the right way to put it? I think troubleshooting is more a little bit on here's what I was after. I just didn't want to go back.
Oh, so you named it optimizations, but and he's actually, when he's saying optimizations, he's saying we're going to troubleshoot issues that you might bump into to optimize your code so it actually works.
Yep, exactly. So that's kind of where hindsight is that as I look at where this is landing, that's kind of what I'm thinking now. Is I should have done. I should have renamed it. It dawned on me as I was looking at the deck yesterday, and I was thinking, there's a lot more about here's how you troubleshoot things and you optimize. But let's get to it otherwise.
No worries. So we're gonna dive into debugging right off the bat.
Yeah, actually, I still have the P31 Metro Essential folder. So why don't we use that? I was just looking at what's open here, and let's just see what we can do here. So I'm just gonna go back. This is a very simple question that everybody asks, and I want to use something that's tiny and small and everything. So this should work fine. So you saw earlier, all we did was we dragged the Prime 31 Metro Essentials. We brought the script, and we were there. And then I went back and exported the solution. And let me just open the solutions. And I'm just going to show you how to debug, because I'm usually very surprised at how many people tell me hey Jaime, got it, but how do we debug that? So this is how you debug. It's pretty simple. So here we have Prime 31, the project that was generated for Windows, right? The one that we saw. Mm-hmm. And actually, maybe we could even put a breakpoint in one of the things that failed earlier and see what was going on there. And we have, this is our Visual Studio.NET project. You will see here, if you're looking at the magic that happens with plugins, you will see a few things. You will see that Unity, as they created the project, the solution, they added references to all the plugins. And here's the P31 Metro Essentials DLL that it's referencing. That's where our logic, that's where the Prime 31 logic is. Now, obviously, everybody knows here your game is in assembly C#. And depending on how you look at it, some of it might be an assembly C# first pass.dll. So here I'm just going to go build your solution. And what we have here is Prime 31. had this file right here that's called Metro Essentials. So I'm just going to go and get the path to it. And here's how you debug your script in Visual Studio. So I'm just going to go File, Open File, right? And I'm going to open the file that they had. This is the mono behavior, right? And then I can just put a breakpoint in it, right? And now I'm going to run my project, and these automatically will do the right things. So I'm just going to go here, let's run in the simulator so we can see it. And this actually might be a good way to test that. I'm still puzzled by that.
He's got another demo coming up in a few minutes, and he's a little puzzled on how he wants to present it. So we'll see.
No, this is a different, but we'll. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint there, and then we'll go from there.
So it's going to load up. It's going to go through all the things, and then when it hits that.
So it's loading up the project. Yep. And you can see here, like I'm inside Visual Studio. This is the Metro Essentials demo UI, script that I had in my Unity project. And you can see here, I can step through it. I can actually look at my local variables. I can look at everything that I need to do. If I go debug Windows, I can set breakpoints. I can look at the output window. I can, set up my watch window. I can look at locals. I can do everything there that I normally could do if you're familiar with Visual Studio, that you would be able to do anywhere. Now I'm totally undocked all over the place here, but let's just dock onto this right here. So I got my watch window. I got local, so you can see that this, because there's not much here. I can expand it. I can see everything that that I would want to see if I wanted to evaluate a method or something like that. I can actually go back and say, oh, here's how you debug through it. F10, I can do F5, put a breakpoint, for example, on the on GUI, so that I can see, the layout here. And let's, for example, I think the batch works, so we can always go back here and do. Show Share UI worked earlier. We showed that one, but there was one that didn't work.
It was the Show the Toast that we had.
Show Toast did not work, and now we're running it inside the simulator. So let's just see if it could have been the remote desktop scenarios that we had. I don't know if that was it, but let's just put a breakpoint there. So I'm just going to continue. The game is running, and I got the Show Toast text 04. And I know you cannot read it; it's a little too small, but it's this button. You can see here, it's coming through. You can see here it updated the text as I added, to be the new string and everything else. I can expand it and see everything else. So I can evaluate, put breakpoints, do everything in there, and I can just say continue. And it still doesn't show up on this desktop.
We still didn't see the toast.
So I'll have to go back and see it. This code works on regular desktop, so make sure if you're not remote desktop into the remote desktop of something.
If you're not playing Inception,
we did it yesterday
desktops.
and it worked. But that's there. That's how you. That's what you saw with debug. You also seen debug log earlier, where we showed hey, debug log automatically gets redirected to the output window. So that's another one of those optimizations that we've done, where you can do you can do some stuff there with regards to debugging. I put the steps by step right here. So just open the file and set breakpoints and debug as usual. And that's where we're at. Another option that we have that's interesting is remote debugging. So here you've been seeing me do the switching back and forth. So if I wanted to just debug in a, say, Surface RT device that's actually running right here, I just go remote machine, and then I can debug onto a Surface RT. If a Surface RT device is running on ARM, is not running, Visual Studio, or I can't run Visual Studio there, but I can remote debug, put breakpoints, and do everything that I just showed you seamless. All I have to do is install the remote debugger, ARM executable on that machine before I do that, and then you connect by IP address. So so those two have to be on the same subnet. That's all you have to do. So it's
actually really simple to set up. I've done it in the past, and it's fairly easy to set up, and it's very useful, like you said. If you've got a case where you want to test something on an RT device, you might not have that option, and doing it through Visual Studio, so you just fire it up on the actual device, connect remotely through the internet or through your local intranet, whatever it might be, and then boom, you can actually do your debugging like as if it was running on that same machine.
Yep,
very
exactly.
powerful.
One more tip that we have is if you're, with these, we want you to be using 4.5.3. Sometimes people will say, oh, I have a project that's on 4.3, I don't want to move or something like that. Unity supports side-by-side, no problem. And you can uninstall and reinstall Unity. You can install it side-by-side and uninstall it and reinstall it as much as you want. People actually have asked me a lot, how do you even uninstall it? And it's just, literally go into the Unity folder where you installed it, and there's an uninstall.exe there, and then just go clean it up. And make sure there's no leftover. Like, for example, if you, sometimes I've seen people that install over and over a lot that end up with leftover mono stuff. So just make sure if you're seeing something weird, it's happened very, very seldomly, but make sure if you're looking.
Blow out the directories too, right? Clean out everything,
Exactly.
any connection to it. That way, if there is an issue where you've got some, mono code hanging around behind, it's going to be deleted anyway.
Exactly. Symbols is a very interesting thing for those that want to get into the lower level debugging, maybe troubleshooting a crash or something like that. And the only tip that you need to know there is that earlier we talked that Unity has 3 configurations: debug, release, and master.
Yep.
And in debug, symbols are usually very large. So what Unity has chosen to do is that they only ship symbols for debug and master. So a lot of times I get these I'm running release and I don't have the symbols. So just run master if you want to run it with the equivalent of debug.
To remove all that extra debug code, and if you just want to get access to the symbols and do the coding that way, you can do it
exactly
without having to. Yeah, because otherwise, if you had all 3 of them, it would be quite big. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So that's just to decrease. I mean, Unity is 1.2 gigabyte now, and like if we add symbols, if we add another platform feed symbols, that's usually 100 megs or more.
Yeah.
So that's just how we do it.
Yeah, that download's creeping up there. Keep it as small as possible.
Yep. And they give you symbols for all the platforms. So that's the other thing that you have to make sure is you have to make sure that you're aligned. If you're debugging in 8.1, make sure that you are. If you're using Expert for or WinDVG or whatever, or Visual Studio, make sure that you're pointing it to the right directories for 8.1. For the most part, if you look at that folder structure Unity creates, they copy the symbols for you, so you don't have to do anything. Just look for them in your output, in your bin debug or bin master directory, and you'll have them there. So some tips on performance, the one that people miss a lot, especially .NET, people is obviously avoid an interrupt, right? If you look at Unity, that's native code. So for example, if you are in a mono behavior and you say this, or if you want to get the transform rotation or something like that, being able to say, for example, just cache your transform makes a difference because you're avoiding making a call onto native code over and over and over.
Yeah, so basically to summarize, you're saying like if I'm going to be doing something, especially if it's in an update loop, and I'm calling the same data, or the data's not changing frequently enough, make a call at the beginning of it so that way it's stored in memory, so you're not doing these calls like 60 frames a second. Like if you're doing a call 60 times a second, that's going to cause you some performance issues.
Yep, exactly. So people don't understand that calling onto a Unity property like transform, it's something that actually makes a native call all the way down and brings it back. So just cache those objects.
Yeah, so cache them at the beginning. If you know that you're going to be moving a transform around a bunch on the screen, at the beginning of your code, cache it, and then call that cache, so that way you're not having to do that interrupt constantly over and over and over again.
Yep.
That's a huge
same thing for adding event handlers whenever possible. Like I've seen code where I see an update loop that's always constantly checking, is the screen width X or Y, or is the screen width this number or not? I showed you earlier how we have, for example, window resizing. So those are easy to just subscribe to the right events and stop checking on every loop. Those are things that
that's a good tip for anything in the update loop. You want to keep your update loop as small as possible, right? You want to run as little code in there as you can and try to offload everything else into other processes. Yep,
exactly. Understanding your GPU capabilities is important. Like, don't try to run onto something. This comes up often in, for example, Surface RT devices. Remember, we talked about the hardware, and I said, well, Surface RT goes down to level 9.1. So what Surface will do is that, or what Windows will do in a lot of cases is that if you go in there and you said, oh, I need to run a level 9.3 capability, Surface or Windows will automatically default onto warp. So you actually render in software mode. And we're no longer using the GPU, and it's fine. It doesn't crash and it doesn't work, but it's a significant difference on the performance. So just make sure you understand your GPU capabilities when you write.
And make sure you know what you're targeting, right?
Exactly.
That's another one too about the GPUs, because we're kind of on that topic, is draw calls. That's one I didn't see on the list there. That's one that I see all the time, right? Minimize your draw calls. You'll get people on there and they're like, oh, my game, it looks really good on my tablet, but then as soon as I put it on my phone, it's really chuggy. And the first thing I say is how many draw calls you got. And they'll have like 20,000 draw calls on one frame. There's no phone in the world that's going to be able to handle that, right?
Yep. Unity batching is very, very effective
Yes.
with those kinds of issues. So yeah, so it's definitely there. With regards to profiler tools, so first of all, the Unity profiler, we already said, works across the board. And then we have several power tools that are interesting for people to see. One of them is, for example, our Visual Studio Graphics Diagnostics tool, which we use to go back to your draw calls call. And for that one, I'm going to terminal desktop into this machine. If I manage to figure out how to get out of here.
So many things open.
Yep, 221132. Don't look. And this one's already, I was capturing this one during the break because it takes a couple, I wouldn't say minutes, but it takes a little bit of time to capture these. So, so we have this new tool that's interesting in Visual Studio. It's called Graphics Diagnostics, and you can go here and say debug graphics and start diagnostics, and you can debug a Unity game, whether it's a desktop, a Windows Store, or even a phone, and you can debug an emulator or a phone. In this case, I just did a couple frame captures for this phone right here. And you can go back here and see, like, let me show you what we capture out of it. So this was just, I did a couple frame captures so that we wouldn't go through having to capture them again. It was running slow on this phone because we have too many things going on here.
Too much inception.
But if I go here and I look at this frame, for example, you'll check out the level of detail that the tool gets you on a specific frame. Oh, this phone fell asleep. Let's see if this opens. So what's doing there is actually, this is interesting. So I did the capture of a frame earlier. Oh, there we go. So that's fine, because shader debugging. So here, let me show you what happened there, which is really cool. So first of all, we launched the game here with the start debug graphics diagnostics, right? And then I ran the game and I captured a couple frames, and I didn't repeat it because it's running slow. I don't know if it's the remote desktop thing that we have, but it was running low. And then, so I captured 2 frames. Now I'm playing those frames back against the phone. And it gives you, to go back to your draw calls, it gives you a very detailed call on every frame, right? This is what it took to make every single, these are all the calls, all the draw calls that went into each one, every single, these are every single draw that went into the frame. So you can see here, for example, like in some cases, hey, is there anything going on? Like, oh, do I see this call a lot? Do I go into an infinite loop somewhere, or do something that is just not expected if you're running really slow? The one that I love and the one that I actually use the most is these graphics object tables. So here, I can go in there and see whatever we rendered for that screen and get a good run of every asset that we render on the screen, including the sizes. So for example, here I can see the actual textures that I was rendering. And I can go back and see the sizes and see the formats and everything else. So, so I can go back there and see everything that we're rendering. So you can see here, the actual texture as it was rendered. I can go in there even into the pipeline stage, and then this one is not going to work because of that error we saw earlier. But if I go in there into the pipeline stages, I can see the whole shader pipeline stage that we saw as we go. So for example, you can see, oh, here's my vertex shader, here's my pixel shader, here's everything as we go along.
Well, that's very helpful if you got a shader issue and you're trying to debug it. That's
exactly.
Very handy.
Yeah, and if you, like you can actually, with the graphics tool, you can actually go in there and set breakpoints in your shaders. So real time you can attach the graphics tool debugger, and then I can put a breakpoint in my shader and then step through all the code.
That's impressive.
So yeah, this is really cool. And this is actually for phone, for Windows. And it works for desktop. Ironically, the VS Express for desktop doesn't have it as an option. But if you open VS Express for Windows and you run it against the executable on the desktop, it'll run just fine.
Nice.
So that's what we have with our
I love the level of
debuggers.
detail too. It goes really
oh yeah, this is like amazing with regards to like getting every possible detail that you need. For me, like the interesting thing, for example, earlier when we talk about compressions, right? You can see here, for example, BC3s is the equivalent of X5. So you can see either they use a lot of alphas, and that's why they have all these BC3 textures, or in some cases they just haven't gone back and looked at every single one. Most of these are not too large, so my guess is they're already compressed and they just had alphas. But that's what you're getting with our graphics debugger. And this is a very useful tool for people to actually just go in there and get useful information out of.
Very cool.
So let me get out of. It's funny, clicking on the edges. So that's our Visual Studio debugging, graphics debugging, which is really, really cool. That's the one right here. We mentioned the Unity Profiler, and then we have another tool that's really interesting. And let's see, we can plug another tool here. It's called our Visual Studio, our Windows Phone Developer Power Tools. This is really interesting in that these tools come with Visual Studio. So right here, I can just go here and go into our Power Tools. Actually, these tools right here, you can install separate from Visual Studio. That's what I meant. But I can use them here, and they connect to my device, and they allow me to do several things. Application verifier you'll hardly ever use, like you'll never use for Unity. But for performance monitor, you can see your memory. And then for performance recorder, you can record a whole lot of ETL events or ETW events, and then watch them play them back later in something like WPA, Windows Performance Analyzer.
Very cool.
So I could come back here and just say, connect to a device, assuming that device has these guys connected, and it's not in there. And the main reason that this tool will be interesting to you is in a minute when I tell you how you connect. You can actually go in there and see specific folder structures and things like that for your devices. So you can see everything that I have, some of the apps that I have in there. And for example, like if I wanted to debug Angry Bots, I would just go here, select it, and then go into Performance Monitor, and then run it, and it will actually run and start profiling. And you'll see your CPU, your memory, and your I/O real time.
That's awesome.
So that's really cool with regards to being able to see it. So I can come back there and just and actually show that, or run that if you need to see it. And then again, these tools are useful. Like you see right there, Angry Bots should be coming up, and you'll see it starts, looking at memory for your phone, and it's connecting right now. And I can start seeing what's going on the phone altogether and limit it. Right now the process is total, but I can limit it to a specific process and do everything else that I need to do with regards to monitoring live what's going on the phone at any one time. For memory, I recommend that you just write a little counter and put it as a kind of almost like a frame counter on your memory on your game. It's much easier. But this is useful if you want to go in there.
I usually build my own little debug console that I put up in the corner if I need to see,
like
rate,
I have a frame
usage.
counter, and I include memory as a counter now. So that's kind of one of the tools that we have there today that we've added. So if you're familiar with Windows Phone or Windows debugging altogether, right? We have Windows Performance Recorder, which is kind of like Xperf. Mm-hmm. And then we have the whole performance toolkit that has Xperf, WPA, and everything else. And here, this will take an hour and a half. So I just gave you a link to the video so you can go see all those in actions. That's actually the easier way to do it. Here's the graphics, diagnostics, screenshots. In case that I couldn't get to that machine, I had it all in there so that we could see all of that. With regards to logs, this is interesting, or this is always useful. Obviously, the editor log in Unity hasn't changed. It's just local update, Unity editor log. And then the Unity player log, this is actually very interesting in terms of like if there's a crash or if there's something going on at runtime with your game, that's where Unity is going to let you know.
Yeah.
So in this case, you can go in there and look at apps. If you're in Windows, you can just go look at your apps data folder, and it's going to be there.
Yeah. Pro tip: put a link on your desktop.
So you put a link on your desktop to
that file.
Oh, to app data?
It gets kind of tedious to dig through there every time.
Yeah. So and then if you're in Windows Phone, you can navigate using the Windows Phone Power Tools. You can navigate onto the folder structure, and again, it's on your applications data folder, so you can just see it there. And then from there, it's text, so you can just visualize it and see everything else. The next one is crash dumps, right? If you're running your app and it crashes, Unity or actually Windows Phone automatically puts the crash on your phone. It's going to be under your device name, phone, documents, debug folder. So for example, if I go here and I just browse there, if there's a device attached, so Jaime R930, so that's a 930 that we have, and I can just go document debug, and you see the last crash that I did. At some point, I must have shut down Angry Bots because you see a crash there. This one's actually a text log. The price says it didn't get enough time to dump. But if I had done a full dump, because it's probably just because of the debugger stopping. if I had a full dump, I would have a DMP file there that I can then copy and open inside WinDVG or whatever, whatever your either WinDVG or Visual Studio, whatever your poison is with regards to managing dump files. So that's kind of where you're at with regards to the logs. That's for Windows Phone. For Windows, it's pretty much very similar concepts, right? The Unity, the Unity editor log is the same. The player log is somewhere under your applications folder. You write like put a folder or put a link is actually easy enough. And then for crash dumps, Windows automatically puts your crash dumps on local app data crash dumps, or if you want to control where it puts them, look at the registry setting for HKLM software, Windows.
I love how this Unity talk has turned into a hacking your registry talk.
Hey, man, that's what I have to do, right? Sadly, that's like when, I guess the way to put it is now, here's the way I think about it. This is really interesting. Everybody I talk to from Unity is that deals with this is they tell me three things. They said, when they come to Windows, having the power of everything that Windows offers makes it so much easier, right? Like for example, we are troubleshooting memory a lot, and I can go capture ETW events, and then I can open Expert for WPA and analyze call stacks and do all kinds of crazy stuff. And then often we are comparing it to iOS. And then when we're talking to people and we're like, oh, these numbers don't add up, they're like, well, here's the numbers that we got from the CLR or from Unity Profiler, but they don't have the level of detail that we can get out of Windows. So yes, you're right that this is much lower level, much deeper, but it's the power of Windows, right? Yeah. Like for example, everybody that I showed that graphics profiler that you just saw, like any high-end gamer that needs to that has ever troubleshot a shader, or debug a shader, can tell you wow, that can save you
huge, that's going to save me hours.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, this was my catch-all. Visual Studio tools for Unity we mentioned earlier.
We did mention this a little bit earlier, yeah.
So we bought them. Anybody who has a pro version of Visual Studio should just check them out. You get debugger support where you can connect the debugger so you don't have to debug through MonoDevelop, code editor, project explorer support.
Full IntelliSense.
And console redirect. Yeah, you're using Visual Studio to develop. Yeah. And we support all SKUs like 2010, 2012, and 2013.
Yeah, all the way down to 10, yeah.
So it's really great. Before, I had always paid for it, and it was $80. So now it's free. So I think people.
It was well worth the money back then. It's even better now that it's free. Yeah.
Yep. So, and that's it. That's my catch-all and optimizations and troubleshooting.
And mostly troubleshooting. A little bit of optimization in there. We did talk a little bit about it, so it's okay. We'll keep the title the way it is.
Yep.
That seems like a good point to take another break. So we'll break, and then when we come back, let's talk about monetization, packaging everything up, and getting it in the store.
Yep.
Sound good?
Cool.
All right. See you in 10. Hello everyone, thanks for coming back. So in this last module, well, I shouldn't say the last module, but near last module, we're going to talk a little bit about monetization and packaging everything up and getting it ready for the store. But before we do that, let's take a couple more questions. So the first one comes from Mother Penguin, love the name by the way. Basically they're asking if WebGL is going to be supported in the future release of Unity, does that mean that Babylon.js will be compatible? Or is that redundant? And you basically answered your own question. Yes, that's completely redundant. They're both engines, right, for displaying graphical data on the WebGL platform. So if you had Babylon.js running inside of Unity, you'd basically have two competing engines, and it just wouldn't make any sense. So yeah, I wouldn't bother even trying that. Be an interesting experiment maybe, but yeah, I wouldn't go too far with that one. And then the next one is draw calls are on the GPU. Right? I think yesterday they were saying CPU, which I questioned, but no one answered. Yes, they are on the GPU. The draw call itself is executed. The code is executed on the GPU, but it's packaged on the CPU.
Yeah, that's a trick question, right? The draw call sends instructions to the GPU.
Yeah.
And now in some cases, depending on what you're doing, some of the instructions might end up being more or less. And that's where, so technically there's always some CPU work, but they're also generating GPU work.
Exactly. So I guess a safe answer would say it's on the GPU, right? Fair enough. There's going to be times where you're going to have It's going to be like splitting hairs, really, where it's
The safe answer is exactly.
awesome. Okay, so let's dive into monetization and packaging. So first up, let's talk about what the Windows Store is. So the store is basically a collection of all of our apps, games, software that's available on our devices. So in order to get your device or your game out to people's devices, you actually have to go through the store, right? It's the only way to get your executable content onto the end user's device, right? So that's why we say, you got to upload to the store when we're talking about the store. That's what we're generally talking about. Just to give everybody kind of like what is the store, let me do something real quick here if I can. I forgot my shortcuts.
Windows, just go Windows.
There we go. I meant to go back, but okay, so I'm going to actually show you what the store is, just in case, for some odd reason you haven't seen what the store is. So this is basically the store, it's laid out, you've got your collections, your features, right? So right now, the 9/11 memorial is being featured, you got a bunch of different stuff, it's kind of telling me how to go, and I can move along here, right? And you got your top grossing, new and rising, top paid.
Get rid of the swipe.
Yeah, let me get.
Just got to swipe.
Yeah, I got to actually touch it, there we go.
Yep. That's never in the store. It's
No, that's just because the store hasn't been launched on this since it's been refreshed. So yeah, and then at the end, of course, you have your categories, right? The one thing I'll point out to all of us gamers and kind of makes me happy, if you look here, like at all the top featured, top grossing, top paid, a lot of them are games.
Yep.
So good career choice. So let's go back into the slides and I'll talk a little bit more about the store. So you get your key from you get your developer key. It allows you to actually upload. You create your name and everything in the store. So for my company, I would call it Mickey Games, whatever it might be. That'll give me my store name, and then I can start uploading to the store that way. When you use your developer license, it'll actually unlock the devices for testing. So if you got the phone and you want to actually build on it, this is where your developer license will come in handy. You'll use a little tool, the Windows Developer Phone Unlock tool. Is that what it's called?
It's Windows Phone Registration Tool. I always just search for registration, and it's called Windows Phone Developer Registration. And there's 8.1 and 8.0. Use the 8.1 and that takes care of it.
Yeah, it'll take care of both of them, so whatever device you might have. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why you need that developer license, is so that you can actually unlock for development, not just push into the store as well.
Yep, and to be like, so the way, to be very kind of detailed on it, as a developer, first of all, to develop, we already said you don't need anything. You can develop most of your game without ever registering to the store. You will need to register on the store, which we already said is $19 for individuals, in order for you to submit it to the store. To go back to it, on Windows, there's no limit on the number of devices you can unlock. Literally on Windows, you develop, you give it to your
So that's for like your tablets, your laptops, your home computers, whatever it might be. Yep. There's an unlimited amount of devices.
As a developer, you can install your AppX, or your package anywhere and as many devices as you want, as long as they have a developer license, which again, all you need is a Microsoft account in order for you to do that.
Yeah.
Now, Windows Phone, that's limited to a small number of devices. That's where your 3 devices. You
get the 3 devices, yeah. So you can only unlock 3 devices with that account before it'll say you can't unlock anymore. But you can just go in and delete any accounts that you're not using or any devices that you're not using on the account and just add new ones as you go.
Yep, and that's for individuals. If you have a store account and a business store account, you do default to a small number. I think it's 3 or 5, and then you can go in there and submit a request on our portal that says, hey, we have 10 testers, I need this number increased to 10, or we have 1 tester, but he tests on 10 devices, so we need to increase the limit. Yeah,
so basically if you're working as a studio or a larger organization and you need that kind of support, just reach out to us. We can definitely help and make that happen.
Yep.
So yeah, actually that was a good point. On the next slide here we have, so to register as a publisher, like you mentioned, it's $19 a year for an individual. It's $99 a year for companies. So if you're a larger organization, if you have a registered business name, that kind of stuff, you might want to go the company route. It also goes through a verification process to make sure that you're who you say you are. You can't come on here and tell us that you're, king, and we find out later on that you're not. So you do go through a process like that. And the cool thing about the store registration for the publisher is it works on both the platforms. Previously, you used to have one for the phone and one for the store. Now you don't have to. They're actually merged into one account. So you have one developer account. You can push to both platforms.
Yep.
And of course, students, you're lucky you can get it for free through DreamSpark. So DreamSpark's a very, very cool program that we have for academics that allows you to have access to free software, and basically let you try out all the cool stuff that we have for free because you're students and you're probably living on craft dinner anyway and you don't have the money to buy this stuff. But at the end of the day, you want to be able to use all this stuff so when you get out into the career world, you've got some good knowledge, right? So that's what we do to kind of help out students. We have that DreamSpark program. Your MSDN benefits may, if you have an MSDN benefits already, that actually does come with a registration token. You can just go there and click on it, it'll print out the token. And then at the bottom there, you'll see the 2 sites to go to log in. It doesn't matter which one you sign up for because they, like I said, it works for both. So pick and choose which one you want to check out.
Yep.
All right, so let's shift gears a little bit and talk about some monetization options. Now, I'm sure everybody in the world's heard the differences between freemium and paid and all that, but it's a good idea to go back through it all, right? So paid apps that must be purchased to install, makes sense. Paid apps with a free trial, so that's definitely a cool way of going about it. So if you are going to charge money for your app, you'll notice that, I'll put it this way, if you put a game in there for free and you put a game in there for paid, you're going to notice that you're going to get a lot more downloads for the free one, right? That's because people don't necessarily want to spend money all the time. But what's cool about it, if you have a paid app, you can actually offer a free trial. So it kind of removes that thing of people saying, well, I don't want to pay for something that I don't know if it's any good, right? So I always tell people, if you're going to do a paid app, it's vital that you include some sort of trial, right?
Yep.
And we'll show a little bit later how to use the trial API, or we'll talk about it a little bit anyway.
And there's other benefits to trial, right? Like, for example, again, on Windows, we have a myriad of hardware, right? So sometimes somebody would be like, oh, I installed these, I installed Surface 3, like they changed resolutions quite a bit recently. It has a much higher resolution than any other device we've had, and it's the aspect ratio is slightly different. So if you have a trial app and someone installs it and for whatever reason it doesn't run right, that person at least has the ability to say, oh, it didn't run right, I'm not going to buy it. Which is much better than that person being pretty upset that they paid $4.99 and going in there and giving you a 1. Because they did something that, they did something they were not supposed to in some cases.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's definitely a lot of reasons to include a trial, and I would almost go as far as saying it's a necessity. If you're going to do a paid app, at least offer up a trial. Another way to do the paid version, I guess, is a paid with free app, and I call these the premium games, right? So basically what it says is you can download it for free, and then later on there's in-app purchases. So you'll see a lot of games like that are doing this lately. I think Candy Crush, the rest of them, they're all doing that where you'll have, something like maybe a health bar or an energy bar, and once it runs out, you got to buy tokens. And this is a way to have people playing your game, but still be able to monetize it, right? So you'll get a lot of downloads, you'll get a lot of people playing it. They may or may not spend money on it, but after a while, you'll start to generate some revenue through your in-app purchases. So you can do a lot of different things, items for RPGs. It could be, a million ways to do in-app purchases. So definitely a good thing to check out. And over here, you'll see that it's got the pricing tiers. So if you're going to do a paid app, you can start out anywhere from 99 cents all the way up to $500. I don't think I've ever seen a $500 app in there, though.
I've never looked.
Yeah. If you release a $500 app, please reach out to us. I'd like to know what it is.
It's one of those I'm too rich apps, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that chunk there, that paid, that premium, the in-app purchases, if you want to call it, that's a good chunk. That's about 70% of the developer revenue on our platform right now, right? So, give or take.
Yeah, you have the data on the next one, right?
Oh yeah, I have the data. When we go down, I'll break down it a little bit more. And then of course, if you're not going to do the paid route, if you want to go, maybe you just want to have free downloads, you can have ads inside. So we were fielding a few questions a little while ago about having something like video ads inside of your game, things like that. So there's ways to monetize it without having to actually charge anybody any money. I will say the ads are still doing very well on our platform, but I've seen it kind of taking a hit on other platforms and in recent periods. But again, the video ads are kind of giving it a little bit more of a boost now. And then of course, release for free. That's your other option, right? Just give it out to people, let them play it. Maybe it's just you're trying to make a name for yourself. If you're starting out as an indie, you just kind of want to get people to know who you are. Or maybe you got a group of guys, you got some artists, they want to show off some of their artwork, that kind of thing. It's a good way to get a portfolio out there. Maybe get picked up by that AAA.
Yep.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the trial API. We kind of mentioned why you would want to use a trial. So trials, you can do a couple of different ways. You could do something like a time-limited trial where, you can play the game for a minute, 30 seconds, and then it's going to kick you out and ask you to pay for it. Or you could do a featured limited trial. So something like, the first level or something of the game is available, or maybe you can't power up to a certain point, or a lot of popular games are doing this now, which even had the subscription model before, where they're like, you can play for free up until level 15. So you can kind of get a feel for the game, and you get drawn in, right? You start playing the game, you start building a bond with the characters inside the game, and suddenly you're more willing to pay for it, right? So that's one good way of going about it. So do you want to show off the?
I'm still having some.
Still having a little bit of issues.
I can set these up.
We're hoping that we're going to be able to show you the Prime 31 plugin that kind of handles some of this trial stuff.
Yeah, I can definitely show the code, but yeah, this remote desktop. We keep anything that requires that you interact with the main desktop is not.
It's being a little bit of a pain for us.
Giving us pain today, so I can walk through. We can walk.
Yeah, you want to walk through the code then?
Yeah. So I think what you were saying, which was interesting. Let me see if I can switch over here. And we'll walk through it. So what you were saying is interesting. From a trial standpoint, actually, all of our APIs, all of our store APIs are pretty simple, regardless. But from a trial standpoint, one thing to know is that time-limited trials are literally no code at all, right? When you submit to the Windows Store, you say, oh, I want it to be a time-limited trial for 2 days. And the operating system automatically takes care of all of the handling that you need to do in order for that time-limited trial to not expire. So you don't have to do any line of code at all. Obviously, feature-limited trial, you get to decide, because that requires a little bit of business logic for you to come back and say, oh, here's what I need to do, like maybe level 15 or whatever it is that you need to actually get to. So that's where you're going to be with regards to feature limited.
Yeah, which is really good. The time limited, it's really handy, right? You don't have to worry about any code, just throw it up there, you're good to go. The featured limited, you got to write a little bit of code, but to be quite honest, it's not too much. It's a couple lines here and there just to kind of block out what you want to be able to have access to and what you don't have access to.
Yep, exactly. So I have the code here. I can just walk you through some if you want. Let me just make this font smaller. I mean, like you're going to see here, all the, this is the Prime 31 code. And what you're going to see here, for example, a purchase event. This is still too big. Is 18 a good size for this?
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Yep.
Just make the window big. It'll be easier to read.
Yep, I'll go full screen. And for example, like let's say you wanted to check is in trial mode, right? Mm-hmm. So pretty much you just get an instance of the store and just say store is in trial mode.
And that's what's nice about the plugin. It's abstracting all that heavy lifting for you and just giving you the ability to just say, hey, store dot, is in trial mode, and it'll return a Boolean, and you can go from there.
Yep. Same for like, for example, here, if you were in a trial and you wanted to request that the app be purchased, so you're, what we call the conversion, right? You just make this one call right here and say store request app purchase, and then you get a callback. You press a callback onto it, such that you get called whenever it's done. And right there, one line of code, and you just added in-app purchase onto your app.
Yeah, which is pretty amazing.
Trial to in-app purchase. If you want to do something like getting license information, most of these are one method or two methods that you're looking at here. And the native API is just a simple of WinRT. So if you don't want to use the plugin, the native API is probably just.
Yeah, we have that in the slides. So I'll talk a little bit to that.
Yep. So that's kind of where you're at with regards to the APIs. It's very, very straightforward. Trial is definitely a best practice that everybody who has a paid app should try to leverage.
Yeah, definitely. So if we go back to the slide here,
yep.
You'll see, this is what you were basically talking about. This is the native call. So if you're, I'll give the hypothetical feature, right? So you hit level 15, you're going to check to see if they have a license. So you're going to do this call. You're going to return, is active, is trial, and then you're going to write your custom code based on that, right? So, the plugin does abstract it a lot, makes it a little bit easier, pretty quick to get that up and going. But to be quite honest, the native code is not very difficult to get going as well. So,
yep.
Yeah, either or. Okay, so let's move on to in-app purchases. So, yeah, this is a touchy subject for me. Every time I talk about in-app purchases, right? Because I'm a strong believer, and you don't want to make it, pay to win, right? That's the biggest thing that I'm always telling people. Don't make it pay to win, right? Don't whale hunt. That's my biggest push. Is don't whale hunt. Make it enjoyable for everyone, even if they're not going to be spending hundreds of dollars in your game. Don't make it so they lose, right? Jaime's over here laughing.
I'm a whale hunter.
Yeah, he's like, I'm hunting those whales.
Hey, I laugh all the way to the bank. I'll be honest. In my games, we optimize a lot for the whales, and it's okay. Like,
Yeah,
They're having fun, right?
yeah, it depends on on what you're trying to target, right? If you have a strategy where you're able to capture a few whales, you're going to be okay. But if you've only got one whale every year, you're not doing too well, right? So you might want to take a look at how you're optimizing to hunt whales.
Yep.
Yeah. And we're talking about hunting whales, and when we talk about whale, we mean somebody with a large bank account. That's what we're talking about. We don't actually mean physically hunting whales because that's cruel. So yeah, in-app purchases, you can do this a lot of different ways. So you got things like durables, consumables, right? So durables are features that can be unlocked and they're in the app, they're permanent, right? So what would be a good durable? Maybe a level increase. So I'm having a hard time, I can't get to level 20 with my character. I pay $2.99 and my character gets leveled up to 20. Boom, right? Done. So that's something that would be a durable. A consumable, on the other hand, is something that you're actually purchasing. You're either going to use right away or use at some point, and that's it. It's a one-time use thing, right? Or I shouldn't say one-time use. Like you could have it set up so you could use it more than once, but eventually it will no longer exist, and you'll have to pay for it again, right? So healing potions, stuff like that would be a good consumable, right?
Yep. A durable you purchase once, a consumable you purchase over and
over again, which is good for whale hunting.
Yep.
So yeah, and another thing here, like a lot of people come to me and they say like, do I need to use Microsoft's payment provider? And I'm like, no, you don't have to. You can use any provider that you want. You just have to code that all in yourself, right, and get that all up and running. What's really cool is there's no revenue share if you use with Microsoft. If you implement some third-party payment system. So you're actually we're not taking a cut off the top if you go and use Johnny's payment processor.
Yep. So that means that 30%. So on our stores, when you come to our store, it's a standard 70-30 split. So if you're using our APIs, if you use the Microsoft APIs, then Microsoft gets 30% of your cut, developers get 70%. That's the same then iOS or Android.
Yeah, it's the same across the board.
And what Mickey's saying is if you use your own payment provider, then you get to keep as much as that payment provider lets you keep. Yeah. Which tends to be more.
Very cool. All right, so the next one is the ad-supported apps. Now, we had talked about this a little bit. Like we said, that it's kind of on the decline just because there's so many games and apps out there that just bombarding people with ads. The price of an ad display has gone down dramatically. That being said, it's still actually fairly popular and fairly lucrative on our platform as it stands right now. Video ads, again, are another way to get that to kind of come back up and make a little bit more money off that. With the ads, we do have the Microsoft Ad SDK, which allows you to use Pub Center. Really, really easy to use, very easy to incorporate in your game. It gives you various ad sizes to choose from. You can do very specific targeting to your audiences, right? And you can control all that through the Pub Center portal, which is actually pretty easy to navigate. I've used it in my games in the past. And I've also used third parties. So on our platform, you're able to use the third-party SDK, something like AdMob or whatever it might be. And actually, one of my suggestions is, I always say this to people, is use more than one, right? Because you're not guaranteed 100% to display an ad every single time. So it's a good idea to have a couple of fallbacks, right? So I might lead with Pub Center, and if Pub Center doesn't display an ad for me, I'll do a call to AdMob. And if I go through a couple and I'm not getting anything, maybe the guy's just got a bad internet connection or something's up like that, I'll actually go to the step and I'll start displaying my own ads. So any games that I've created, I'm going to start advertising them in there, right? It makes sense. Got some free ad space, might as well use it up, right? So that's why I always say use more than one. It makes sense.
And there's, services.windowsstore.com is where I would go check the options are, what the options are. And for example, there's one called Ad Rotator, and they do exactly what you described, but they do it for you. Yeah. That's, I think, the two options that I see people taking a lot is I would go with Ad Rotator, or you can go Pub Center or whatever. Because in some cases, if you go to one specific vendor, you might get a little bit of a higher CPM or whatever your model is. And then you can always write your own fallback yourself. And at that point, for example, Ad Duplex or some other fallback might be okay. Yeah. So there are lots of other options, InMobi, Litbo. Like there's a lot of if you need a fallback, there's a lot of other options. And Ad Rotator is one that the current one on the website is done by outside of Microsoft, and then Microsoft has announced that for the fall we would probably have our own Ad Rotator equivalent.
I'll plug mine too. I've got one out there. The code's free to use. Take it, rip it apart, do whatever you want. Add more ad services to it, but please push up your code afterwards. Like if you're adding other things, I'd love to include that for everyone. So yeah, definitely check it out. And GitHub/ScruffyFern.
Yep.
Cool. So let's move on and talk a little bit about shared identity apps. So a shared identity app, basically what we're saying here is if you have a Windows app and a Windows Phone app using the exact same reserved name in the stores, they are considered to be a shared identity, which gives you a couple of really cool benefits, right? First of all, and I actually learned this, you told me this, and I was like, oh wow, that's really cool. Customers get apps and in-app purchases like durables and entitlements across both platforms. So if I've got, if I release my game and I've got some durables in there, someone purchases it from there, they can actually download the exact same game on their Windows device and have that access to those in-app purchases and not have to repurchase them. That's huge. That's really big.
Yep, and again, you pay once for an app that runs in 2 platforms. So from the very beginning, like if, let's say your game is $2.99, you pay for it on Windows, and now you can install it on phone. And then if you go buy something on Windows, you get it on phone if it's a durable. Yeah,
that's awesome. So, that's really good. Yeah, it's the way it should be, right? If you're running the same platforms, the games are the exact same. Why am I paying for it twice, right?
I'm a whale hunter. I won't say.
Yeah, the whale hunter in the group, saying no, pay for it twice. Please.
I'm like, hey, you want it? If you want to play it on the same, you want to pay for it once, play it on one device.
Yeah. I think that's one of the coolest features that having this shared identity is. Another one, really big one, is roaming data across both of them. So if I level up my RPG character and I'm almost done the dungeon, but I got to leave for work and I got a train ride ahead of me, I can just fire that game up on my phone. My data's roaming with me, so I got my save data right there with me. I can continue on and play. I think that's just awesome. That's just amazing to me. I think that's a really cool feature. And of course, you have the single push notification channel. So any pushes that I push out, they're going to both of them. They're not just going to the phone. They're not just going to the Windows, desktop device or tablet or whatever it might be. They're going out to both at the same time. So that's huge. Really cool. So a good reason why you would probably want to do this is it's going to help build up that following. Your fans are going to enjoy the fact that they can take their game across multiple devices. They don't have to pay for it twice. All their in-app purchases can be used on both devices. So very, very cool.
Yep. I think so. For context, share identities, the way I think about it is more towards the future. When we started, we launched Windows Phone several years before we had a Windows Store. So for the last year or so, the stores were disconnected. It's 2 stores. You still submit 2 packages, etc. As we go forward, we've been very clear that all of these things are converging. That's where Universal Apps is one step in that direction. Our store is converging.
Yeah, having this shared name, having the Universal Apps, we're really trying to push the wedge together, right, and get them both running on the same.
Yep, and that's where. So this is the future. I think starting. We can joke about making a little bit more money by squeezing a person to pay twice, etc. But I think this is the right thing to do. It's something that anybody that's submitted nowadays should be just thinking about, and unless you have a very explicit reason not to, I would just say, hey, go with a shared identity app, and
And it goes back to the point that I was making earlier about you want to release on everything, right? As an indie developer, the best thing you can do is get your game out on every device you can, right? And if using Universal Apps is just making it that much easier, why not, right? I'm going to release for the phone. I'm going to release for Windows Store, so why not just do it all at once? Save myself some trouble, right? It makes sense.
Yep, agree.
All right, so let's kind of shift a little bit from monetization. We'll start talking about a little bit more about packaging. So the one big thing that you need to do before you actually submit, and I say this is a necessity to anybody that I talk to. People say, it's no big deal, but running the WAC test, and that WAC stands for Windows Application Certification Kit, will actually go through the steps that your game or app's going to be tested on inside the store. So it'll do checks like a bunch of different stuff around the submission, like do you have the proper icons, do you have screenshots, are you using APIs that aren't available, stuff like that. It'll go through all those tests and it'll spit out errors or issues before you actually submit to the store. So you don't have to submit to the store, wait for the turnaround, have them send it back, say no, there's something wrong with it, and you do that back and forth. Why bother when you have this awesome tool that'll just do all that for you, right? So I always tell everybody it's not a option, it's a necessity. You definitely need to run your code through the WAC test. It doesn't take too long either. It's seconds really. You just click it and it does all the stuff behind the scenes and spits out the report for you. So I guess here's the steps basically to walk through. So you create your app package in Visual Studio, then you run your WAC test on the created AppX. So this is for Universal Apps and Windows apps. So you select the test to be run, so you can go through and you can say, I want this test to be ran, I want this test to be ran, and then it'll go through, it'll run all those, and it'll spit in an output file that's actually in XML. You can then open up in your browser and go through, And you'll see here at the bottom there's the app manifest resource tests, app resource validation. It'll have either passed or failed. And if it does have a failed, it has a pretty good description of why you failed. And you can kind of like go through that. It's kind of like a debug for why you failed a store certification kit. So yeah, definitely use that before you submit. It'll save you a lot of headaches and save you some time when you're trying to get your application or game into the store.
Yep.
Oh, I seem to be out of slides. I must have missed a few.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, let me scroll back through. It seems like I've missed a few slides.
Can you switch machines? Because there's two that are worth highlighting that I think.
Yeah, like, there was two. There was one. Yeah, right there. That one's the one that I really wanted to talk to.
Yeah. So this is one of the things that I think there's a couple of tips that we can go back to the store. I think we already emphasized trial. Mm-hmm. Anybody that's coming to Windows Phone or Windows Store, trial is a key differentiator. It's one of those things that you're leaving money on the table if you're not taking advantage of.
Exactly.
If your app is paid. And the other thing that I think is worth highlighting is some of the data that we looked at. This is a little bit, this data came from April or so at Build. I think it was data that they gathered as of February. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that was really interesting is that the way I think about the Windows Store and the Windows Phone Store is, I have iOS or Android apps, and it's really hard to succeed on those stores to begin with. Like, I'll be very candid. I have a lot of games that I'm like, oh, I wrote it for fun, and I know that I'm never going to make more. Like
they get buried.
When I get $20 a week, $20 a month, I'm like, oh,
I'm making money.
Like it's like, oh, that was my mom must have bought it again, or something like that. So I think there's a couple of things there. The Windows stores do not have as many games. So if you want to get discovered, I think there's a great opportunity for you to get discovered there.
Yeah, and I tell everybody too, it's. Again, I'm going back to the release on everything, but I sell it like release to the Windows Store because yes, you're not going to get buried. There's not as much there to detract from what you've got. But on the same token, if you've got it on iOS and Android and you release to Windows Phone, I've actually heard stories of suddenly there being a boost in their Apple and Android downloads because they're getting showed off on the Windows Phone. And you might be on the bus and someone pulls out a really cool game and you're checking it out and you lean over and you're like, what game is that? They tell you. You should have it in all the stores so that if that person doesn't have that actual device, they can pull it down, right? It's free advertising.
Exactly. We've done, as part of our portathons, for example, there's a case study from the UK where we did a portathon and we had one company that came out. They had a game on the iOS store for, I think, a month and a half when I met them. And the game wasn't doing that hot. It was a game that was, line up. They kind of submitted it a month early, line up towards the holidays. They came to the portathon, they spent 2 days, ported their game, submitted it to Windows Phone. They got picked up, or they started, some people started liking it. They got picked up, and then out of the zone in a week, they made more money than they had made on iOS and Android in like months. Mm-hmm. And then they continued to rise, and then literally after a month, they were like, oh, there's enough money here that we can now literally either take them off from other stuff and start building on these and actually doing a lot more. So there's case studies like that show that it's a really great place to discover.
Oh, definitely.
And to go back, that's where this slide to me comes in, is that our model, I think, when I think about the other stores, like for example, for me on iOS or Android, I don't think about, a download to own app. A DTO is just, it's a no, like, there's no way I could create the kind of games that I'm competing with something like, competing with any high-end game that's already selling for 99 cents is really hard.
Yeah, like you might get the odd one like the Angry Birds or like the Outliers, right? That might be able to take off, but it's so few and far between that it doesn't make any sense to target that.
Yep, exactly. And that's where, if you come to our store, look at go back and think about, hey, what's the right model for me? Because in a lot of cases, I think our store has a lot more success with paid than other stores.
Yes.
We were joking about it earlier when we were looking at some of the titles that I'm working on, and I was literally saying, I think probably some of the titles that we worked on average $4.99 on price on the Windows Store. We have titles on the Windows Store that are $7.99. Which if you're looking at, for example, in the iOS store, you're going to pay $7.99 for something like Keynote or PowerPoint or some higher end productivity apps, mm-hmm. not necessarily for a game. Obviously, you might spend a lot more in a purchase if it's a free download and you go that route. But definitely kind of think about, hey, what's the right model for me? How many users do I want? What kind of, what experience do I want them to have?
Exactly.
And that's where, again, I think trial and DTO align really well because I would never ever pay $2.99 or above for for most games unless I know the game really well.
And that's what I'm going to say. Like, if you know the company behind the game or you know the IP, then you're more willing to drop like $5. But if you're a startup company, you've got nothing else out there, you've got no other success, and you walk into the store at $7, people are not going to. They're not going to just drop that money. But if you offer a trial, they're more likely to download it, and if it is a good game, people are going to buy it.
Exactly. So look at the data. There was a great session at Build by Bernardo Zamora. I think these slides came out of there. So make sure you are analyzing and thinking about, hey, what are my options? The way I think about it, to me, iOS is pretty much in-app purchase nowadays. It's kind of a freemium or free play. And I think there's, on Windows, there's still a lot more money to be made on DTO, or even money to be made in advertisements. So,
well, yeah, if you look at the slide there again, you see the chunks there, right? The advertisement, that's still a pretty big chunk on the Windows side, and still fairly big on the Windows Phone side, right? I'm sure if you look at the other platforms, those numbers are not going to be nearly like that.
Yep. So that's why we want you to think about that as you go. So. And then the other detail that's really interesting, or I think I would say, fairly unique, I don't know how unique it is. I haven't compared to other platforms, but I definitely see a lot of developers that make this mistake, which is when you come to the store, make sure you submit your title in as many languages and as many regions as possible. Windows Phone, from a pure market share standpoint, we have a huge amount of downloads, for example, in China. Mm-hmm. Right, so if you have a game and you want to make sure that you're hitting as broad an audience as you can, and actually being compelling and differentiating with all the audience, translating to something like Spanish is probably low-hanging fruit that you can do. Mm-hmm. Once you Mandarin and all that, where you have culture shifts and you need to change your gameplay or something, it's a little bit harder. But just translating it to different languages is probably low-hanging fruit, and you can see very, very productive results if you go to other languages.
Yeah, I can speak from experience from that. With my studio, we released a game a little while ago, and it was just in standard English. We released it. We were thinking it was more of a North American thing. Ended up taking off in Russia. So we were shocked. So we took a look at it and we said to ourselves, well, we've got a lot of growth potential here in Russia. How can we maximize that? And the first thing that came up was localize it. Right? And we didn't have a lot of dialogue to begin with. It was a sports game, so it wasn't very complicated that way. But just having the menus in Russian and stuff like that, we saw like a 3x growth. And it was unbelievable how many people because then it was localized. It was natural for them. They could understand it. Like even if it was like a simple instruction screen, if they didn't speak English, they were going to have a hard time navigating it, right? And it was amazing how many people downloaded it just because we localized it.
Yep. Yeah. So that's the other two. Like from a tip standpoint, those are two of the tips that we thought, oh, this is very unique, and we see people make that mistake over and over. So.
Yeah, I'll throw one more in there too. You got to have analytics, right? We're talking about all this cool stuff, and making sure you're converting people, finding your whales, right? If you don't have analytics in there, how are you going to know what you're doing, right? And where are you going to know that the people are actually downloading it from? The only reason we knew that we were very popular in Russia is because the store was giving us analytics. Right, so that was one other step that we took, is we bumped it at one more. We included third-party analytics inside of our game, and now we're able to tell like how long is someone holding on a certain screen, right? For the sports game, how many shots are they getting off in a certain period of time? Things like that. You'd be surprised how valuable that data is to you as you move forward and try to make the game appeal to more and more people, right? So yeah, that's one I would definitely add, is make sure you got analytics in there. It seems like it's so much extra work, but at the end of the day, it's huge, and it's going to really help you target the market. We're all building games because we enjoy playing games, but at the end of the day, we need to make money so we can continue to build games, right? So having analytics, knowing your audience, targeting them properly, localizing, making sure that your in-app purchases and your payments are geared towards the people that are going to do it, right? That's where analytics comes in really big.
Yep.
So does that pretty much wrap up that section?
Yeah, I think that there was a good session yesterday on MVA, and we wanted to give you, we pretty much wanted to summarize what the options were for purchasing, give a couple of tips. The session yesterday was a lot longer, so yes. I would definitely recommend people watch that if you want more information. The summary that I would highlight from that is the store APIs are very, very simple. There's all monetization options that you're familiar with. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what we wanted to show you. That's why it's a brief session that we can just say, hey, look, you have all these options to how you monetize, and then you have very simple APIs and free plugins that you can use if you need to.
Awesome. Okay, well, great. Let's let's actually wrap that up then, and we'll move on to our next module, which is basically we're just going to be talking about some programs that we have, and then we'll do like a 10-15 minute Q&A. Just answer some questions.
Good.
There we go. So yeah, basically in this module, we're just going to talk a little bit about some programs that we have, some offers that Microsoft has that can be very beneficial to you. And then after that, we'll just kind of wrap it up with a quick Q&A. We'll take some questions from you guys and do our best to answer them. Yeah,
so I think the way to put it is we have 5 minutes of telling you about a couple of programs. This is the time to submit your questions before we can go ahead and wrap up for the whole day.
Yeah, so while we're rambling, just go ahead and...
So the first one is one that we already kind of mentioned earlier. This is the Unity which is specific for Unity developers. So this is unique in that Microsoft doesn't have many of these where we have a partnership with with a partner like Unity to do these. But it's very simple. The way it works is if you already have a game, or if you're working on a game and are willing to share as a SAP or a kind of binary version of your game so we can see it, you go to our website, which is wpdevcenteroffers.com, and you apply for membership in the program. And then we have multiple levels. Level 1, the benefit from there is that you're going to get a developer license. So your $19 we talked about earlier, or the $99 if you're a company, will actually be, we'll give you a voucher that you can use to register. You get a Windows A1 license. So remember earlier we talked about a 90-day eval license. Here you can actually begin with your 90-day, but then you can convert it and keep it for you, which is kind of up to a $200 value with regards to if you were going to pay for the full OS without a upgrade or anything like that. You actually get a Unity Asset Store voucher, which is good. If you need an asset or a plugin, you can actually use that. And then you kind of get what we call a priority review for promotion, right? So your game here, it's interesting. 1 minute. Oh, the developer device is at the top. Your game here will actually be reviewed for you to actually be considered for a promotion. When you submit to the game, if you get picked up for promotion, that's a guaranteed significant higher revenue for you. Like if I've had games where if I get picked up, I'm seeing 10x or even 50x more downloads.
Yeah.
So it's a really great thing. If you have a great game, this increases your chances quite a bit because at this point you're no longer competing with the 7,000 apps that were uploaded on a day. You're actually competing with the 5 apps that were part of special programs for that week. So these really increases your chances.
Yeah, I can speak to that from experience as well. Like when we released our game, we're such a small company, nobody's really heard of us. We did something kind of cool, which is kind of another method, but we targeted seasonality. So we had a game that was popular, and for those of you who didn't catch from where I'm from Canada. So it was Canada Day. We had a Canadian game we released on. We released on Canada Day. So we got picked up and featured because they were featuring Canadian apps in the store. It was unbelievable. It was like a hockey stick of like exponential growth. I was sitting there watching it, going, "Oh my God, I can't believe these many people are actually playing my game right now." It was unbelievable. So yeah, getting featured in the store is huge. You're gonna see such a huge growth in downloads just from one feature. And usually, what happens is you get featured in a bunch of the local stores. So you'll get featured, in Canada and the U.S. and maybe over in Turkey or wherever it might be. Canadian flag, I love it.
Yep. And then the last benefit, which I actually left for the end for level 1, is that you get a device. So when you email us, if you have your game into the Apple Store or Android Store, you just tell us, hey, here's my game, we validated the company and all that, and then you get a developer device that you can use for your testing. Otherwise, we need to see your game, and as soon as you submit it, you get a developer device that, again, you can use for testing and development on your side. So it's it's a huge benefit that everybody who has a game should take advantage of.
Yes.
Because the bar is very low. We pretty much require the game to have a good gameplay, be a real game, be a little bit more than an exercise, and the bar is very low to get into level 1. After that, we go into level 2, where we pretty much validate or try to ensure that you succeed. We get all the level 1 benefits, so the device, the voucher, the licenses and all that, you still get that. But then here you get 1 million ad impressions, promoting your apps. So you'll get a lot, like 1 million ad impressions if you have.
That's huge for an indie startup.
Speaking as with an indie game, that's pretty good. So that's what you're looking at. You actually also get feature placement on the Unity gallery where they showcase Windows Store, Windows Phone apps. So again, more developers seeing, maybe somebody picking up your game and saying, hey, their local studio, what can we do together, and things like that. I've heard of stories like that. So, and then from there, because you already kind of, in this case, you get another priority review, so you get an option for either a higher promotion, or if you haven't been reviewed and you get picked up for level 2, this just pretty much increases your odds of getting promoted on the store. And then the last benefit, which is brand new and we just started now, is that every month we get together, we look at all of the Unity games that were submitted, and we figure out, hey, which one would be really cool to play on Xbox One? If we see something in there that we like, then we reach out to you and tell you, hey, would you like to be on ID at Xbox? And if you haven't kept up with ID at Xbox, that's our indie developer program for Xbox One. And they have very limited capacity on how many developers they're pushing through, how many titles they're pushing through. And they have like a queue that says, oh, there's 10,000 titles that have been submitted for consideration. So being one of the 3 is, again, a huge jump in a long queue. So it's something that if you're interested in getting into Xbox One, this is actually a much quicker way. For those that are waiting, this can get you much farther ahead of the line.
Yeah.
That's cool. It. There's other levels there that depending on how good the games are, we can provide a little bit more support and a little bit more benefits. But with these 2, it's like especially level 2, it's definitely you're on your path to success. With level 1, you're on a path to a good app. With level 2, you're definitely a little bit more having a little bit more insurance, or a little bit more doubling down on towards your success.
Yeah, it's our way of helping you succeed, right, and getting you that next extra step.
Yep. The other program that we wanted to make sure people heard about, it's funny, we were at Unite 2 weeks ago and we talked about BizSpark, and I was amazed how many people didn't know, or the people that had heard about BizSpark
but didn't know the details of it.
Or they thought, oh, that's not for games, that's not for studios, right? So for us, BizSpark is the program that we have for all of our startups. It's kind of any venture that you're doing, out there, as long as you're a young company. So there's some criteria there that says, oh, you have to be in
existence for under 5 years. You need to be making less than $1 million a year, and you can only have a certain amount of employees. I don't remember the exact number. I know it's in the 20 range.
Yep. And so it doesn't matter if you're a studio, go. If you're studios, you can apply. You can get all the benefits, and you get huge benefits. We talked about it earlier, right? Like developer licenses, operating system 2 license. You get full MSDN licenses in there. You get a specific amounts of free Azure cloud services every month.
Which is awesome. Yeah, you get 150 credits for Azure every month. So you can run your servers in there. You can have your high score table up there, and you're probably not even going to pay for much of it, right? Because those credits do go a long way. Yep. And like you were saying, you get all that software. You get Dreams or Visual Studio. You get the Ultimate SKU, right? You get access to Team Foundation server in the back end. You get Visual Studio Online. You get Office. Like there's just it's an all-in-one package to get your startup up and going without having to pay anything. It's pretty amazing.
Yep, and it's a multi-year. Like when you sign up, you get accepted for multiple years.
Yeah. It's not like it's not a 1 year thing. It's a continuation, and you I think it's like 3 years or something that you get full support from us.
Yep, and again, it's just visibility towards other programs because Microsoft has a lot of BC and accelerators and venture programs that you can join, and if you get picked up that way, it's a very easy way to accelerate your success.
Yeah, it helps put you in connection with that community that's out there doing the venture capital stuff. The accelerators, they're all connected, and just being part of that BizSpark community is going to open you up to the ability to chat with them. So yeah, definitely worth checking out. I tell every startup or small studio that I'm working with, if you're not on BizSpark, here's my laptop, sign up now, because it's so valuable, right? It's going to save you a pile of work, and who wants to spend all that money when you're first getting started, right? Like it's kind of like Microsoft helping you, propping you up, right? So very cool.
Cool. And then this last slide, just for the whole day, we'll make sure we share any samples and any things that are worth sharing and links with Chris, so you can put them in the BA and the MBA. But we do have, as part of the Unity Learning Center, that's a really great resource for people to learn. And Unity has some porting sites that you can go in there and learn about porting to Windows. So a lot of what we covered here, I think this is kind of a refresh on some of the old content. Like you had done this training before.
Last year we did this. Yeah.
It's I think what we've done is like a lot of that content is the same, or some of that content is the same, but as Unity has progressed, some things have gotten better, and we've kind of iterated and evolved on that. So make sure you go look at the porting site and get tips from there, and then converge with some of the things you heard about today, and you'll be better off.
Yeah, and if you're looking for specific, like just Unity in general, definitely check out the MVAs from the past couple of days when they go live, because some great content there. So if you're just starting out with Unity, obviously if you're watching this, you might probably already have some experience with Unity, but if you know someone that's looking for that, that's a great resource as well.
Yep.
About 2 or 3 weeks apparently it's going to be live, so that's really cool.
And that's it, unless you have some questions there.
Well, we have a couple of miscellaneous tools. You want to run through the miscellaneous tools real quick?
Did I skip?
You skipped over it. So.
Yep, I skipped one slide. So tools, some of the tools that we talked about today, we talked about Scan.Xamarin, we talked about UnityBS. Other two that I liked a lot, ILSpy, just for converting projects. Like sometimes I have JavaScript, and we talked today about .NET Partial Core and all that. And in some cases, for me, it's easier to just go in there and convert some JavaScript from one to the other, from one language to the other. So ILSpy can be useful for that. And then for all of these stuff, if you want to learn, if you want to go into Prime 31 and see how they're making calls onto your tiles or the store or anything like that, you want to troubleshoot something, having some sort of decompiler or like ILDASM or .peak or Reflect or something that you can go in and look at the source for the plugins and any library that you might get from somebody would be useful. So we just think
that's really big, and that's a good tool set for any developer to have, right? You should be able to decompile a code and kind of walk through it and understand what it's doing. So definitely good to check that one out.
Yep. Questions?
Questions. Okay, so we got a few questions here. We'll start with this one here. So basically they're asking, for premium apps, you said you could unify Windows Store apps and Windows 8 apps, so purchasing one would get you both. But what if you wanted to charge $2.99 for one and say $4.99 for the other one? If someone buys a phone version, can you still offer the Windows version for the difference of $2? So they're basically asking, if I've already purchased it on one platform, can I upgrade to the other platform for a small fee?
Yep. So so out of the box, there's no way to do that, because if you look at the API, there was 3 properties we look at, right? We look at is trial, is active, and then expiration date if it has a specific trial date or something like that. So out of the box, there's no way to do that. Obviously, if you do in-app purchase and you just offer your application for free as a trial, and then you get them to convert, you can do that pretty easily, because it can be one app, it can be free on both. We talked about the durable or the consumable transferring back and forth. So you can definitely check, has this person already purchased something on the phone, and now I'm going to give them the
offer them a discount. You have to do that yourself, right? Like you're not going to be able. We don't have any out-of-the-box support for that, so you're going to have to roll that yourself. But there are ways to go about it.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to roll it yourself. So I haven't seen many apps that follow that model, but it'll be interesting to see if.
Yeah, and again, reach out to us if you get that up and going. We'd love to understand how you did it and maybe talk about it to others, right? So by all means, reach out to us.
Yep.
Another one is, does the Windows Store offer its own analytics platform? So I talked a little bit about the fact that the Windows Store has analytics built into it for downloads, purchases, location, I believe, as well. But if you want to go a little deeper, you got to use something else. So they're asking, does Microsoft have something there?
Yep. So we don't have something that comes from Microsoft. There's some of the services that offer analytics are already on the store. So you can go get a third-party service for analytics. Microsoft does not have anything. Our store actually gives you, again, the demographics.
Yeah.
I call it more the demographics. Where they came from and languages and countries and stuff like that are there. But if you want something like, say, criticism or anything that like the equivalent of a Google Analytics or a Fireworks or something like that, go to the services.windowsstore.com and see what we have there.
Yeah. There's one called Game Analytics. Believe it or not, it's called just Game Analytics, and it's very fine-tuned for game analytics. And I've used it on the Windows platform, Windows Store. Had no issues. Works really well. So check out that one too if you get a chance. Is there any plugin which supports offline ads? Basically to say, if the internet's not working or the user's turned off internet connection, are we able to display ads and then earn money off that?
Yep. So no, not that I know of.
I'm not aware of anything.
I mean, if you're offline, the only thing that you could do is if you own your own, series, or if you work a deal with somebody.
Like what I was saying, display your own, right?
Yep, that's the only things that I see you could do, and it'd be really hard to track because people can cheat and all.
Well, how do you know they viewed it, right?
Yep. So I don't know of any, but it's a good question. I'll have to check.
Yeah, we'll take a look around, see if we can find anything on that.
Yep.
Just seeing if there's anything else. We got one question. So basically, can we talk a little bit about the Prime 31 ads plugin for Microsoft? So do you want to tell them a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's trivial, right? All Prime 31 did is they wrapped the Pub Center, so it goes against Pub Center, and it's just all you're getting is the free plugin where, they written the, whatever it was, probably 100 lines of code that were needed in order for, for you to host your application inside, in a Windows Store process, in a Windows Store or Windows Phone process. So it goes up in Pub Center. Pretty much you bring the plugin, you enter your Pub Center ID and a couple of IDs, and you're pretty much done. Yeah,
it's like a drag and drop situation. You drop it in, it's going to come up on the side in your inspector, say what's your Pub Center ID number and what's your ad ID number. You punch those two in, you fire it up, away you go. Good to go.
Yep.
You can do other things too, like you can set rotations, set sizes and stuff like that with inside of it, but generally that's all you really need to do to get it up and going.
Yep, and Prime 31 also has an AdMob one, so they do have their own plugin for AdMob. We just, when we worked out the deal where we said, hey, these are the ones that are going to be free, obviously we were like, hey, if people want to use AdMob, they can pay, but it's probably like $30 or $40 would be my guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the price, but I know it's not too expensive. So if you were using AdMob and you wanted your own plug, you wanted to use a prepackaged plugin, that's definitely a way to go. But again, if you take a look at some of this code, like the Pub Center and even AdMob, it's very easy to get those included in your app or game already. So we talked about how to write your own plugin. Maybe that's your project, right? Maybe you roll your own ad plugin.
Yep, and for the most part, if you the way ads get incorporated into our processes are usually because we talked about there being a swap chain, and that's where Unity is writing, and the rest of it is SAML. So the rest of it is the way we the way we do standard integration from ads onto any SAML project. So for example, if you decide, hey, I want to do AdMob and I don't want to buy a plugin, just go download the sample for integrated AdMob into any SAML app, which I know there's samples because I've reviewed them, and there you just copy and paste that code and you're already there. There's nothing. A lot of these plugin vendors, there's nothing there's nothing Unity specific. You just need to understand the relationship between your ad and whatever your swap chain is, and make sure that either your game is not covered and all that. And that's pretty easy to do with regards to the integration.
It's not too difficult. I've rolled my own, so it's pretty simple to do.
Yep.
So let's take one last question before we take off here. Is there any review process for the apps, and how many days does it usually take to go live?
Yep. So there's definitely a review process. When you submit your app, if you run it through WAC and everything on your side and you pass, I think the way I look at it is it used to be that the SLA, so they always told people, oh, it's 5 business days for us to review. That was the SLA when we started. I think over the first year or so, they were doing 1 or 2 day average to review. And then as of, I think it was either January or March, we even accelerated. So now we're literally I'm hesitant to tell you the hours because I don't want you to hold me against it. But literally, I submit apps, and 4 hours later, they're started. I get the email.
I was going to say, I've had that too.
You've passed certification, and then the 4 hours later, it's actually the certification process is very quick. And then after that, it does need to replicate throughout all our CDN, and that takes a couple hours extra. So don't hold me against it and say, oh, I expected that every one of my apps will be certified.
It depends on how much they got in the queue too, right? If they got a bunch of people submitting games or apps, it might take a little bit longer, but generally it's a pretty quick process. And like I said before, if you get rejected from the store, the printout that they give you is phenomenal. So you can actually walk through it and pretty much rectify any issues that you have pretty quickly.
Yeah, so it's definitely in the one, I would say same day is very common. Definitely quote us for a 1 or 2 days response time with regards to being able to hear about whether you pass or fail certification.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's not like iOS store where I go for a week.
I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad you did. But yes, you could take a...
It's my experience. I don't know if everybody... they probably have me on the queue of,
Well, they probably see your name and they're like, no, we're not going to put this guy's app through.
They let it pass eventually. So I've never been failed, but it's always taken forever for me to hear back.
Awesome.
So
Well, those are some really good questions. Thank you very much, guys. As always, thank you for tuning in. If you like the content that you saw today, please let us know by filling out the survey. So yeah, take the survey at the end. It's a really good way for us to kind of get feedback. Let us know, did you enjoy it? You know, should we bring these presenters back? This type of stuff, right? Let us know how things are. So definitely take the time to fill that out. Other than that, thank you very much for tuning in, and happy coding.
Yep. Thank you.